this is our query now. We've got this vent that is right in the freaking way. Ideally, they would have made a vent that was pre-done, but they didn't do that. So we are going to be cutting this now. It's going to be scary and fun. Can't wait. All right, guys. So the next step here is we need to take out this air vent and the light switch. Looked like he just popped this off, but I advise you to get. Whoops. Lost the tool right there. I advise you to get this. This is a trim kit. This has all the tools you need to deal with trim stuff in any vehicle. So there is a little, I'm sure this literally pops right off in the video. Let's see what he does here. They make it look so easy. He's like, yeah.
Is removed, take out the air vent and the light switch.
In a very heavy German accent, take out the air vent and the light switch. But I can relate because I'm half German, so. Got this tool here. Now you see, this thing is specifically designed not to hurt your trim because it's got plastic on the back. Watch me break it right in front of the whole entire world of 5 people that'll watch the video. Okay, so that popped right out. You don't want to break the tab, so just be careful or you'll be on one of those videos where it's like dying inside. So I'm going to be doing this again because I'm going to be painting this trim in the coming week, but I wanted to go ahead and do this first. But yeah, so wow, check that out. Now we also got to take out the headlight switch, but now that you're in it, I'm assuming it pops right out. I am assuming. Okay. Boy, I love how much focus. I love how much space there is. Look at this. Amazing. All right, let's see what we do next here on the video. All right, so he's popping out that headlight assembly switch. I don't think we need to take it off. That seems a little bit too. It hangs down.
Make sure it is aligned to the right on left-hand drive vehicles. On right-hand drive vehicles, it must be aligned to the left.
Okay, so
the sticker must be aligned on the lowest part of the air tube.
All right, so he's saying to get the sticker.
Cut out the sticker and place it over the air tube.
It came with it.
Make sure it is aligned to the right.
All right, well, let's go. I'll go grab the sticker and see what he's talking about here. All right, so this thing has to be cut out apparently. So I am going to take a few minutes now. Go ahead and cut this out to the best of my abilities, which is 0. I'm going to drink some non-alcoholic water that tastes exactly like water, and I will be right back with a nice cut template. Just watch the video. Hopefully I did this correctly. I've got the video up right here. I mean, that apparently is how you cut this out, right? And then, so you do it.
Make sure it is aligned to the right on left-hand drive vehicles.
So,
on right-hand drive vehicles, it must be aligned to the left.
He's on a left-hand drive vehicle, so he's aligning it like this, and it kind of bends over, goes to the bottom of the air vent, and then you cut everything except this.
The tube is still in the vehicle. Place the metal shield to cover the hole in the air tube.
Metal shield and cover was. I lost the metal shield and cover. Oh, right here. Duh. Here's the metal shield and cover that goes over what you cut out. All right, let's go try the next step here with. Oh, here's Mr. Bink. I know. Kitty, are you hungry? Oh, you're such a good kitty. Are you gonna stay with me forever? Okay guys, so I got this into the air vent area. It's gonna be an adventure. So I literally use shipping tape, and you can see where the lines are folded right here. So take your template, fold it over there. I taped it multiple places. I am going to get my Dremel. I'm gonna watch the video and make sure that I cut, you know, I think this is supposed to be Like, yeah, okay, so I've got it taped wrong. So basically you Dremel the air vent there across where it curves and you come straight down here. Mine is taped too low right there, so you can see where I messed up, but you get the idea. You're cutting the vent all the way from here over to here and then straight down here to the bottom, and then you're going to match the picture here. Let me pull it up for you. So check this out. This is what's on the instructions.
Place the metal shield to cover.
So there's the instructions.
Piece as shown in the picture.
Alright, see how they cut?
While the air tube is
Sorry, I
still
dropped
in the
it.
vehicle.
So that's all you're doing right now is you're dremeling, or whatever your favorite dash destruction method is. I know. Mr. Banks. He's still chilled. Mr. Banks. Such a good cat. Alright, I'm gonna load up the Dremel gun now. I have to turn the light off for that, unfortunately, but I am going to work on that right now. This is scary. Kitty! Alright, so I got the Dremel. This is what I'm going to use for it. So I've got this Dremel. I think I lost like the real attachment, but I'm going to use this cutting disc right here and really destroy that dash. So I'm going to go ahead and put this... What? I know, dude. So I'm going to go ahead and put this disc on the Dremel. Get back with you guys. Got my Dremel tool all set up here, even though it refuses to focus. Good grief. Come on, man. So yeah, gonna go ahead and mount this to the Dremel. And I'm gonna Dremel out that air vent and destroy my car. Got my Dremel tool on here. So this is just a regular cutting bit. Variable speed Dremel here. It's gonna be hard to get this thing in here and cut that. Seriously? I already broke the... Okay, I already broke it. Real life here. Your Banks is so vocal right now, but seriously, these cutting discs are so fragile, and I just literally touched it to something. You'll have to play with the Dremel speed. I keep it on a pretty high speed. I'm gonna go ahead and try this. I've been dreading doing this for months. I can't do this and film, but you see what's gonna happen right there. Around that template, right around the edge of that vent, I'm going to cut that, and I'll get back to you guys after I have destroyed my amazing car. Okay guys, so trial and error. This is what I've got here. So basically what I found out after playing with this is your best bet for cutting this is not a Dremel. It's very thin. They don't explain this to you, but this knife here is all I needed. I cut this original slice with the Dremel. The problem is the Dremel can't get into the space, so I cut the rest with this. Now, it seems like, what good would this do? I don't understand. We're gonna find out here though very quickly, because this little piece is going to go here. I'm gonna retrieve that and see if I actually did this right, but it's really rough. You can see here, there's still like a little bit here. I'm gonna trim off. All that has to be gone for this plate to work properly. Yeah, I missed a little bit right there. I'm gonna go ahead and trim that off, and I'll get back to you. Okay, I wanted to update you guys. This is the cable for the backup camera. I am splitting that cable to go to my Android head unit. So I've got a Y adapter here. I went ahead and taped these up with electrical tape. That's a Y adapter. One of these will feed to the backup camera. The other one will feed to my Android adapter. Now I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, I'm having a lot of issues getting the cluster in. It's very difficult to get. I know, man. I know the feeling. It's really difficult to get it into the area. The steering wheel is in the way. It's tilted all the way down. I'm gonna work on that for a minute, but I wanted to go ahead and get everything connected to it. So once I do get it in, I don't have to worry about connecting everything now. So I'll get back to you guys if I can figure out how to do it. Okay, so I connected all the cables that came with it. Obviously one of them is for the stock connection to the instrument cluster. The other one is for the keypad right there. This is the keypad here that mounts on your dash with double-sided tape. And then the third one is for the backup camera. So there's also this USB. I did get the right angle USB, so this will only go, the cat's so vocal. So only go in one way because, you know, lovely USB. So this makes it so it sits more flush, like that. Then you take this additional adapter and you mount this into your dash. So this is an extension for that. Now at the same time, this thing is very hard to get in the dash, so I'm still working on how to do that. And once I figure it out, I'll let you guys know. All right, so I'm having a lot of issues getting this cluster installed, and I figured out from a different video for the 5 Series, maybe it would help if I got rid of these little edges on the dash. So I went ahead and broke those off right there to see, because I got it almost in, but it's just very difficult. So let me try to do this now that I've got these little corner edge pieces broken off. I've got all the wiring run through the dash here, coming down through the dashboard and through the headlight jack. Let me give this a shot. Oh, also I taped up here because it started to, this is really like taking, my car's taking a beating on this. Yeah, see, I already scarred up my car. This is really, I'm having issues here. I'll be back. Okay, I'm ready to punch myself in the face. I think I've messed my car up so many different ways and scratched every single thing up, including my steering wheel, which was perfect. My dash was perfect. It's all messed up. This is a very hard install. I come to the conclusion that it has to fit behind the little tabs in the corner. I tried to Dremel them out so it could lay back a little bit more. It's not going to. I don't know if the cover is going to go on or not, but we're going to do a power on right now and see if it was worth it. Okay, well that's pretty freaking awesome. And if we go over here, we can get the Android. All right, so now the challenge is getting this thing mounted and getting this trim ring on. And oh, also, by the way, during this whole process, I lost this little clip. Yep. So now I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. I don't have it. It fell into the dash. It's freaking gone. I'm gonna work on this. Goodbye. All right, so it is the next day. Wow, what a night. What can I say? I spent 5 hours trying to get this thing installed yesterday. All I can say is this about this, because I don't want to give the company a bad rap at all. So the first package I got from them got lost. Not their fault. Second package came. I followed the instructions. I cut the air vent. Still, I could not get this thing installed. Now, I made the biggest mistake in the world. I didn't protect my steering wheel and my cover here for the steering wheel that great. And yeah, I scratched up my interior, which was perfect before. My steering wheel has marks on it now, which it did not before. So that was my impatience after being frustrated with this thing. Also, it is not lined up correctly. It needs to go down about 1/4 of an inch. So I'm going to be removing it again and cutting away some more of the vent. And I want to go get some of that flexible aluminum tape instead of the little cover that they supply to fill the vent. So for now, I stuffed a towel in the vent to keep the air going, but I want to show you guys what this thing looks like. And again, I actually scratched up the screen right here just a tiny bit, which I think might come out with plastic polish. I scratched up my steering wheel. I scratched up my top of the steering wheel cover. I scratched up my dash out of frustration, and then in the last just ditch effort to ruin my entire car, I scratched my tint right here. So wonderful, now I have scratched up front tint. So overall experience with this has been a nightmare. This is all I'll say. It is still so hard to get in that I had to force it into the position where it is now, and I didn't use the stock factory screw holes. I put self-tapping screws in wherever this thing would go, but it is in. But you can see at the bottom, the lip is showing there. That needs to be fixed. So let's start it up and show you what it's like. So I don't know why the, okay, so high battery drain is on, which I don't understand why. The car's been off. That's something I need to look at. And actually the car's on a charger right now, so that's interesting. High battery drain, okay. Increased battery. Okay, so that's new since I put the screen in. But as you can see here, I got the screen installed and I did configure it. There's the RPMs, and this is how it looks. And you can either use your stock here to go into the menu, So you push in the menu button there, and that's where you have the configuration items. I do have it on, I'm not sure which one I have it on right now. I think this is one of the sport ones. I think it's Fierce is what it's called. But inside that menu, that's where you set up all the options for the screen. You can set up a display for when you're normally driving, and then when you go into sport. So you notice how when I go into sport, I have it changed to a different theme, which is called orange. I don't know, sport orange or something like that. I can't remember what it's called. But notice, like, I've configured it the way I wanted it. I set up horsepower and torque right here as the extra gauge that I wanted. I got the M Sport logo. Pretty cool. Now it doesn't show boost. I heard they're working on that, but I don't know if that's ever going to be available. But I wanted to just show you guys because I had such an experience with this thing that was a nightmare, and still not right. I did not install my camera yet. I've got the cables all back here. The keypad for it, I did not install either because I was so frustrated at the end of my night. I literally just wanted to throw it out the window, and that's why I threw something at my front windshield. But honestly, my front windshield needs to be replaced anyway, so that's probably gonna happen soon. But wanted to show you guys this, and if you go in here and you go into appearance and you go into themes, and default themes. So default means when you're not in sport mode. There's that classic analog, modern analog, classic orange, modern orange, bright blaze. Okay, that's what I have set for when I go into sport mode. And fierce blaze is what I have set up all the time. And so there's plenty of other options for this thing. You can set up an extra gauge like oil temperature, oil pressure, whatever you feel like you want. But it's cool so far. It's definitely an expensive purchase, and this is all I can suggest to you. I would personally probably get a professional installer to do this. And honestly, I would ditch the plate that comes with it to cover the air vent, and I would just use the aluminum tape. Like, it's, you know, it's like flexible metal tape, because you can also push on that a little bit if you have to get this thing in. And I'm not kidding you, I had to force this thing in where it is right now, and still this bottom lip is showing, which is bothering me. So I'm going to take it all out. I'm going to Dremel out the vent pretty much completely out of where it shows up behind the cluster, and then I'm going to put the cluster back in, hopefully. So I'll update you guys when I do that, but I wanted you guys to see how the display looks, and I want to get this video edited and up. If you have any questions, post them in my comments section. Have a good day, Supercar Street Racing! What's happening, guys? Got my BC Rich Warlock right here. Never been played. At least not by me. Bought it and put it on the wall. Just wanted to show you guys this cool guitar. But today we're going to take a look at leather seat treatment and what is the best method for treating these. And there's a secret unknown ingredient I'm going to show you that you can buy online or in your local grocery store or drugstore, and you can treat your leather seats with it. So one I found at a flea market that I refurbished. I have a few of them on the walls. So today I'm going to show you leather interior conditioning and cleaning, and you probably don't know about this method. It's a method that I saw online and I've been trying it. So I'm going to show you how to do it, the products to use, and the methods. And that's coming up. All right, everybody, we got some of the most common interior leather products here. I want to take a look at all these, let you see them. So the first thing we have here is from Griot's Garage, and it is called Leather 3-in-1. It says it's safe for all leathers, produces soft and supple finish, and durable UV protection. Now, it's interesting because every time I go to Advanced Auto Parts, I find a different product. by Griot's, and so I never get the same product twice, and I don't understand why that is and why they have so many different products for leather. This is called Leather 3-in-1. It's in a bottle that's not clear. Next we have here Leather Care, and that is also from Griot's, and it says cleans and preserves leather. Gently cleans all leather, extends life, and dries clear. And then the next thing we have here is Griot's Leather Care Spray, cleans and preserves leather. Don't ask me why they have so many products that all do pretty much the same thing. So I buy whatever they have. It is not cheap. And I'm just gonna tell you right now, you're going to pay for quality products for your leather interior, okay? So that is the first three. Now, here's one you probably don't know about. This is Nourishing Coconut Milk Shampoo by this company called OGX. See if I can get the camera to focus there. So you can buy this on Amazon, or you can buy it in your local supermarket. And this is Nourishing Coconut Milk Shampoo. Very interesting. I saw this online by one guy, and I decided to give it a shot, and sure enough, it's good stuff. I actually put it, now on the SL65, the whole entire leather interior the whole entire interior is made of leather. All the surfaces are covered with leather, and it's actually designer. It's like an upgrade from the SL55. I forgot what the name of it is. I think it's called Exclusive Leather. So I use this product on the entire interior of the car, and then sometimes I use these three on the next round of detailing. So I'll use this 1 week, and then I'll go back to one of these three. Now online, it does say that you should use this first and then follow up with one of these three, but I don't do that. I think that's a little bit of overkill, and I'll show you why when we get the coconut milk on there. Supposedly this is such a good thing because not only does it condition the seats, but it also cleans them as you are putting it on. I'm going to show you how to apply these products, specifically this coconut milk one, right now. All right, we got the coconut milk nourishing shampoo here from OGX. Got a clean chamois cloth here. This is all I ever use for the interior of the car, so we're gonna go ahead and start using this. What I like to do is just put some on the seat right there, like that. Pretty simple process, obviously. Take this chamois and rub it in really good. Make sure you get all of the seat. And as you notice here, it is gonna go in the holes because these seats are heated and ventilated, but it will dry eventually. So don't worry about it if it gets in the holes of the seat, but if you're super worried about it, you can just like press in harder and they will all. Now if you notice, what that leaves on the seat is like a nice conditioned surface. You can definitely tell that this stuff does a great job on the leather, on cleaning it and conditioning it. It doesn't take very much. And once you put some on there, you can just grab it and, you know, move it around here. So I like to be pretty generous on the application, and don't forget the sides of the seats here, even though they're not really in sight, and the fronts. The obvious is to get all the bolsters, but don't forget all the sides. Pretty much anywhere you have leather in the car, you want to go ahead and apply this stuff. So you can also just, if you want to, apply it directly to the rag like that. And then, you know, just directly onto it if you don't want to pour it out first. And I know the lighting's not very good in here, but as you can see, it leaves the leather really in good shape after it's done. And even when it dries, you're gonna notice that the leather is, you know, nice and soft and conditioned. It is a different type of a the way it feels compared to the other products over there. The spray, I find, I don't really like it as much as the pastes. I just feel like it leaves a kind of a watery finish that I don't feel is as high quality as the pastes are. So even though that stuff is the same exact price, I do like the pastes better, so I tend to buy those. I just wanted to try it since they did have it. So I'm gonna go ahead and do the rest of this seat, and then I'll be back with the finished product. Got this whole entire seat conditioned now, looks great. I try to do these seats, actually the whole interior of the car, once a week, regardless if I drive it or not. Notice here, all the door panels and everything on this car are laid with leather, and the dash. The lights did go out. Let me get those lights back on. So yeah, the whole entire interior of this car is overlaid with what's called exclusive leather, which is definitely an upgrade over the 55 and 600 versions. So I'm gonna go ahead and do the other side now and give you an update when that's finished. All right, got the other side done. It's kind of what it looks like there. Sorry, the lighting's not that great in here. Yeah, both sides are done now. And then next time I do this, I will do the entire interior. I just actually detailed the car a couple of days ago, but I wanted to give you guys a little bit of tutorial on how to do this in case you wanted to do it this weekend. Get yourself some of the OGX coconut milk shampoo, and then leave me some comments and tell me how it turned out. Give me a thumbs up and a subscription if you don't mind, and we'll see you guys soon. Hey, what's going on, everybody? It is Friday, and we got a little project going on. Oh, Bubba, you love Squirrel TV. Give your friend a hug.
Oh my goodness,
so cute. Oh, that's so nice of you to pet your friend. And then he ran away from you. Say hi. Let's see if this thing will start. This thing is not staying. Say hi. Let's see if this thing will start. This thing is not staying.
sick, boy.
Dude, we ran a whole battery out. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here. And this morning, monetization has disappeared from YouTube completely. It's not available on the actual page. As you can see right here, would show my revenue, which is abysmal, but there is some revenue coming in from my channel. I do put a lot of work into it. However, it is gone. As you can see right here, it would usually show your money there, and it has nothing there. If you check on YouTube Studio, it's also gone, which leads me to my next thing here. So YouTube does everything possible to make sure that you don't earn revenue on videos. I'll give you some examples. First of all, monetization is turned off by default on all videos, including shorts. Now, you usually take the shorts with your phone, right? So you would think that you could turn that on with YouTube Studio. It's not available anywhere in YouTube Studio. You have to either trick this app, and actually YouTube app, by logging onto a web browser, and it has to be in desktop mode in order to get to the studio part of YouTube, which is where I am right now on this page. Or well, really, that's it. You have to be on a PC and log into the actual desktop site to turn on monetization. So let's say that you're on a trip and you're gone for 6 months and you don't have access to a PC. Well, you either have to delete YouTube Studio completely, because when you install YouTube Studio, it associates the studio link in the web browser with YouTube Studio app. So you can't get to the desktop part of YouTube either to go in and turn on monetization. It's super annoying. You have to, every single video, you have to go set a rating. So you have to tell it if the video contains certain things that YouTube has an issue with. So they make it very difficult for you to make money. It also doesn't pay very much. In order to really earn on YouTube, you have to be making, you need hundreds of thousands of video hits. 1,000 here and there will not get you any money. You might get $1 or $2 a month. Now you can also earn money on AdSense and things like that. And also Amazon, I earn money from people clicking through my links. So yeah, so I will show you here that monetization is gone. You don't see any money here. If you go to my content, there's no monetization tab available there. If you go into the monetization link, it just says the actual whole settings that says set up in progress. So something is broken today on YouTube. Not surprised, but as of now, we can't do any monetization on our YouTube videos. Guys, all you can do, also, if you go in to try to chat with a rep, it always says all specialists are busy. Please try again later. So I will put some screenshots up during this video of the monetization stuff missing, and then hopefully they get this fixed soon. I know a lot of people are probably emailing and calling them. It's probably a bug in their code. It's not your channel, most likely. If you don't have monetization options, hopefully it'll be back soon. Guys, thanks so much for watching, and I wish it wasn't so difficult to try and just pay for basic things with YouTube. I wish I could just make enough money to pay for a new camera or things like that, but unfortunately, does not generate that much revenue. Guys, have a great day. As always, thank you for your support, and I look forward to the next video soon. But no, you got that phone holder thing. Yeah, so the camera overheated, of course. That's what happened. You have to take off all this corrugated crap or it won't fit through the hole. Oh, it won't? And then you got to go all the way to the top, and then the dash goes on after you put this through the hole.
Where's your stool? Oh, I'll put it inside.
Even come out, honestly. But no, you got that phone holder thing.
I'm okay with just sticking it somewhere on the bottom.
This thing is tilted up at you, right? Or is it so ugly? Actually, we didn't have to put it up here. Just bend the wires like this and go straight through because I've got 3M stuff and I've got the good 3M stuff that's not gonna come off, or I've got Velcro. What do I do with all of it? What about this? All the way to the back where you can still get your finger on it.
Oh, I like it. Yep.
You gotta have to get into there to hold the button down if it needs to be paired to somebody else. You kinda need to see it too.
Oh, perfect. Yep.
And then the wiring straight back. Yep. So I found a place to put your charger cable through. Look, charger cable can go
Oh, yeah, perfect.
right through that hole and right up to here. So do you have it? Right through that little?
Yeah, pull it back. Yeah, grab it.
That's exactly what I do with mine. I knew there was like it certainly does. Look, it's got threads. That's how you flush mount it.
Oh,
It
yeah.
comes apart. I don't know how to get it apart though.
That's it a couple times. Oh, literally.
Perfect. What's it hitting? All right, I'm working on this Bluetooth again now that we've got the bass knob already mounted. I cannot find a good place for this, to be honest with you. All right, I'm drilling a hole in the bottom of this for the RCA cables and the power wire to go through. So I sent a hole straight through to the back here. I'm gonna put the Bluetooth adapter on the top. But first I gotta feed all the RCA cables through the hole. Camera's 1,000 degrees for no reason. All right, I got the Bluetooth adapter mounted. Sorry about all the noise, but it's very hot in here. We're good to go on the Bluetooth adapter. We got the bass knob mounted, and I got the power run for the charger for the iPad. So pretty much this dash is ready to go in. Everything is done on the dash. I used double-sided 3M tape on the Bluetooth adapter and ran the wiring back through the back. So now we can go ahead and get this thing installed. Okay, I'm gonna clear everything out and go ahead and try to put the dash over the steering wheel. To install the dash, you simply slide it over. Now I can work on running the communications cable underneath the cart for the display. So I'm gonna go around to that side and start that process. Camera's probably gonna overheat again just because. So the communications cable is just gonna run right next to all the other stuff and down through the same hole. I'm gonna try to just run enough up to the top just for what we need, not a bunch of extra. And tie it up under the cart if I can. I don't want a bunch of extra wires in the bay. There's plenty of wire, that's for sure. Okay, I have to get under the cart to do the rest. Got the first zip tie on. Now I'm just following these other cables and I'm gonna zip tie to them. It's got its own hole to pass through though, the one that I drilled. Okay, right here we take a turn through the new hole. Okay, I got the comm cable run into the bay here. I'm gonna try to pull some of it all the way over here so it's not all in the bay. Let's see what I can do here. There's so much slack. Yeah, so this is gonna work out perfect. I'm gonna come down like this. I'm gonna stuff the rest on the side of the battery, and I'm gonna come just like this and zip tie to these guys. The comm cable is done. That means the display should work now. Our display's on, we're good to go with that. To get this plug through, you have to put the wires through first, like this, before you slide it over the wheel. And then there's just enough room, I believe, for the wiring to go down. But you have to take the corrugated stuff off of the wiring. See how it goes on now? No problem. And you can also pull it till you get to that part. Now, I need to know if I have enough. I don't think I do. I think all this needs to come off. It can go back on after, but you can't get the dash on with this. That's how you do it. It took me about 10 minutes to figure out how to get the wiring through the dash. You have to take off all this corrugated crap or it won't fit through the hole.
Oh, it won't?
And then you got to go all the way to the top, and then the dash goes on after you put this through the hole.
Hilarious. Yeah.
Because there's no notch. We need to connect some stuff, and we need to finish this real quick. I just wanted to make sure this was able to go up and everything.
All right, so here we're back, gonna work on the subwoofer. Found this thing actually on the side of the road. Somebody had a sign that was just said free stuff. So I found this subwoofer along with an amplifier, and it's been sitting in my garage now for probably 5 years. So I'm like, perfect time in, break this thing out, clean it up, get it working. The porthole was rattling around in there, so I'm gonna take the time. Brad already screwed it back in, and I'm gonna take the time to seal it off, caulk it up to make sure we got a good seal on it. And then after that, I'm gonna go ahead and carpet it, fresh and new, put the subwoofer back in. Hopefully we'll be able to hear some sound out of it here in the next couple hours. We're on the home stretch with just probably 5 or 6 more things that need to be buttoned up, and then hopefully everything will be done and we'll be able to fire it up and test out the new system.
All right, while you're doing that, I'm gonna go ahead and finish up getting your blinker control back on and start plugging things in your dash so we can get this thing back together. Are you signed into your Apple stuff on here?
Yeah, I think it
Okay,
should
cool.
be, yeah. Where's the SCCR whatever scissors?
These nuts.
Oh, that's a good sound. That's going through the speakers, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get the pair.
Yeah, I just don't know how to get this thing in Barry mode.
Oh!
Okay, we're back in the garage. Joe has carpeted the enclosure and he's over here working on the quick disconnects for the subwoofer. I have the entire dash back together, minus the bezel. We're gonna leave it kind of open just in case we gotta get back in there for now. I've got to reassemble the turn signal and get the steering wheel back on here momentarily. And all 4 speakers are working and tested. The iPad is connected to Bluetooth. And yeah, that's it. what's up, everybody? Got the Aor Day or R Day or whatever it's called phone tripod, because the last one broke because it was so crappy. The minute you try to tighten up the little hinge that stops it from moving, it broke. So I'm trying not to show my address here, so bear with me while I open this package with one hand, because that's what this is actually for. So I can do this stuff for you guys without having to use one hand. So let's take a look at this guy right out of the package. Got the box within a box. Man, it is really hard to open these things with one hand, but that's literally what this is for. Alright, so... Alright, well, I guess that's going back now. So part of it fell on the floor right here. Looks like the part that you mount your phone to. Looks like we got a pretty hefty tripod, which a lot of people complain because this was heavy when you want to just do selfies and stuff, but like, dude, if you get a cheap one, it's not going to be light. I mean, you're going to have issues with that. I had it. Mine was like 3 ounces. It broke the second I tightened up that right there. It couldn't handle the weight of the phone, so it immediately broke when I tried to put the phone on it. And here's the phone interface. So that screws on right here to the end of this guy. And then once that's tight, so I do mostly landscape stuff. So now the phone should be able to go, I'm just breaking everything today. Should be able to go right here somehow. I don't know how you open up this guy right here, but that needs to open up because I have a larger phone. So let me check that out and see how you do that, and I'll be right back. All right, got the tripod connected. It's pretty heavy, like a good amount of weight on this guy. And so you can see now that I'll be able to do some videos with you guys. And maybe I could probably also extend this so I can get a little bit farther out. But this is the first time I'll actually have a tripod that I can, and it's tricky because you have to look over here. If you look at the camera, it looks like you're looking away from the screen. But so this feels solid. It actually has a good amount of weight on it. So I feel comfortable like putting that out there. And it looks like, so this is in, you know, the camera's flipped around to the mode where it sees me. And I think that this will be no problem, like doing, you know, I like this thing a lot. So I'm going to flip it around now and do some other stuff and see if you guys like it. It's a habit. I look to the wrong side. The camera's right here. All right, so got the nice tripod now for the videos. So this is the packaging. Came with a remote Bluetooth starter button. Don't know how that works, but got some instructions here. All right, so step 1, pairing. Turn on the remote with the power switch located at the side. The blue LED light will flicker. All right, let's see. So we're supposed to turn this guy on. Let's see. Yep, okay, now what? Turn on your phone's Bluetooth settings and connect UB size. All right, let's try that. All right, got the remote paired. So now we have 2 settings here. We got an Android. So if you have iOS, you have a whole, like a different button, which is hilarious. Like you have to have an entirely different button. Let's see if it works. So we should stop in 1, 2, 3, stop. Yeah, so stop. No, but stop. All right, so I'm recording again. Here's the remote. I'm going to try to stop it. Negative. Okay, so it says step 2. I'll probably miss something. Okay, step 2. Open your phone's camera app. Press the button associated with your phone's operating system. If your camera does not respond, it may not be compatible. So I guess it's not compatible. So I guess I can't do this. A lot of people. Okay, Samsung. Go to camera settings, volume keys function, and choose record video. Open the native camera. Click the iOS button, not Android, and start the video. Click again to stop. Let's see. Okay, so that did stop it. I'm going to stop it again and try to start it. Wow. Okay, so the so the iOS button works on Android. So please tell me how that even is a thing. So there's the remote and the iOS button. 3, 2, 1. Yep. So the iOS button works on Android, which is freaking hilarious. I love it. So we do have the new remote, which I will post a link to in the description. It comes with a nice little thing here. It is beefy. I love that. Like, I'm not mad at you if you're going to produce a good product. I'm mad at you when you produce a product that's supposed to work and does not. This guy works with an S20 Ultra, which is heavy. It's holding the phone perfectly. There's absolutely no issues with this. And dude, I'm not mad at you. Good job. I'm going to have to give this a good review. So look, so I raise up, yeah, so I move it this way, no issues, it doesn't tilt, doesn't, and I'm literally holding this by the tripod, so I'm holding it by the legs. This is, okay, some people, I guess this would be annoying, like if you're doing selfie stuff. It's a little heavy, I'd say it's a couple of pounds, but dude, I mean, work on your biceps, whatever. So, oh, this is so much better. And I'll be able to set this thing up and actually, you know, shoot myself doing products and things like that. So I think maybe tomorrow I'll be able to do a nice new video. I've got one planned, so I'll probably shoot it with that. But there's the different tripods you can get. And so you can extend this guy pretty far, 62 inches. So you can do selfie stick. I don't think I'll ever do that. I think the maximum I need is like maybe what it is right now. I don't really do a lot of selfie stuff, and I think if I do, I think I'll set it up like a tripod and just sit back and do like a nice presentation with it. So I'm going to put a link to the description in the description for this guy, and I hope you guys try it if you're into using your camera for video. I mean, let's take it out here. Uh-oh. We might have a he Karen showing up for Motorbike Boy. But yeah, this thing is awesome. That's what it looks like in Florida at 71 degrees. There's the beamer. Nice. I'm stoked. Now today, I actually ordered a video card, finally. So I've got a video card coming for editing, which I'm really happy about because I've been struggling with my existing machine. I haven't really had a decent graphics card to do video editing, so I ordered a Quadro, and that should be here any minute. So I'm stoked about that and doing a video about that and getting that installed, and I will see you guys in the next video. Check out this tripod though, it's bomb.
We load the liquid oxygen as late as we can in the countdown. It's densified, that means it's ultra cold.
All right, guys, we are live here today. Hopefully the audio is working.
And getting it on board the vehicle just before liftoff means it won't warm up.
I think it is working. However,
Liquid oxygen onto the
let's see if that's loud enough for you guys to hear the
in
stream.
the quantities we want. So it stays nice and cold, it doesn't bleed off, and that gives us the performance we need on Falcon 9. Continuing on, Falcon 9.
I think so. So let's take a look at what's going on today with SpaceX. So this is the Axiom 1 mission, and so that basically is, oh, we lost video for a second there. Axiom 1 is a private astronaut mission to the International Space Station. I am hyped about it. I got my Kennedy Space Center hat on here, my NASA shirt, as you guys can see. So yeah, this is the first all private astronaut launch to the International Space Station. It's the 5th flight for this booster, so this booster is being reused for the 5th time. Let me turn that down so it's not feeding back for you guys. Yeah, it's a 5th reuse of this booster, and this booster actually went up on GPS-3 Space Vehicle 4, GPS-3 Space Vehicle 5, and Inspiration 4, and 1 Starlink mission. And so this thing is going to go up, and then the stage 1 is going to land on a shortfall of Gravitas, the drone ship. Gets a good look at Kennedy Space Center right there. The weather today in Florida is beautiful, and I can vouch for that. It's supposed to get up to about 70 degrees, and so far we are go for launch, and it has been cleared for launch so far to this point. So these guys are going to reach the International Space Station at around, it's 20 hours and 30 minutes to the space station, so tomorrow morning, let's see, about 11 tonight, 7 something tomorrow morning, they should be reaching the space station. And I wish I could hear the audio in my headset, but for whatever reason I can't, so I can't hear the mission audio at all, unfortunately.
Big event coming up at T-minus 10 minutes is we're going to do launch commit criteria.
Yeah, so
instructions will be going to the crew.
So basically we're just but we're about 10 minutes away from launch here.
You may hear 1 Alpha, 1 Bravo, 2 Alpha.
About 10 minutes away from launch, and let's see, trying to get my headset working here, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get it for this webcast. I can't hear anything in my headphones, which is unfortunate. Let's see.
And bring the crew back safely down under the parachutes in the ocean. Right now,
I'm just playing around with these settings while we're waiting for launch. But yeah, guys, we got the Axiom 1 launch coming up here in 9 minutes and 57 seconds. The launch window is open at 11:17 a.m. and there's a backup tomorrow at 10:54. Now, of course, if they are going tomorrow, they're going to have to unload all the propellant and safe the vehicle because it has the flight termination system armed, and so they will have to disarm that and remove all the propellant. There's a good look at the astronauts inside of Axiom 1. AX1 is the mission. And still not able to get my earphones working, so.
I wish to share with you the words of the Greek poet
there it is.
Constantine Cavafy that well describe the perspective of our marvelous crew.
Now I can hear the mission audio in my ears.
In your mind. Arriving there is what you are destined for, but do not hurry the journey at all. Better
so
for years. So you are old by the time you reach the island.
We're listening to the Axiom 1 crew speaking now, and just talking about the mission and giving his little commentary about the mission. So these guys are headed up to the International Space Station, and they're going to be doing educational outreach stuff, research experiments, and other things while they're on the laboratory. So still waiting for that to happen here, the launch in 8 minutes and 11 seconds, waiting for the final go from the flight director here. Coming up on 7 minutes and 50 seconds till liftoff here. So we're going to see the propellant loading conclude if it hasn't already. So we're waiting for updates here from Mission Control and SpaceX. Go NASA, go Axiom 1 crew. Yeah, so, all right, so Axiom 1, first private astronaut mission to the International Space Station. Guys, this is history today being made. All right, so we just heard from the crew of Axiom 1, who are hyped to get to go to space here in 6 minutes and 50 seconds.
Some heartfelt words there.
Stage 1 engine chill has started.
So they just started engine chill.
All right, so there was the call that we have begun to
Next thing is the strong back retract.
On the first stage. So what we're doing right now is flowing a little bit of the super chilled liquid oxygen.
6 minutes till liftoff here.
M1D engines, there's 9 of them at the base of the first stage. And that's essentially bringing them down to the temperature of that super chilled liquid oxygen to prevent any thermal shock to the hardware. Just before that call, some really heartfelt words from Commander MLA and mission specialist.
So a little bit different from the old way of doing launches. They actually fuel the vehicle while the crew is on board. That has never been done before in the history of spaceflight. And the reason they do that is because the colder that fuel is on launch, the more performance they get out of the Falcon 9 and the engines there, the Merlins. So
fully loaded on both the first and second stage. LOX loading continues on both stages.
Coming up on 5.5 minutes. Kate's let us know that we've got the fuel load complete. Next is coming up. We're T-minus 5 minutes. Dragon will be transitioning configuration for terminal count and going on its internal battery power. Everything continues to look good as we're counting down.
all right, guys, sorry I had to answer an email. We got about 4 minutes left.
Falcon 9 tanks are pressing for strong back retract.
All right, so the strong back here on the back of the rocket that supports the rocket before liftoff is going to start retracting before liftoff here.
Momentarily, strong back is retracting. Actually, that's the start of about a 1 minute sequence.
As you heard John Unsprecher say, it's about a 1 minute. 1 minute process for that strong back to retract there.
That's the start of the sequence. Doesn't mean that the clamp arms are late opening. Will take us a few more seconds.
As you can hear, the excitement and the crowd is really growing.
Everybody's so hyped about the launch. It's
California.
quite a big deal in the space community.
And next we should see the strong back.
Sorry guys, I'm having to send work emails here. Got about 3 minutes and 45 seconds till Axiom 1, the first all-private mission to the International Space Station, is going to take off here. So just a reminder, they will attempt to land stage 1 after stage separation. There will be a boost back burn, an entry burn, and a landing burn in order to slow the vehicle down and attempt to make the landing on the shortfall of Gravitas, the drone ship.
RP1 fuel is
about 3 minutes.
On first and second stage.
3 minutes.
Should be wrapping up LOX load on the first stage momentarily.
So they're wrapping up the liquid oxygen loading.
Fill on second stage.
Stage 1 LOX load is complete.
There we go. Stage 1 liquid oxygen is done loading.
under 3 minutes until liftoff of the Axiom 1 mission.
Dragon is in terminal count and is on internal power.
All right, there we heard that Dragon is on internal power. As I was saying, we're getting close. The crowds are growing. The excitement is palpable. You can see there on the left-hand side of your screen, Mission Control here in Hawthorne, California, just behind where John and I are. And then on the right-hand side, that looks like Axiom Mission Control.
Looks like Axiom
About
Mission
2 minutes till
Houston,
liftoff
Texas.
here of Axiom
Everybody's
1.
waving and saying, hey.
And we are seeing SpaceX and the Axiom crowd, employees, all super hyped for this historical event of Axiom 1, the first private astronaut crew to the space station.
Box load on second stage continues. As we've mentioned before,
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
There's stage 2. The liquid oxygen is done loading.
At this
About
point
1
in
minute
time,
till
Falcon
liftoff
9
now.
Dragon is in auto idle.
Dragon is fully loaded with all of its propellants, nearly 1 million pounds of that propellant.
1 million pounds of propellant, she says. About a minute and a half till liftoff here.
Right now, the gas closeouts. We finished pressurizing the storage tanks on board the Falcon 9. They gave the crew the heads up, and they hear some loud venting noises. We're also going to vent down the liquid oxygen line that carried the LOX up to the second stage. Generates a typical large white cloud of condensation around the strong back. Big event coming up now. T-minus 1 minute. All the flight computers take over. Let's listen.
About 1 minute till liftoff here. We're going to take a look at the liftoff now.
FTS is armed. Falcon
55 seconds till liftoff. They just armed the flight termination system here. So that is what protects the ground when if they have an issue when they lift off.
Go for launch.
That was the flight director.
SpaceX Endeavour, we acknowledge. Go for launch.
T-minus 30 seconds.
30 seconds till liftoff here.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9,
10 seconds till liftoff.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Stop. Go Falcon. Go Dragon. Godspeed. Axiom 1.
Here we go. Liftoff. 15 seconds, already up to 190 kilometers per hour. So our first event here we're going to see is max Q. That's the maximum aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle.
T-plus 38 seconds into this historic mission, flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9.
Range telemetry nominal.
Everything looking good on this launch. You can see there the Cape fading away in the background as the vehicle's headed up to the International Space Station and stage 1 separation.
Falcon 9 is supersonic. Max Q. Stage 1 throttle up.
Berlin 1D engines coming back up to power.
1 Bravo. Copy, 1 Bravo.
The crew calling out 1 Bravo should a escape situation arise. It tells the Dragon flight computer what profile to fly using the Super Draco engines. But everything is looking good on Falcon 9. We're getting nominal callouts from all the engineers.
Everything looking good here. Next step here is going to be main engine cutoff. And they're chilling the stage 2 engines for that.
Beginning to chill in the second stage turbo pump in preparation for its ignition coming up in just over half a minute from now. Coming up on about 3.5 G's acceleration for the crew. We'll begin throttling down the Merlin engines to hold that level of acceleration.
Coming up on Miko here. Sorry, have some issues going on here I'm dealing with on the side.
Next event coming up, we're going to get main engine cutoff
Stage
of the
one,
9
throttle
engines. Get stage separation and ignition of the second stage engine. You've heard the throttle down call out. We're holding 3.5 Gs for the crew.
And Miko.
And main engine cut off there. You should see the first stage fall away and start heading back to Earth, where it will try to land on a short fall of gravitas.
Back ignition.
Successful stage separation and ignition of the second stage engine. On the left, the titanium grid fins beginning to slowly deploy. Great views from the first stage camera. The first stage now begins a slow flip maneuver. You can see the white nitrogen gas plumes as we reorient for an entry back through the Earth.
There's stage 1 heading back to Earth here.
Second stage, we see the engine nozzle glowing red. Everything continuing to look good on the second stage. Should be hearing call outs coming up to the crew here shortly on how the trajectory is looking.
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
It's what we like to hear.
Acquisition of signal, Bermuda.
AOS Bermuda, acquisition of signal. The Bermuda tracking station now getting telemetry from the second stage of the Falcon 9 with the Dragon on top. T plus 4 minutes, 10 seconds. Everything continues to be
Everything
normal.
looking good.
First
Sorry,
stage
guys.
coasting to apogee, and then
Here
it'll come
comes
back down
stage 1
for
back.
landing on the drone ship. Second stage, partway through its lengthy burn.
You can
to
see
get
it
the
heading
crew
back
into
down right
orbit.
there. You can see the ocean below it.
4.5 minutes in, everything continues to look good.
What a absolutely picture perfect liftoff. We've got a live view of the crew inside Dragon Endeavour. Looks like everyone is still pretty comfy. As John had said earlier, we got
Dragon
to
SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Checking out the
comment
landing
there.
now of
Trajectory
the
is
first
normal.
stage on a short fall of gravitas.
As John mentioned, we got to about 3.5 Gs there.
Acquisition of signal, New Hampshire.
On the left-hand side of your screen, we can see the first stage as it is making its way back down to Earth. It's targeting a landing on our drone ship, a short fall of gravitas, which is parked a couple hundred miles off the coast of Florida out in the Atlantic Ocean. Second stage on the right-hand side, everything continues to be nominal there as the MVAC engine is powering
Second
the
stage
second
continuing
stage
to go
and Dragon
11,000
Endeavour
kilometers per
beginning
hour at 197 altitude. First stage coming back home, ready to land.
absolutely beautiful views of both the first and second
Dragon
stages.
SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
All right, so coming up in about a minute and a half, the first stage will execute the first of 2 burns.
So here comes the
required
burns for the
for
first
today's landing
stage.
attempt. At about T plus 7 minutes and 30 seconds, we'll see the entry burn begin. That's where the first stage will ignite the center engine first, and then a couple seconds later ignite 2 more engines, so a total of 3 engine burn, which will last about 29 seconds.
We are about 6,000 kilometers in
Burn
altitude
slows the
here
vehicle
for
down
stage 1.
significantly as it re-enters back into
It's
the
actually
Earth's
going up in
atmosphere.
speed and lower in altitude.
The first stage sees high drag, which scrubs roughly 70% of that velocity by the time that the landing burn begins. Stunning view where you can see the curvature of the Earth there on the left-hand side.
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Trajectory nominal, so everything's going good for both stage
There
1
you
and
can
stage
see
2.
The nitrogen gas thrusters, so that's the puff of gas that you see there occasionally, that's used for
Talking about the coal
attitude
gas
control
thrusters, which
systems.
actually
We also
maneuver the
utilize those
vehicle when
grid
they're in
fins
space
that
and
you
there's
see.
no
There are 4
atmosphere.
of them,
And you can see them
placed up
firing there
around
by the grid
booster.
fins.
And those grid fins also help steer for a precise landing, either at
Stage 1 entry burn startup. Stage 2 flight
All right,
termination.
there we can see that that entry burn has begun. We are targeting a landing on our drone ship, a shortfall of gravitas today. Everything continuing to look nominal with trajectory and MVAC performance there for our second stage on the right-hand side. So we are conducting the entry burn. Previously, the booster was...
Stage 1 entry burn shutdown.
So there's the entry burn is done. We're about 34 kilometers in height now. Sorry, I'm answering messages over here at the same time.
The dense part of the Earth's atmosphere. The next event is second engine cutoff, or SECO 1, as you see it there on the timeline at the bottom of your screen.
Stage 2 internal guidance.
That's where we shut down the MVAC engine, or second engine cutoff.
Copy, Shannon. Stage 1 transonic.
Note that our landing burn and second engine cutoff will occur about the same
All right,
time.
about 3 miles from landing here on stage 1. You can see it coming through the clouds now.
Dragon Endeavor there on the right-hand side of your screen.
This will be its 6th landing.
Landing burn has begun for the first stage.
SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
All right, great news there. Dragon Endeavor, nominal orbit
Nominal
insertion.
orbit, here comes the land. Good picture there, shortfall of gravitas. Looks like it's right on the X.
Stage 1 landing light deploy. SpaceX Dragon launch skip system disarmed.
There you go. There's the 6th landing for
As you can see,
this booster.
Falcon 9 has landed for the 5th time.
5th time, okay. Landed for the 5th time, so it's their 5th reuse. The 6th is going to come up next time. Perfect landing out there in a shortfall of gravitas. Sorry I wasn't 100% there. I was dealing with other things, and I hope you enjoyed this broadcast. We're going to try to do these more when I have more time, and guys, have a good day. We'll update you maybe when they get to the space station.
There you can see a live view inside our Dragon. Looks like the crew is beginning.
Dude, I can see your wrinkles. I can get so close. And he bailed.
I'm pretty sure, I mean, that's what it looks like. Get in there and take a look at it, but I'm pretty sure that's what that is.
Plugs can go up here. Nobody needs this or this. About all you need right there. These 2 sets that are perfect, they are exactly the same kind, and this is what I ran on my golf cart. Nice. Oh, it sucks. It's almost like right on an angle.
No, it's good. It's perfect. This will go up here. Actually, I want it to be the reverse. Yeah, that'll work. Probably take a little bit more off. So that one's ready to go. We got to start removing this dash. So the speakers will drop in there. That's good to go. We won't put those in until we're ready. Wires will go down underneath and back up. We got we got holes all through here that we could use.
4 speaker wires,
Three technically for the back.
4 RCA cables.
They'll go into the front, right? Yeah, this is just for the back.
Oh, right. 2 to the back.
Yep. I mean, we can start pulling the steering wheel off.
Yeah, while you got my impact gun out, you might as well. All right, just a little update here. We went ahead and dry fit the tar amps amp right there. You can see we made some standoffs for it because it's not exactly on level ground there. So we made some standoffs out of drywall anchors. And now what we're gonna do is go ahead and pop off this steering wheel real quick. Does this thing have screws in the back of it?
What's that?
Steering wheel.
No. Oh, yeah. It's been a minute, so let's.
Right there?
Hold on, let me see.
That gets the cover off?
Yes, that gets the cover off.
All right, guys, it's the next morning. We're back in the Supercar Street Racing Garage. You got Brad here again. And today, the first thing I want to do is start looking at my wiring situation to see what wire I have and get that all organized. So I am gonna get this wiring out of this bin. I wanna see if I have any wire to wire these back speakers with here. I only need a couple of feet for each one. I do have to redo the wiring for the amplifier power because we don't have enough here. We were gonna put it on the ground, now it's over here. I'm gonna run wire all the way around the top here, behind the inverter here or under it, around this. So I'm gonna come from here, all the way around here, down to underneath the amp and power the amp right there. And also the ground, maybe long enough, not sure yet. I guess we'll go this way since we already have wires going that way, I guess. I'm not sure. But I do have to pull both of these out. I don't think we have nearly enough here. We made 2 power wires for some reason. We only need 1 to go to the amp. But first things first, let's go ahead and get this wiring all organized. Apologies in advance for the fan, but it is warm in here, so the fan is pushing air in from the house. Okay, let's see what we got here. All kinds of tangled up mess. All right, so now I'm gonna take the power wire for the amplifier and run that again because we don't have enough length here to go all the way around and I want the installation to be clean. So I'm gonna redo that now. All right, so that'll feed from there like that. And then I need a new power to go all the way around. Oh, I do have enough red. Okay, found my red, so we are definitely in business here. So I need to put a loop on this one. Go ahead and strip this back. About all you need right there. Go ahead and get this thing all fixed up. Good to go. And that's going to be going around and down to the amp power. So that's all of our power. Awesome. Okay, the camera did shut off. I'm just tying up the wiring here for the amp. So I've got a couple of zip ties here to get this bundle all together. Hey.
What up, dog?
I'm rewiring the amplifier. Since we moved it across the bay, there's not enough wire, so I redid all the wiring on that. And I have enough speaker wire to go ahead and do the rear speaker, so I'm gonna go ahead and do those as well and get that over with since I'm already doing the amp and all that. Okay, I did find the correct bit for this, so we're gonna go ahead and loosen up the power. All you do is spin that open, and we need to create a jumper as well for the remote turn-on wire because we are using the battery to power everything. I'm gonna leave a little bit of extra wiring here so I can move the amp around. There's gonna be empty space behind it. Now these get wired directly to the amp, so we wanna strip off maybe 1/8 of an inch here. But let's make a remote turn-on wire jumper. So we just have this little turn-on wire. We really only need to go like just a little loop. Okay, we made our jumper wire here for remote, so I'm gonna go ahead and put that in. It is way too long of a strip. Go ahead and tighten that down really good. And then this guy just loops around like so. These can be very tight. We don't want them coming out. That's not going anywhere. And our ground. Now we need speaker wires for the rear. These two sets that are perfect, they are exactly the same kind, and this is what I ran on my golf cart. So we have a short piece here to go to these. Now you notice on the back of this tar amps, you only see 3 connectors here. It's very weird the way this thing wires up. You have to wire the plus from one channel and the negative from the other channel into the center terminal, and that's how you get stereo. It's different for most amps, so make sure you look at that when you are installing your tar amps because it is not the same as the other ones. Now we are going to be Y adapting to the front speakers. We're going to be running 2 ohms, so we're going to go ahead and do that behind these speakers rather than right at the amp. It'll make sure that we have less clutter in the wiring, and also I'm going to go ahead and tie these up really nice before we get this installed so that we can go ahead and put the amp in. Okay, I am making jumpers for the rear speakers, and I'm going to go ahead and put the connectors on them and get those all heat shrunk. So these are going to go from each one of these wires to connectors where it will split off to the front, if I can get all the wire in the connector. From the amplifier, and it will also split off to the front, hopefully, if we can get all the wire in there. I don't know if we'll be able to. I really want to try. We're not using electrical tape. We're gonna have to strip off much more than that though. Yeah, I don't know how we're gonna get 2 wires in there. That's not gonna work. Okay guys, we're back, and sorry for the fan noise, but it gets hot in the garage, but and the camera loves to overheat every 5 minutes. So we got Joe back here today. I did some work this morning. I got the amplifier wired up, just 2 of the 4 speakers so far. I got the amp power and ground extended and run to where it's going to be. So our next step is going to be, Joe is going to pull out wiring that's going to go from the back to the front of the cart for the front 2 speakers. So he's going to leave enough wire to go all the way to the front, and we're going to tie this in the back. And then I'm going to have him also pull wire for the subwoofer. So we're going to pull 1 wire to the back for the subwoofer, and that's going to be bridged on channels 1 and 2. So what do you think? Are we ready to start doing this front wiring? Okay.
Yeah, and obviously one thing to know is that we're going to be jumping off the wire that leads to the back rear speakers to feed the front speakers, because all 4 are going to go on 2 channels right now. That's the plan.
That is the plan. We're going to run 2 ohms on 2 channels, and that should put some power out. That should be plenty of power for these 6.5-inch speakers.
Yep.
All right, let's go for it.
All right, so
where's your cable?
From here, I'm adding this wire to it, and I'm going to have you confirm. I don't want to screw that up.
Bridge is this side.
Okay, for the jumper, where's my jumper at? Are we heat shrinking or no? We don't need to, do we?
Yes, we are. These connectors are heat shrink.
The red, I have a black. Is that my positive?
Correct.
And that one will go on the red stripe on this side, correct?
Yes. I forgot to crimp it. I had to crimp it afterwards. Positive is on the left.
You got a battery? Is that what we're going to test?
Mm-hmm. All right, we're going to go ahead and test our speakers by popping it with this battery, just so we make sure, because I had kind of a bad connection on my side. My fault. Poor job. All right, my polarity is good.
On both?
I haven't checked yours yet. What we're watching for here is if the speaker goes out when you connect plus to plus. Okay, positive. Good to go.
Two eyes. Tell me what you think.
Looks good to me. It's fine. Let's run them in.
All right, that's done. Good to go. This, we can go ahead and push through.
This will come actually all the way over to the corner. Keep pushing. Hold it there for 1 second.
Okay.
Let me get some cleanup on this wiring real quick before we pull it all the way through.
Should we just clip the other ones off, or you?
That's what I was thinking. Maybe just clip those. That's what my wiring run's gonna look like.
Might as well go ahead and put these up. Put these on.
Yep. It's too bad we can't come over to the side because we've got this plastic under here. I'll let you take a look. Tell me what you think. But okay.
Oh, and this needs to come up. We're walking on this. What is this?
All right, guys, we're back out in the garage now, and I just wanted to give you guys an update. Joe and I did finish the wiring for the amplifier side of it, and we have our speaker wires all nice and clamped up here, and we have our power wire and everything working there. All we have to do now is get all the wires up to the front, but we're having the worst time with this steering wheel. You got it? And also wanted to give you guys an update under here. So I pulled everything underneath the cart here I got all the wires tied up nice. All we have to do is get it to the front from there, but this part came out good. You guys saw we got the rear speakers installed, but we have to go in a minute and go vote. Joe is in the process now of taking off the steering wheel after searching for days for the correct socket. He found the right one, so this wheel is going to come off here momentarily. First we got to take off the center section, and then there is a bolt there that we'll probably use the impact gun on to get off. Things are always a pain. All right, Joe's gonna just try to yank it off of there. Let's go.
That's it.
Good job, man. Got it off. Alright guys, I left for like 15 minutes to do some work, and I came back and Joe has the entire golf cart torn into shreds, and he has the dash off, and he also needs to be vacuumed out under the dash. So I'm going to do that now. I've got our vacuum right here, and we have to install a bus bar up here in the front under the dash because we have several devices that we're going to be powering. All right, we're back out here. Joe got the whole entire dash just assembled, and I'm about to clean the inside of the dash for no reason.
All right, so this should be done. I got to pull the ignition. So I have hazards, but I don't think I'm going to worry about them. I don't really care to have hazards.
I don't
just
use
add
those
them.
either. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and run our power up to the front of the cart for our auxiliary stuff. It doesn't have to be thick cable, so I'm just going to use this really small gauge wire to go up front. So all I'm going to be doing right here and right now is putting ends on this, connecting it to our fuse block, and running it down through the bottom of the cart.
You think it's too close to be able to get something in there?
Not if we use spade.
Nice one.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. Oh, you need to pull the speaker wire through. Keep pulling it all through. I gotta get it taut first, all right? Speaker wire, keep pulling that speaker wire. So we're just gonna do one wire around it.
And then I'll pull everything tight before you zip tie it. Okay, we're under the cart now, and Joe is finishing up pulling all the wires to the back. We've got our 4-set RCA cable, we've got a auxiliary power for the bus bar, and we've got our front speakers all pulled up to the front. We're getting all that finalized, and I think the next step is connecting our bus bar up front and getting our dash set up. All right, we're missing one of your 12-volt adapter things. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and put terminals on these guys. All right, we're over here on the table now, and I've got the 2 USB to 12-volt adapters here. These are going to power the tablet charger and also the Bluetooth adapter. So what I'm doing right now is putting ends on these so they can get connected to the bus bar. So I already stripped them back. I've got my ends right here, and we could actually use red. They're so small. I'm gonna switch to red, dude. These are tiny wires. Pop it over in sport now and let it shift itself. And then see how you like that.
Let's get video guys out here.
That guy hates us.
This thing, what do you think the horsepower is?
375. Maybe to the wheels. Close, 360, 370 to the wheels, since it's on E85. It'll feel better with the new intercooler.
Yeah. This thing is nice, fast too.
Relatively fast.
Got a little shudder in the brakes. You feel that?
No.
I feel it in the steering wheel.
Broke it hard.
I think a lug nut just fell off.
You feel how it rev matches?
Yeah.
When you downshift?
Burnouts everywhere. Oh, that sounds good.
Yes, that's something.
There you go.
Ready?
Yep.
If nobody pulls out in front of us, oh, there's somebody behind us.
There's another one coming, turning right up from right behind him, so hold on.
Okay. Alright, so I have to hold the brake and the accelerator? Oh fuck, there's more people coming. Somebody probably gonna want to turn on you.
Yep.
Motherfucker in the middle.
But now you can get over.
I can?
Yeah, just do it.
Gotta stop. Is it ready?
Yeah. Stay in the left lane. Stay in the left lane. Stay in the left lane. Just do it.
Alright, ready?
Yep.
Wait, it says both pedals pressed. What did I do wrong? It said both pedals pressed. What do I do? Hold down the brake?
Yeah, you hold the brake down,
Wait.
and then you push both down at the same time, all the way.
I did. It
And
said
you let
both
up.
Wait. Firmly hold the brake down with your left foot. Fully press and hold the accelerator pedal down while holding the brake pedal. Okay,
Yeah.
let's try that. Alright. Still?
Yep.
Okay.
You're good. Got a car coming, but
Car coming?
yep.
Oh, there's an old lady right there. I don't want to be calling the cops.
No, they ain't gonna call the cops. She won't even hear it. She won't even hear it, dude. Come on.
Alright, here we go.
Yeah,
There's another car coming.
that's okay. They're gonna be in the right hand lane.
Fully depress and hold the brake.
Okay, hold the brake
Fully
down.
press and hold.
Now hold the gas all the way down, and then let off the brake when it's ready. Right?
Here we go. You ready?
Yep.
Preparing for launch. It's squatting. Ready to launch. Now what do I do?
Just let off the brake.
pedal.
Yeah, foot down. Oh shit!
Oh fuck!
Jesus
Make sure
Christ!
it's right up in front of you, dude.
Holy shit! Oh shit! That's crazy.
Woo! Oh my god!
Lieutenant Mitchell, Maverick.
Zero noise, and it was just, dude.
On it.
That was insane. We just came outside and these cute little duckies are swimming in the pool. Following mom, they're all just attached to her. It's so cute. We're trying to figure out what to do with them, but honestly, we can't put them. This is Supercar Street Racing with another Supercar Fact Update. Cars are getting more and more powerful, with manufacturers competing for the highest horsepower cars in the world. Some of these top 20 cars are more affordable than others, but we're going to show you the top 20 semi-affordable cars with the most horsepower in the world. Coming in at number 20 is the 2022 BMW M5. The BMW M5 offers supercar performance in a practical four-door package, making it equally capable of a grocery run or a cannonball run. The BMW M5 is a four-seater vehicle that comes in two trim levels. The most popular style is the CS sedan, which starts at $142,995 and comes with a 4.4-liter V8 turbo engine and all-wheel drive. The M5 is estimated to deliver 15 miles per gallon in the city and 21 miles per gallon on the highway. The M5 makes 627 horsepower. Coming in at number 19 is the Lamborghini Huracan STO. The Lamborghini Huracan STO is a two-seater vehicle with one trim level. The most popular style is the coupe rear-wheel drive, which starts at $331,533 and comes with a 5.2-liter V10 engine and rear-wheel drive. The Huracan STO makes 630 horsepower. But in at number 18 is the 2022 Aston Martin DB11. A graceful grand tourer, the Aston Martin DB11 delivers high-end luxury, thrilling performance, and James Bond vibes. The Aston Martin DB11 is a four-seater vehicle. It comes in three trim levels. The most popular style is the AMR Coupe, which starts at $248,725 and comes with a 5.2-liter V12 turbo engine and rear-wheel drive. The DB11 is estimated to deliver 14 miles per gallon in the city and 22 miles per gallon on the highway. It has a massive 630 horsepower. Coming in at number 17 is the Porsche 911 Turbo S Coupe all-wheel drive. With its celebrated heritage, iconic design, and unmatched driving experience, the Porsche 911 is a sports car that can be enjoyed every day. Plus, it's still a bargain relative to other high-performance luxury cars. The Porsche 911 is a four-seater vehicle that comes in 12 trim levels. The most popular style is the Carrera S Coupe rear-wheel drive, which starts at $118,450 and comes with a 3-liter H6 twin-turbo engine and rear-wheel drive. This 911 is estimated to deliver 18 miles per gallon in the city and 23 miles per gallon on the highway. Number 16 is the 2021 Lamborghini Huracan Evo. Lamborghini specializes in high style and speed, and supercars that are as exciting to look at as they are behind the wheel. The Huracan Evo is one of the Italian exotic brand's most audacious designs yet. A V10 powered coupe or convertible dripping with passion and charisma. Its incredible speed is bolstered by race-inspired technology and tenacious grip. The bold styling continues inside the snug cabin, but packed light, storage space is minimal. The Lamborghini Huracan Evo is a two-seater vehicle that comes in one trim level. The most popular style is the coupe all-wheel drive, which starts at $264,969 and comes with a 5.2 V10 engine and all-wheel drive. The Huracan Evo is estimated to deliver 13 miles per gallon in the city and 18 miles per gallon on the highway. At number 15, we have the 2022 Chevrolet Camaro. The Chevrolet Camaro is a legendary muscle car that survives as Chevrolet turns its emphasis to trucks and SUVs. Exhilarating performance, striking styling, and modern technology make the big coupe fun to drive. But it is less enjoyable for daily errands thanks to its small cabin and tiny trunk. The Chevrolet Camaro is a four-seater vehicle that comes in 8 trim levels, the most popular being the Coupe LT1, which starts at $35,195 and comes with a 6.2-liter V8 engine and rear-wheel drive. This Camaro is estimated to deliver 16 miles per gallon in the city and 24 miles per gallon on the highway, and it has 650 horsepower. Up next at number 14 is the 2022 Bentley Continental. The Bentley Continental is a four-seater vehicle that comes in one trim level. The most popular style is the GT V8 convertible, which starts at a whopping $242,325 and comes with a 4-liter V8 turbo engine and all-wheel drive. This Continental is estimated to deliver 16 miles per gallon in the city and 26 miles per gallon on the highway, and it has 650 horsepower. Coming in at number 13 is the 2022 Cadillac CT5V. Whether you choose the standard Cadillac CT5V or the insanely powerful CT5V Blackwing model, both deliver impressive handling and serious straight-line speed. Their cabins don't quite deliver the level of refinement you'll find in some European competitors, but when it comes to performance, the CT5V is a sports sedan with few peers. The Cadillac CT5V is a 5-seater vehicle that comes in 2 trim levels. The most popular style is the V-Series Blackwing Manual, which starts at $84,990 and comes with a 6.2-liter V8 supercharged engine and rear-wheel drive. This CT5V is estimated to deliver 13 miles per gallon in the city and 21 on the highway and make 668 horsepower. Number 12 is the 2022 Tesla Model S. The Tesla Model S continues its reign as a top luxury EV sedan by offering segment-leading range, performance, and tech, but it falls short of its rivals in interior comfort and exterior styling. The Tesla Model S is a 5-seater vehicle that comes in 2 trim levels. The most popular style is the Plaid, which starts at $137,190 and comes with an electric engine and all-wheel drive. The Model S is estimated to deliver 119 miles per gallon in the city and 112 miles per gallon on the highway. The Model S in its base trim is 670 horsepower. Number 11 is the 2022 Porsche Panamera. It's large, carries a lot of weight, and is confident with its movement, but it's also surprisingly quick and nimble for its size. The Porsche Panamera is a 4-seater vehicle that comes in 11 trim levels. The most popular is the 4S Executive all-wheel drive, which starts at $119,050 and comes with a 2.9-liter V6 turbo engine and all-wheel drive. This Panamera is estimated to deliver 17 miles per gallon in the city and 23 miles per gallon on the highway. It has 690 horsepower. Number 10 is the 2021 McLaren 720S. The McLaren 720S is a 2-seater vehicle that comes in 3 trim levels. The most popular is the Performance Coupe, which starts at $313,630 and comes with a 4-liter V8 turbo engine and rear-wheel drive. The 720S is estimated to deliver 15 miles per gallon and 22 miles per gallon on the highway. The 720S has 710 horsepower. At number 9 is the 2021 Ferrari F8. One of the fastest and most exotic cars on the road, the Ferrari F8 is an exclusive sports car with incredible performance virtues. Its twin-turbo V8 generates 711 horsepower, mated to a state-of-the-art chassis benefiting from decades of Ferrari motorsports wisdom for superb acceleration, traction, and cornering abilities. Some high-end Challengers are more practical for daily life, but the F8's conspicuous style and speed makes it truly sensational. The Ferrari F8 is a 2-seater vehicle that comes in 2 trim levels. The most popular style is the Spider, which starts at $306,450 and comes with a 3.9-liter V8 turbo engine and rear-wheel drive. This F8 is estimated to deliver 15 miles per gallon in the city and 18 miles per gallon on the highway. It makes 711 horsepower. Following right up behind at number 8 is the 2022 Aston Martin DBS. The Aston Martin DBS is a 4-seater vehicle that comes in 2 trim levels. The most popular is the Volante, which starts at $337,525 and comes with a 5.2-liter V12 turbo engine and rear-wheel drive. This DBS is estimated to deliver 14 miles per gallon in the city and 22 on the highway. It has 715 horsepower. At number 7, the 2021 McLaren 765 LT. The McLaren 765 LT is a 2-seater vehicle that comes in 1 trim level. The most popular and only style is the Coupe, which starts at $370,500 and comes with a 4-liter V8 turbo engine and rear-wheel drive. The 765 LT delivers 14 miles per gallon city and 18 miles per gallon highway. It makes a whopping 755 horsepower. At number 6, the 2021 Lamborghini Aventador. The Lamborghini Aventador is a 2-seater vehicle that comes in 1 trim level. The most popular style and only style is the SVJ Coupe, which starts at $530,138, comes with a 6.5-liter V12 engine and all-wheel drive. The Aventador is estimated to deliver 8 miles per gallon in the city and 15 miles per gallon on the highway. It makes 759 horsepower. Coming in at number 5 is the 2022 Ford Mustang GT500. The Ford Mustang still clings to its original formula, a highly styled two-door that puts racing looks and performance ahead of everyday practicality. Among current performance cars, the iconic Mustang is a bargain. The Ford Mustang is a 4-seater vehicle that comes in 6 trim levels, with the most popular style being the GT Premium Fastback, which starts at $42,470 and comes with a 5-liter V8 engine and rear-wheel drive. This Mustang is estimated to deliver 15 in the city and 24 on the highway. The highest model, the GT500, makes 760 horsepower. The 2021 Ferrari 812 is coming in at number 4. The Ferrari 812 is a 2-seater vehicle. It starts at $408,444 and comes with a 6.5-liter V12 engine and rear-wheel drive. This car makes an amazing 788 horsepower, and it's normally aspirated. This makes it the highest normally aspirated engine on the list with the most horsepower. The Ferrari 812 has 788 horsepower, which makes it the highest horsepower normally aspirated engine on the list. We're back on the American side now with number 3, the 2022 Dodge Charger SRT Hellcat Red Eye Wide Body. The Dodge Charger is a big, aggressively styled 4-door sedan that comes with a number of strong powertrain configurations. It's the car for extroverts who want an in-your-face experience. The Dodge Charger is a 5-seater vehicle that comes in 8 trim levels, with the most popular style being the SXT rear-wheel drive, starting at $34,095 and comes with a 3.6-liter V6 engine and rear-wheel drive. This Charger is estimated to deliver 19 miles per gallon city and 30 miles per gallon on the highway, but the highest horsepower model makes 797 horsepower. At number 2, we have another American car, the 2022 Dodge Challenger Superstock. The Dodge Challenger has a muscle car style and heritage to its credit, and it offers potent engines for swift acceleration. But it's less agile than key rivals, and rear visibility isn't the greatest. The Dodge Challenger is a 5-seater vehicle that comes in 11 trim levels, the most popular being the GT rear-wheel drive, starting at $35,300 and comes with a 3.6-liter V6 engine and rear-wheel drive. This Challenger is estimated to deliver 19 in the city and 30 on the highway. Its highest horsepower model, the Superstock, has 807 horsepower. At number 1, the Ferrari SF90 Stradale. Packed with plug-in hybrid technology and patented aerodynamic tech, the Ferrari SF90 Stradale is the Italian brand's newest and most advanced supercar. A giant leap forward in using electricity to enhance performance, the SF90 has 3 electric motors that drive all 4 wheels. Combine that with Ferrari's latest racing insights and a twin-turbo V8, and what results is one of the most exciting and capable supercars today. The Ferrari SF90 Stradale is a 2-seater vehicle that comes in 1 trim level. The most popular and only is the Coupe, which starts at $628,750 and comes with a plug-in hybrid 4-liter V8 turbo engine and all-wheel drive. This SF90 Stradale is estimated to deliver 18 miles per gallon combined. The SF90 Stradale has 986 horsepower. This has been Supercar. I bet you thought we were done, but we're not. Here's a bonus. The 2022 Tesla Model S Plaid. While technically this is just a Model S, we feel like this deserves its own spot. The 2022 Tesla Model S remains one of the most compelling and desirable options in a growing market segment, and this Plaid boasts a 3rd electric motor, which boosts combined output to a crazy 1,020 horsepower and does 0 to 60 in just under 2.1 seconds and has done quarter-mile times in the low 9-second range. The Tesla Model S Plaid has 1,020 all-electric horsepower. Of course, there are other cars not included in this list, like the Bugatti Chiron with 1,500 horsepower, and several other hypercars like the Koenigsegg. But this list is a more affordable, down-to-earth list. Maybe one day you'll have one of these cars, or maybe you already do. Let me know in the comments section. This has been Supercar Street Racing with another Supercar Fact Update. Guys, what's up? We are in the Supercar Street Racing amazing sunroom, as you can see right now. You're back with Brad on Supercar Street Racing, and today we got something sitting somewhere close by that is super relevant for the channel, and I was so hyped up when I found it that I immediately ordered it, and it is going to be such a cool addition for us. I cannot wait to get this out of the box and show it to you guys. It's something I've been waiting for a while, and I finally got it. Let's dig in. Guys, we are in the Supercar Street Racing sunroom right now. You can see outside it is a beautiful but windy day in northern Florida. And here we are with a special project for the channel. Now, I've been trying to get something like this for the channel for a while, and I see other channels that have them, and I was so jealous. So I went ahead and pulled the trigger and bought a special treat. It is not sponsored. It doesn't mean it won't be sponsored in the future, but for right now, I paid full price for this object that is sitting so fresh and so fly right next to me in the box here. I couldn't think of a better place to show you this next product from Naporal than right next to this beautiful lamp in the Supercar Street Racing office. So let's take a look at our sponsor for today, Naporal. Naporal did send us some of their brand new rechargeable light bulbs. They are called the Naporal Blaze Max. And what we're gonna do today is take a quick look at these and get them out and set them up. Okay, the outside of the box on the Naporal Blaze Max, it says it is 5 times brighter and ideal for large spaces. So this is perfect if you have a big area you need to light up. They are remote controlled. They are USB and charging in the lamp. So the lamp can actually charge them. They have adjustable color and brightness, a touch control, a timing function, a premium battery, a E26 and E27 base, and they do come with a hook. So that way when you don't have anything to screw them in, you can still use your bulbs. On the side, it says, for the best control, just make sure the remote receiver faces the remote. If it's too bright, try dimming them down for a more relaxed glow, and for best experience, avoid using with other infrared devices nearby. That is, these are an infrared remote control device, not RF. This thing says it can light up 270 square feet, 7 hours on bright, perfect for any room, and it has a little portable hook inside as well. Let's get these out of the box. We do have a little user manual right here as well, and then you can see the actual hooks. Ah, they gave you multiple USB-C charging cables. Look at them go. One for each bulb. Way to go, Naporal. Then here is the bulb itself. We will get one of those unboxed and plugged into our lamp here shortly. And there is the remote control. You get a remote control for every single light. Way to go, Naporal. Stepping it up. We're going to go ahead and unscrew our Govee. We're going to go ahead and screw in our Naporal. And it did come on, and it is a shade of bluish. I did push warm white on the remote and it turned warm white. That is a combination there, and then that is cool white. Now let's go for the brightness. There is 100% brightness. Okay, this is just with the Naporal bulb. Let's go ahead and turn on the warm white function. There it is. Let's go ahead and turn this off and see if it is charged enough to work without the base being inserted. It does work. So let's put one of these nifty hooks on the end of the Naporal and try it in a dark area. Now remember, you have to point it at the infrared receiver, and this is with the Neporo on and on full brightness. Now it may not be charged up all the way either, so it's still very bright. It lights up this whole entire closet. So very cool for like if you're going camping or something like that. Now let's take a look at this on Amazon. All right, we're right in front of the Neporo website here for Amazon, and it is called the Neporo must-haves online here, but they are called Neporo Blaze Max if you go to the actual box. Now, just remember these are compatible with hardwired fixtures. When you're using a hardwired lamp, the bulb is controlled by the switch, except you cannot use a dimmer switch on it. Now this stands out because this is an exceptionally bright bulb for a wireless bulb. So keep that in mind and buy one out of the link in the description. And thanks for supporting the channel. Let's get back to the video. Inconspicuously marked from Switzerland is a fire looking box right here that got kind of beat up, but hopefully it is fine. And our first mission is to figure out how to open this. And it looks like it's taped there. It got some tape on the sides as well. And looking inside the box, here is my order details. And right on top of the box right here, it says Veeb Projects, which is the company that I did order this from. And inside some nice packing stuff. Nice label there for Veeb Projects, I like it. And it did just come off without even ripping, so I will keep that. Nice packaging, great looking packaging. All right, let's get this thing right out of the box. First thing in the box we have here is a silver package. Let's see what is inside of that. This is a bunny rabbit of some kind. Don't know what that's about. This is a USB cable. Yes, we did get a Veeb sticker. We got some, looks like chocolates. That's really nice. Nice gifts from Veeb. And then inside the box a little bit further, we will see exactly what we have. We have a thank you card from Veeb Projects right there with a little URL there to go to set up your device. And then all the way inside we have our nice, there is what we bought. There is our device there. And if you're wondering what it is for, you will have to wait till I plug it in so I show you. It's about the right size that I was hoping for as well. And if we look on the back, all it does have is a USB. So this will require USB power from somewhere, just like that. So that is the device. Now let us go see exactly what happens when we plug this guy directly into power. Okay, we're in front of the Supercar Street Racing whole home audio system, and looking behind the WIM, we do see a USB port right there. It's the easiest way to see it is with the phone. You can see right there, it's on the upper left. I'm gonna go ahead and provide power to this guy with that USB port. Okay, the first part of this equation is getting power to this object. We went ahead and did that right here in the back of my WIM. And now the next thing we have to do is make sure that we do have the setup on this going. And to do that, we're supposed to access a web page on the phone. Okay, we are recording both on the phone and on the GoPro now. And this is the instructions for lighting up the object, the Veeb. So basically you just plug it into a USB port that has power. You go ahead and scan for Wi-Fi networks inside your phone, and you join the Wi-Fi network that says Veeb Projects. Once you do that, it takes a couple of minutes, but you have to, you might have to press log into the network if it pops up, but mine popped up after about a minute. I went ahead to that page, and then I will put in the information now. Basically, you manually type in your Wi-Fi network to it, and you manually type in your password. There is no drop-down scan thing. You just do that. And that's all there is to connecting this guy to Wi-Fi. Okay guys, we did get our awesome YouTube subscriber counter, video counter, and view counter all done and connected up. And I noticed something really cool about this thing, and that is that it does keep the numbers even when you disconnect the power. Now part of this is already built into the screen. The part that says YouTube and the part with the red square is built into the screen already. That is not part of the graphic. The Supercar Street Racing, the numbers and the videos and the views are part of the counter that actually makes up the screen. Now, I did think it might light up. It does not look like it lights up. That's fine too. It's got a, and there it is booting up actually. Now, when it boots up for the first time, you will see it go through this little process here of doing this flashing. I thought something was wrong with it at first, and also a big deal, if you get this, is when you first connect this device, you will not see anything on the screen. Even when you power it up, you'll only see this red square and the YouTube logo on the screen. You will not see any graphics, even while you're connecting it to Wi-Fi. Now, this is initializing right now, and there it goes. It is fully initialized and up, and that part of the project is basically almost done. All right, guys, we are back in the Supercar Street Racing Studio A editing facility looking at the Veeb projects right here on Etsy. Let's go ahead and take a look at what they got. They got a lot of cool things, a lot of things like clock and more YouTube channel counters, a mechanical keyboard customizable thing, some Bitcoin ticker readers, a lot of really cool stuff like Dow Jones readers and everything like that. Show these guys your support. I'm hoping to work with them again in the future and maybe get another device for Studio A. I'm gonna go ahead and leave a nice review for their product right here as well. And I want to thank you guys for getting Supercar Street Racing up to 69,919 subscribers. We are being featured different places, which is bumping up our view counts and also our subscriber levels. And we really appreciate you guys tuning in and buying through our official product links. There will be a link to this Veeb Projects website down in the description. So go ahead and pick up a YouTube channel subscription counter if you need one. This is the one that I got right here. It is $273 plus tax and shipping. Came out to around, I think, $350 with shipping and tax and everything. Grab one while you can. They only have 3 of those left, I saw in stock when I checked. Thanks again for subscribing. I got to get out of here. I got to eat some chicken soup real quick. Hey guys, good morning. Wanted to show you guys these floor mats that I got for the E90X. Get this garage opened here. So I finally broke down and bought some floor mats. I've been needing some for a really long time. And I found these floor mats on Etsy. Wow, that's the loudest garage door. The link will be in the description here. It's going to be a quick video because there's not much to it. But just wanted to show you these floor mats, custom made from Etsy. Now these guys are available with different color stitching, and they are leather. So as you can see here, they have the M logo on them. And if you look here, the fitment is pretty good. Now the back ones I had an issue with. So he is actually remaking those. They didn't fit. The front ones fit perfect. They do have Velcro on the bottom. Pay no attention to that 9mm right there. So yeah, I'm going to provide a link in the description to these E90X, so they fit any E90 car, floor mats that I purchased on Etsy. And then he does have them for other vehicles as well. So just look through his Etsy store and you'll find what you need. But yeah, just a quick little update. And these things came out awesome, I think. I really like the way they look in the car. I would have done red too, but I tried the blue and it came out nice. See you guys soon. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad, and this is my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. And we're going to take a look at that today on the channel. Stay with us. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. My name is Brad. Hopefully you are tuned into the channel for more than the first time, but if not, welcome. And today we have my brand new 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid sitting here, and we're going to tell you all about it today. Now, the car was purchased back in April. It does have some modifications to it from stock, and we're going to show you that all today on the channel. You're checking out the front of my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. looking so fresh out here in the middle of the parking lot. And I wanted to take some time today to show you guys the front of the car, some of what has been done to it, and some of the unique features of the car. And of course, the first thing you can see here on the car is that the car is completely wrapped in a satin wrap. Now you can also see in the front of the car that the headlights are also wrapped in satin, and I was a little bit concerned about that, but actually it has not been a problem. They're actually really bright, and it did not affect the brightness of the headlights at all. Taking a look at the front also of the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid, there are a few other modifications here. You can see right here that we have the carbon fiber front V right underneath the modified black Tesla logo right here, and then down below that we have the carbon fiber splitter down here, and that thing is called an apron, and it literally just sits right on top of the regular bumper and gives the car an enhanced look as well, a more sporty look, and it does match the carbon fiber rear wing that we will show you guys, carbon fiber rear spoiler we'll show you guys here shortly. That is the extent of the modifications on the front of the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. Now let's take a look at the side of the car. This is my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. I'm happy to have you guys here on the channel checking it out. And taking a look at the side of the vehicle, the first thing you will notice probably right away, if you're familiar with Teslas, is that I do have aftermarket wheels and tires. Immediately, the first thing I did when I bought the vehicle was go ahead and order my wheels and tires. Now, I did get the car with the 19-inch Tempest wheels and tires because I didn't want to pay the upgrade for the 21s. I figured I could take that money and use it and get whatever I want. I did end up ordering the BC Forged HB04s in matte black. And there you can see how they look, and I did order the hardware also exposed for the three-piece wheel, and the bolts are actually matte black as well. And apologies, I'm in a flight path right now, but that's just what happens. Now keep on looking at the side of the Model S Plaid, you'll see some other cool features. I do have the hardware 4 version of the Model S Plaid, and so this has more cameras and no sensors whatsoever, all camera based, and that is what you're seeing right here is the hardware 4 camera. And if you notice right on top of the hardware 4 camera, we do have some carbon fiber camera covers, which I think add a nice accent to the side of the car here. And then moving down the car a little bit further, and you can see it just opened by Bluetooth, we do have the carbon fiber mirrors as well, looking really good, and they do also match the carbon fiber camera covers here and also the carbon fiber that you're about to see in the next picture. All right, we're towards the back of my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid now, and you can see right there that the door handles did pop open because of the Bluetooth phone. And here we have the carbon fiber caps for the Model S handles, and they look awesome. And back here you can see the 295/35 ZR21 Pilot Sport 4S's with the HB04 BC Forged wheels. And that's going to round out the side of the Model S Plaid. Let's take a look at the back now. All right, here's a good look at the back of my 2023 Model S Plaid. You can see the tail lights looking great. I don't know if they were resale for 2023, but I did forget to mention that the front headlights were restiled for 2023, and they are upgraded laser headlights. Here in the back, nothing really to show except for the fact that we removed the Tesla logo here completely when we did wrap the car, and also in the front, we also removed the front license plate. Taking a look at the inside of my 2023 Model S Plaid, and I did wait specifically for the exact color combination that I wanted. I wanted black interior with carbon fiber, not the wood grain, and you can see in here, this is all new carbon fiber interior, and also this car does have hardware 4. And taking a look at just like every other Model S, they have the screen over here on the left that shows you a bunch of information like navigation, your charge rate, the time and things like that, and maybe like your radio station and things like that you're listening to. And then over here we do have the yoke. I did not have a choice on the yoke. I did not order this car custom made, so the yoke was actually already in the car. Moving down to the bottom here, you can see that the Plaid comes with some brushed aluminum or just straight up aluminum pedals, which look pretty cool. And then moving up to the seats, these are not real leather seats. All of the Teslas have vegan kind of safe leather. And then looking to the center here in the middle of the dash, they do have 2 chargers for wireless phones. So if you stick your phone right there, and it did start charging. So they have 2 of those right here available for you. And then moving into the center here, we have a pocket right here that does have just enough area for a few pairs of glasses. And then moving forward, there's another pocket that I actually just found out about. I did not know this existed until yesterday. And if we move that open, there's actually 2 USB connectors right here and 2 on the back here in the right by the back screen here. And then of course we have our center console with a lot more storage in here, and we do have a cup holder if you let that slide forward. Moving up to the center of the dash here, I'm sure you guys are all familiar with the Tesla display. And if we go to the home screen here and we go to the actual vehicle down here and the software, you can see this is a Model S Plaid with 903 miles on it for supercar street racing. It does have the VIN there. It does have a full self-driving computer. I did not purchase full self-driving, and we are on 11.1, 2023, 26.9 software. And then moving up to the very top of the car here on the controls, you hit the control button. You have the ability here to play with the mirrors, the steering, the wiper, the window locks, fold your mirrors, the display, the child lock. And then at the top of the screen here, you can see LTE. You can move the display towards you or away from you with this button here. And then of course there is your brightness control, and this button here pops open the glove box over here. Moving down to pedals and steering, you can see this is where you choose your acceleration, and that basically is how the pedal reacts to your foot. And you can see here we have Chill Sport or Plaid, and then of course if you want to do drag strip mode, you can check that out in my other video when I did that for the first time. That is your drag strip mode, which puts the car in cheetah stance and then allows you to launch with the most possible power. And then also your steering mode can be set to comfort, standard, or sport. And then track mode is right there, and that really allows you to fine-tune the car for more of a track type aggressive day. And there's settings in there for the front and rear traction, and things like traction control and regen are available in your track mode. And then of course it says apply your brakes when regenerative braking is limited. So that basically is telling you if you're not able to regen, it will help you by putting the brakes on. This auto shift out of park is basically, it's a beta thing where the car knows if you want to go forward or backwards automatically. I do not have it on. And then the slip start basically is when you get stuck, you use that. Here's a suspension, and the ride height is set to low. It's on sport. You can go advanced on the suspension, and you can set your comfort and your handling. I just keep mine on sport. I really like the way that feels. It says here if you want to use comfort dampening and autopilot, you turn this switch on when you have autopilot on, and then it sets your default ride height to low. But if you press this, it says when enabled, the default ride height will adjust to low mode in most driving scenarios. Model S will always automatically adjust the ride height to balance comfort, handling, and range. And that's all that's available on that screen. And then this screen is where you see your charge limit and your actual percentage that you want the car to charge up to. And this car is set to charge no higher than 90% is what they recommend. And they recommend 80% if you're going to be driving the car every day, which I do not. This is where you actually adjust with your current that you want the car to charge in. So if I stick it in a 50 amp, it'll charge at 48 amps maximum. And then the last time I supercharged, which was April 14th, I've only supercharged the car one time, and it's when I bought it. It was $27.30 because I do not have free supercharging. And this is the autopilot, and you can set it to either traffic aware cruise control or auto steer beta by doing that. And then you have to answer yes. And then this is your following distance. And this is how you get into auto steer. And they're talking about this button here on the steering wheel, which I will show you guys next. And this is how you set your speed and your offset for your cruise control. You can put a speed limit warning on there as well, a forward collision warning. You can adjust that so it comes on sooner or later. Here's your lane departure warning, and this can set to assist, so it will actually help you steer. And then here's all your other options: emergency lane avoidance departure, automatic emergency braking, obstacle aware acceleration, traffic aware cruise control chime, and green traffic light chime. Moving down here, this is where you actually set up your phone for a lock. So when I get in the car, the phone is on Bluetooth and the car will unlock and drive without a standard key. You can walk away and the door will lock, which I love that, and you can tell it not to do that at your house. And then there's a few other options related to unlocking it when you park, and some other little options here for unlocking it with your phone. Now, I do have the MyQ connected garage, which means my garage door opener is MyQ enabled, and I did subscribe for a lifetime. I think I paid $200 and something, and I am permanently set up so when we drive the car back home, the garage door does open and close. Taking a look at the lights, you can turn the front and rear fog lights on, the dome lights off, on or on auto, the ambient lights inside of the cabin here, and the auto turn signals, and the auto high beams, and then headlights on when you get out of the car. And then here's your display. You can set up all the different options on your display, tilt it to the left or right or center, the language and things like that, and your time and distance and temperature. And this shows your last trips here and how much your watts per mile was. And of course, this is for your navigation. This has your navigation volume, trip planner, avoid tolls, avoid ferries, things like that for nav. Service is where you go in and you can do different things like jack mode, car wash mode, things like that. It shows you your tire pressures. And software we took a look at already. It shows you your software versions and what you purchased as far as software. And with upgrades here, you can actually purchase upgrades on the car. You can get full self-driving. You can subscribe to full self-driving. You can buy it outright for 15 grand or subscribe every month to that. And that's a look at the left side of the menu. Taking a look at the bottom part of the menu is where you can go through things like your phone connection here. These are your cameras, so when we hit the camera button, we see all the cameras. This is where you can actually choose other things that aren't in the bottom menu, things like the toy box and the arcade, Bluetooth settings, Sirius XM, TuneIn, Zoom calls, things like that, and you can also add them to the shortcuts at the bottom. These bottom ones are all shortcuts. TI is TuneIn Radio, but just beware when you do TuneIn Radio on this car, they put their own commercials in related to you having a Tesla. So they know that you're tuned in a Tesla, and they put commercials in based on that. And that right there is your actual browser. And there's your Bluetooth and your Sirius XM. And that is a look at the bottom of the actual screen. We are now in the back of my 2023 Model S Plaid, and I'm telling you, the back seat of this car is absolutely awesome. They redesigned the back now with a screen for the rear passengers, and the rear passengers now have control over their own climate control, and they are able to actually watch videos back here. Now you can see right now I just powered on this, and I will show you some video of this that I'll cut over. But you can hear that the AC is now on, and also I will run you guys through the whole entire thing of this screen here momentarily. Also, let me turn this off. And of course, here comes the plane. I'm literally in the flight path. My God, ridiculous. Jet. So also in the back of my 2023 Model S Plaid, there are two USB-C ports here, and I did confirm that would charge my laptop just with a USB cable. It's perfect for bringing your laptop along and charging. And I did locate the other two USB ports in the front of the car the other day when I was looking around in there, and I happened to find this hidden compartment. Now the seats in the Model S Plaid are very comfortable. I'm in the back and I'm not very tall, and I have the front seat all the way forward, but I can still sit comfortably back here, and I think they're some of the most comfortable seats I've sat in a car. We are back in the back of the 2023 Model S Plaid to give you a closer look at the climate control and the controls for the entertainment system in the back. And you can see right here, we have controls for our climate control right here where we can adjust the back seat temperature. And that is the little fan control here. We have controls here for the seats, the heated seats. And then we have the capability to look at our music, what's playing back here. And then the cool thing is if we go here, we can actually go to YouTube, as you can see. And we have right here and right now, if we press that, there is the Supercar Street Racing channel right here, looking so cool. So yeah, the backseat drivers, or backseat riders, passengers, can actually watch YouTube and some other things while they are in the back seat. The front seat cannot do that, but the back seat has a choice of Netflix, Disney Plus, Twitch, Hulu, YouTube, or you can look at the Tesla tutorials. And then if you go back here, we can power this off and on, our fan in the back, and adjust the temperature. We are here in the Tesla Model S Plaid, and you can see that I have hardware 4, so I do have the capability to launch Steam and play Steam games. And also, we can actually play games in the car with the car stationary, like Beach Buggy Racing here. And when you play Beach Buggy Racing, you use the actual controls for the car. So you use the steering wheel and the foot pedal, and it is loading right now. And I am trying to figure out why there's no sound. But the sound isn't what's important right now. It is important that you see that this plays with the stock factory steering wheel and gas and brake pedal. You can see here I am steering this guy with the car, and I do have my accelerator pedal. So that is how you play games while you are sitting still in the Tesla Model S Plaid. Alright, we are back in front of the Model S Plaid screen here, and you can see that we are in the arcade. And if we hit launch Steam Beta here, it will take a couple of minutes to launch. There it goes, so it is starting up right now. And this is actually real time of how long it takes to launch Steam. So it has been about 25 seconds since I did it. There's the Steam logo. And here we are in front of the screen, and you can see right here, we can actually install all the games that we have inside on the PC in the car and play them with Steam. So I just wanted you guys to check that out real quick, what that looks like. This is a look at the front in the Tesla Model S Plaid. Nothing much to see here. I've only been inside here one time. The only thing in here of note is a tow hook and the ability to change your washer fluid. Nothing else to see. Very clean. The probably first or second time I've ever opened it. Alright, we're around back at the trunk of the Model S Plaid, and I purposefully left everything in here so you guys could get a good idea of the space that this thing has. And you can see I have a large Walmart box in here I have to go return. I have my camera equipment here and some shopping, and my charger right here is right underneath these clothes. And I do have the Tesla wall connector there, the Tesla mobile connector, sorry, not the wall connector. And that is what I use if I have to charge, which I really never have because I don't really drive the car that much. But that's a look at the back of the car. You also have the switches for the back seats right over there on each side of the seats as well. All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed a look at my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid, and we hope you guys will like and subscribe to the channel and stay tuned for all the fun things that we're going to be doing with this car on Supercar Street Racing. We'll see you next time. What do we got?
Hill satisfaction.
Let's go. You do it. It's your radio. Peel sat. Let's go. Oh, look how
so
crispified it is.
Oh, hold on. I got a little more.
Man, my new pool tile looks crazy cool. So stoked. Look at this, guys. Damn, son. I bet you can't wait to get. This is Supercar Street Racing, and this is the 2018 Mercedes GLA 250. And we're going to review it. Take a look at the front of the GLA 250. Check out this stylish silver grille that Mercedes added. Down here, it has fog lights. This is almost like the grills on the SL65 AMG. The front has a pretty aggressive stance, as you can see here. Take a look at the side of the GLA 250 from Mercedes. This is the 2018 model. Here are the wheels and tires they chose for this car. On top, we have a nice silver trim that runs the length of the car. And here's how it looks like from the other angle. This is the back of the all-new 2018 GLA 250 from Mercedes-Benz. Have a look at that rear diffuser and these aggressive square exhaust tips. And this nice rear spoiler. On the tailgate, they've got this nice chrome accent strip here at the bottom. And then another accent strip here below the car emblem and the Mercedes logo. This one looks especially good with the nice dark tint on the rear. This 2018 GLA 250 from Mercedes-Benz has their 2-liter, 4-cylinder, turbocharged engine. This engine makes the GLA 250 seem really quick. It's rated at a 0 to 60 time of 7.2 seconds, but I found driving it that it feels much quicker than 7.2 seconds. However, it does have a little bit of turbo lag. And especially when you have eco mode on and the car has to start up at every stoplight, it can be kind of noticeable. But overall, this vehicle makes some impressive performance numbers from its 2-liter turbocharged inline 4-cylinder. This GLA 250 is not the 4MATIC version, so it's only 2-wheel drive. And it does manage to break the tires free on occasion. It has that much torque. As a matter of fact, the engine feels much larger than it actually is. I found the power to be more than adequate for everyday driving. Moving to the inside of the GLA 250, on the door panels, we have the typical door controls. Here's the lock and unlock feature. Here's the seat controls, which on Mercedes looks like the actual seat, so it makes it much easier to figure out how to adjust the seats. Here's the bottom, here's the middle, here's the top. Here's the memory feature for the seats. And for the mirrors, it stores your personal preferences for any person who gets in the car, and there's 3 available choices here. Here's the window controls and the mirror controls and the rear hatch opening control. Here's a good look at the seats on the GLA 250 from Mercedes-Benz. This leather reminds me a lot of the leather in BMWs. This particular vehicle has all black interior, which I think looks rather nice. The back seat of the GLA 250 is very roomy. You can see here there's plenty of room for 3 people to sit. And on this base model, there's not many controls back here. But right here, we do have a 12-volt outlet for your passengers in the back. Let's take a look at the inside of the GLA 250 from Mercedes-Benz. Taking a look at the actual instrumentation here, as you can see, we have a standard analog tachometer, an analog speedometer. Inside the speedometer, we have a standard fuel gauge, and inside the tachometer, we have a water temperature gauge. Right in the center of the dash, if we put the key in, you can see we have a nice LCD display, which currently shows the miles on the vehicle. And then it changes to the transmission selector. And when we start the car, it changes to the speedometer. Down here we have controls where we can toggle through a lot of the settings on the GLA. That setting there is for your fuel range. Here's your eco display, a trip computer, and back to the speedometer. On the steering wheel, these are the controls for the center display. And here's your controls for your telephone and your audio system. On the side here, we've got controls for your windshield wipers. Here's your cruise control. And down here, we've got fog light controls, headlight controls, and your parking brake release. Over here to the right, here's the ignition switch. And this car has no button to start, just an ignition switch. Let's take a look at the infotainment display on this 2018 Mercedes GLA 250. One thing I don't like about this display is it looks like it's just tacked on. It really doesn't look like it was well thought out. It almost looks like somebody took an iPad or an Android pad and just literally tacked it to the dash. Starting here on this display, here's the vehicle settings. Here we can change the locator lighting, the interior lighting delay, the exterior lighting delay, the ambient light inside the vehicle, and our locator lighting. If we back up one, here's where we can change the dynamics on the car. Here we can adjust the drive dynamics, the climate control dynamics, eco start and stop, which makes the car stop when you go to a stoplight or a stop sign, and the steering dynamics. I personally felt like sport mode was the best for all-around driving. And if we back out again, and one more time, we have settings for the telephone, the media, the radio, and the navigation. Now the navigation on this vehicle is on an SD card, which is right here. This vehicle does not have the SD card inserted, so when you select navigation, you'll see a slight pause, And then it's going to say there's no memory card inserted with the navigation software. If we back out again, we can take a look at the radio. So there's the radio. There's the volume control. And there's our selector. This vehicle does have Bluetooth streaming, so you can connect your device to here and stream Bluetooth audio. Here's your telephone controls. If we go down, we can change more options on the radio. If we back out, pressing the star button on the control gives us this menu. It has icons for everything you can select. If we go down here, we can take a look at the Mercedes apps. I've enabled the Mercedes apps function. It wants me to subscribe for a trial period, but I'm not going to do that. If we hit the back out again, and the star button, we're back at the icon menu. So there's a look at the infotainment system on the 2018 GLA 250 by Mercedes-Benz. Here's the control panel, separate from the rotary control. Down here we have your heated seats, your eco mode, your hazards, and down here your climate control, which can be set to zoned or global. Let's take a look at the rear hatch in this GLA 250 by popping this. And the rear hatch just opened. Here in the back, we've got ample room for luggage. A couple of cargo nets here and here. Inside here, access to the lighting. Plenty of room for all your luggage in the back of this GLA 250. If we push this button, it closes itself. And it locks itself. Taking a ride in this GL 250 by Mercedes, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to push down on this gear selector here to put the vehicle in gear. And you can see right here on the display, it did change to drive 1. Now this car also has paddle shifters, which are pretty fun right here on the steering wheel. So as you can see right now, to go up into reverse, we have to press up on this. And here is the display. Here is the backup camera display. We're going to go ahead and shut this down so that we can not have all the noise. Buckle our seatbelt here for safety. And we're going to go for a ride in this all-new 2018 GLA 250. Here's our backup display working nicely. And it's warning me to check my surroundings and not hit anything. Now to get this car into drive, we have to push down on the stick. The car did go into drive. And you can see right here, we do now have the speedometer there. We can change our display. To the eco display if we want to. There's our range. Now the first thing you're going to notice here is that this vehicle is set to all sport. I actually prefer that setting better. To me, the vehicle just rides and performs great in the sport mode. It does have quite a bit of torque right off the bottom. Right off the bottom end, you can feel the acceleration. It feels really good. The one thing I will say about this car though is that it does have a moderate amount of turbo lag. Once that turbo spins up though, this does feel like a much bigger engine than just the 2-liter inline 4-cylinder engine. Checking out the brakes. Brakes feel very nice. They stop very well. We can move our display over here to vehicle. And if we wanted to, we could change the dynamics of the vehicle back into comfort mode from sport. Like I said, on sport setting, on the suspension, engine, it does ride very well. I don't see a need to put it on comfort at all. And the performance is so good on sport that I find it just awesome to leave it in that setting all the time. Now, I haven't done a very long road trip on it. I might change my mind once I get on the road and I'm riding for hours. But that's the acceleration. The car does have very nice mid-range acceleration. Very nice car to drive so far. Here we see the car is in eco mode, so it shut down when I put on the brakes. Accelerating from that start right there, we did spin the tires. It does have a great amount of low end torque, which causes that to happen. And remember, this vehicle is front wheel drive. This is not the 4MATIC. Taking a look here at the stop sign. The car did shut off. It is in automatic mode. I'm going to turn that off. Car did start back up. Accelerating from the stop sign. Feel a little bit of turbo lag there. But it is worth it in my opinion for the amount of power that this GLA 250 has after that initial turbo lag. Got the speedometer up right here. I'm going to show you guys 0 to 60 now. See if we get a little wheel spin in the process. We are spinning the tires. There is 60 miles per hour. So I will say that right off the line, there is quite a bit of a delay from the time you hit the accelerator pedal until you get that nice delivery of power. Next, we're going to take a look at the mid-range acceleration of this GLA 250. So we are at 40 miles per hour now. We're going to do a little 40 miles per hour to 70 miles per hour as soon as we round this turn. Just accelerating here with a slight amount of throttle feels very nice. It does respond very nicely to the mid-range throttle input, but right here around this turn we're going to go 40 to 70. Here we are at 40. And we're going to put it to the floor there. There's a little bit of delay. There is 70 miles per hour. 80 and 93. Braking from 93. Very good. There is a moderate amount of traffic here. We are going to turn around now. And I'm going to show you another acceleration run. Turning around. Start from 0. Well, slight roll, and there's, you see the delay there, and then the wheel spin. There's 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Cruising along at 38 miles per hour, this car feels very composed, very comfortable. I see no reason why you wouldn't want to take this car on any number of long road trips. And I just might do that this weekend. So as long as you keep this GLA 250 by Mercedes-Benz in the power band, it performs very well and there's very little turbo lag. However, if you let that turbo spin down, you will be waiting for it. Pulling back up in the driveway here. From a nice drive in this GLA 250. Final thoughts on this Mercedes GLA 250. This is the brand new model from Mercedes-Benz, the 2018 model. This is the non-4MATIC model, so this only has front-wheel drive. As you saw from the video earlier, this car does break traction quite easily in the dry with the amount of low-end torque that it has from this turbo inline 4-cylinder engine. My review of this car, I'm going to give it a 7 stars out of 10 rating. The reason it doesn't get higher, a couple of things. The turbocharged 4-cylinder engine has quite a bit of turbo lag. There's almost a 3-second delay from a dead stop if you hit the throttle full. If you let this vehicle get out of the turbo range, it is kind of laggy. So I give it that rating. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you next time with more reviews.
Bubba, look at Cat TV. You gotta get it. It's Cat TV. Look it.
Fantasy Factory. Since nobody knows, 777 South Mission Road. That's it. Peace. Alright guys, welcome back to the channel. And today we are over at Dukes of Duval's house. Behind the camera you can't see Patricia, but she's actually doing the videoing right now. And today we have a little project that we need to do to this 2021 Jeep Wrangler Sport. This is the 6-cylinder version, but the project works also on the 4-cylinder version. So what are we going to be doing today? And how easy or hard is this for a normal, everyday person to do?
Well, we're changing the auxiliary battery, which I wasn't familiar that they had auxiliary batteries.
Right, so it's on the passenger side wheel well, and basically the auxiliary battery is what powers the start-stop system. So when you get in the car and you stop at a light, it stops the car, it powers all the auxiliary while the alternator isn't charging the main battery. So that battery goes bad on a regular basis and it has to be replaced. So that's what we're gonna be doing today, so hang out and we'll just show you how to do it. All right, we're back on the channel today on Supercar Street Racing, and we're over at Dukes of Duval's house. We got the golf cart pulled out here into the driveway. We have some tools ready. We got the jack ready from the Jeep, and what are we going to do first? How are we going to get this started?
We're going to jack it up.
Okay.
Simple as that, yeah.
We're going to jack the Jeep up first. We're going to take off the wheel, get into the fender liner, and now inside the fender liner there are these little button things, and you have to pop those out. So it works better if you have like a fork-like tool because they break easy. So you just pop those out, the fender liner comes straight out, battery is right inside there. So right here is the Jeep battery. This is the auxiliary battery. It's an AGM, and the model number is PS Aux 12 if you guys are looking for it. So she got this from Batteries Plus for 100 bucks. The dealer wanted $450 to change this out, which is asinine. So we're gonna put this in for her in about 20 minutes, so let's get going. All right, we're back here on the golf cart with the perpetual blinker on, and it never shuts off. And we have the stock Jeep jack here that we're gonna use to jack up the Jeep here. And then remember, when you take the tire off though, always loosen the lug nuts first so that, you know, before you jack it up, because otherwise the wheel will spin. So first thing we gotta do here is just crack the lug nuts with this factory lug tool, and then we're gonna go ahead and jack up the Jeep here. And notice it's lifted also, so hopefully this little spin jack has enough juice to get this thing up high enough where we can get this wheel off. So let's get set up. What do you think? Yeah, Patricia's has an Ek with an espresso martini here, and she's ready to supervise.
Got him! Got him! Oh! Whoa! Whoa!
Okay, so we got the front tire off, and in the process, basically this scissor jack is almost too low to get the front end off the ground, so we put a little chalk in there to do it, and when we did, you guys saw that it fell off of the scissor jack because it was my fault. I hit the jack with the jack stand. So we're not under the vehicle, so I'm not too worried about that, but this is sketchy.
It definitely was sketchy, but that's why we were putting the jacks underneath there, because we knew it was a little dangerous. And it actually worked. We were laughing about it because it's like, if it falls, it's going to lay right on it, because it wasn't tall enough to hit all the way on the frame, but it worked out.
So now the jack stand's still there, ready to go. Underneath the fender well here, there are these little Christmas tree fender liner holders that we have to pop out, so we'll just, a lot of times they break, they're like...
there is one bolt here.
Oh, there is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Two, that I can see.
All right, let's get underneath there with the camera and we'll start getting this thing taken apart. All right, well, these two weirdos drink sex-tinis, whatever they're called.
Espresso.
Espresso. Yeah, not sex espresso. We found the battery box. So if you go underneath the Jeep here, there's a battery box right there. That pulls out the batteries inside of that. We're gonna go ahead and get that out right now. And what do you think so far? How do you feel about this Jeep falling? Why are you backing up? All right, so how do you think this project's going so far? Is it good?
Y'all are doing a great job.
So the dealer wanted $450, right? All right, and the battery was $100, so she owes us $350.
So without all the setting up and like doing everything, prepping, we're like, what, 8 minutes in?
Probably. The most thing was just getting the thing off the ground,
Yeah,
getting the tire off.
exactly.
And my Jeep falling on your head.
And the Jeep almost crushing me,
And
but other than that,
espresso martinis.
Yeah, shaking good. Yeah.
cheers.
Cheers.
All right, so we're underneath the Jeep fender liner now, and you can see the battery box right here. All right, guys, we got the battery box out. There's 3 bolts. There's 2 in the front, 1 in the back. It's gonna be kind of tough to get this thing back in. We'll probably have to do the front bolts first. We got the replacement battery right next to me right here from Batteries Plus, $100. So next thing is to take out the current battery by removing the negative terminal first and then the positive terminal. So all we need for this is probably, it looks like an 8. And I think I already have what I need right here, right now to get this battery out. So let's get to work. All right, we did wrap up this project on the Jeep. Put the new battery in, which we used the new hardware off the new battery. So we used the new screws and the new little retaining nuts on this. Got the wheel back on, I just have to tighten it up. I forgot to tighten the wheel before I put the tools back.
Got it! Very dirty.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel and happy Tuesday. I hope you guys had a great Memorial Day. And today we have something special that we're going to take a look at. I'm really excited about this because I don't have any of this particular product, but I love Govee. Govee is probably one of my favorite companies in the world. Their lighting is amazing. They have all kinds of different solutions for different types of LED colored lights and normal lighting. And today we are taking a look at replacing the light bulb that is in a lamp on the patio here. Now, what is on the lamp already is an old school color changing light bulb, and it uses an RF remote to change the colors. We're going to be upgrading that today to a Wi-Fi enabled smart bulb from Govee. We have it right here in the package, so let's take a look and see at what we got here. All right, so here is the unopened Govee smart LED light bulb. So what I like most about Govi is the fact that you can take these bulbs and you can basically use them all with the single Govi Home app. So I buy mostly exclusively Govi products now. Now this is an 800 lumen bulb, which is pretty bright. Says it uses $1.08 a year in energy, which is almost none. And if you run it for 3 hours a day, it'll last you 13.7 years. The model number is the H6008, and it is an E26, which is just a standard Edison bulb. It uses 9 watts of total power. Again, this works with Google, IFTTT, the Govi Home app, and of course with Alexa. So let's go ahead and take this guy out of the box and see what we got here. Traditionally, these are pretty easy to set up. Here we are on the tablet recording now. So we are going to first turn on our patio lights with our Alexa plug. Alexa will do that for us because we have a smart plug. Actually, I'm just going to flip the switch since I'm right here. So that turns on these patio lights and this guy, which is now on and warm white. So it did come on warm white. I don't know if you guys can actually see that, but let's get to our app here. So we go into the Govi Home app. My other LEDs you'll see here. Let's see. Welcome to Govi Home. No devices found. Interesting. I'm not logged in. Okay. I'll have to edit this part out, obviously. Alright, so here we are logged into the Govi Home app. And you can see here my devices. Bluetooth is off, so let's turn Bluetooth on my tablet. We are on now. To add a device, you click the plus, so I'm clicking it now. And then you have to know which light you are adding. So let's see, indoor lighting. So we have the H6008, so we pick that on the tablet. It's one without the bulb. It doesn't have a bulb symbol, it just has a G. So it's found the bulb. Here it is, H6008. So we click on it. It's connecting via Bluetooth. I love how it came up warm white. So let's call this, so we get to name it, Patio LED bulb. Or how about patio LED lamp bulb. That's good for now. We click done. Now it's looking for Wi-Fi. Now don't forget I have multiple Wi-Fi, so I'm going to join one that is closer. That's interesting. It doesn't see all my Wi-Fi. Oh, okay, there it is. So we're going to join this 2.4E. There we go. Bulb seems to be connecting to Wi-Fi now. Said the signal is strong, even though that's in the front of the house. That's interesting. And let's see if we have the ability to upgrade the firmware. There's usually a firmware light. Let's see, firmware version 1. Yeah, there's no place to... There must not need a firmware update. Usually it shows the firmware update right here next to the little bulb. But as you guys can see up here, it is white. And you can do scenes and color wheel. So if we go to scene, we can do the same ones that we have on our bulbs for our smart mirrors. And there we go. You can't see it, but it is running colors now. So that is basically it. You can also sync up multiple devices. Like you can have, that's a different color there. You guys can't see it, but it's a bluish color now. I don't know how much of that you guys can actually see. But yes, I can change it here in the app, and you're seeing that live as I do it. So then if you have like devices, you can actually pair them all. And you can make them do the same exact colors. So that is the, I thought that was falling. That is the Govee Smart Bulb. The Govee H6008 Smart Bulb, guys. I hope you enjoyed this little review and setup of this device. And I hope you guys have a good day.
Binks is looking away. Both tails are going. Come on, bud. Come on, Binks. And B's like, alright, I got a front row seat.
Cat showdown. He's going.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Here we go. Oh boy. This could get ugly.
You want to get cornered.
Oh yeah.
Oh. Well, Cooper took care of it.
Cooper's taking up the building.
He broke up the fight.
It's alright, Coop. Let them work it out.
Alright guys, welcome back to the channel, and today is a special video because we are going to show you some cooking tips here. And we are making keto fried chicken with the air fryer. So the first thing you're going to need is some chicken breasts or chicken thighs or strips, anything you would like. I am starting with these frozen Tyson chicken thighs here. I think they were about $6.50, and they are a pretty good deal. They are frozen though, so you have to defrost them. We got those guys sitting right here in the water, defrosting, and we're not going to start cooking for about another hour and a half. About 2 hours actually. So we got our chicken thighs chilling right there. I'll put this all in the description and also on the screen. Then you're going to need some pork rinds. Now I got the Baconettes, which is a funny name, crunchy delicious queso chicharrones. And so these guys have no carbs, less than 1 gram, and that's the good thing about pork rinds if you're on keto. They are mostly protein, so they have 7 grams per serving and no carbs. So you get your pork skins. I also bought the honey mustard ones. If you like the hot ones, they have those as well. These were $2.29, $2.29. If you buy them off of Amazon, if you buy the keto breading off of Amazon, it'll cost you about $8 or $10 or something ridiculous. You don't need that. All you need is your pork rinds here, one of these hammers. Go ahead and put your pork rinds in a bag. Get a hammer or use your fist or whatever. And these hammers work pretty good. And make those guys no longer pork rinds. Once these guys, don't use that under to put holes in the bag. Once these guys are good and crushed, they are ready to be applied to your chicken. Like I said, I bought the frozen chicken. It may not be the best kind. If you like the fresh kind, by all means grab that for your keto fried chicken. This stuff needs to be as thin as possible, and you're going to then egg and pork rind bread your chicken. And look how consistently chopped that is. This is ready. I didn't do the whole bag. I did like, half the bag. So I'm only doing 2 chicken thighs at this point. And then if I want some more, I'll add some more later. But I went ahead and labeled the bag here for queso pork rinds. And then what we will do, that's probably plenty for 2 chicken thighs. So here's the size of the 2 chicken thighs right here. You can see them in a bag defrosting. And I'll keep putting water in this bag until they're fully defrosted. And then also you're going to need some eggs or egg substitute product. Now I like the Publix Eggsters here. Here they are. So these guys right here are 0 fat, 0 cholesterol, see, fat-free egg product. So I will use these. It doesn't take much. We'll just put them in a little bowl and then we'll dip the chicken in here and then into the egg, and that will make the deliciousness come out. So we will check back with you guys when these guys are good and defrosted. Meanwhile, you will have your air fryer here. You're also going to need some spices for your keto, or for your pork rinds. If you only got the regular pork rinds, I got the cheese ones. And you need something to spray on top of all that once you bread your chicken, because that's what you have to do in an air fryer to make that nice crispy coating on top. So we're going to see how that is, and we'll be back to you guys in a couple of hours when we're ready to start breading our keto fried chicken. Wow. My phone is in use right now, so I brought the tablet out, but look at this insanity. I'm sure there's a gallon of water coming out of my leaking patio over here, but good grief, look at this. It is freaking coming down out here, man. We had a thunderstorm warning, and I think we just got it, bro. Check this out. All right, welcome back, guys. So the chicken has been in this defrost for a couple of hours. Let's see if it's, oh yeah, that's totally defrosted. So the chicken's gonna be nice and dry because it was in a bag. And what we are going to do is get out our little egg substitute here. We got our Eggsters from Publix. It's fat-free, cholesterol-free, good source of protein, and pasteurized, and it is also low calorie. 3 tablespoons is 25 calories, if you see right here on this, and it is 0 carb and tons of protein and no fat. So we're going to start with just a little bit inside this bowl. I always put way too much. I'm not going to do that this time. If we need more, we'll pour more. Alright, so we got our egg. That's probably still too much. We got our egg substitute in this bowl right here. We got our pork rinds here. And what we're going to do is go from here into here. plate. Or actually, maybe we'll go directly into the air fryer. Here's our pork rinds. Boy, they smell so good. Just kidding. Yeah, so here's our pork rinds. And we're gonna grab our air fryer and save a step instead of this plate. So get your air fryer basket and go ahead and spray your air fryer basket down with your cooking spray, non-stick spray. This is also 0 calories, so also good for your diet. That's probably not enough pork rinds, but we're going to start with that amount here. And we got our chicken right here in the bag. If you feel like cutting the fat off the chicken, go for it. I'm going to leave it just the way it is. And these are pretty big pieces. I'll pull this little piece of fat off because it's hanging off the corner. So first things first, dip it in your egg substitute. Yeah, I still put way too much eggs. Always do. Way too much eggs. Let that drip off. Now there's no other seasoning in this, on this bread. It's just literally pork rinds. Get it in the pork rinds, add some, kind of help it out there, flip it over, help it with the pork rinds in the places it didn't get, on the sides, give it a little bit extra. And there's already spray there, so drop it and put it into your air fryer like so. And I think we might have enough for the next one. Let's see. Okay. Allow that drip off. There's a little bit of fat on this. I'm not going to worry about it too much. I might take this little piece off the there. Put it in the egg. Substitute. If this is not enough pork rinds, we will grab some more. But let that egg substitute get off of it all the way. Get most of it off before you go into your pork rinds. And since these are fillets, you're going to need to cover both sides. Now, if you're doing bone-in chicken, there's absolutely no reason to do backside and waste a bunch of breading because you won't eat that side. We'll pour a little bit more pork rinds on here. Get those all into the chicken. Make sure you get all of them off the... Yeah, we didn't get hardly any on that side. So yeah, it wasn't enough. So we got a nice coating of those now on both sides. And we'll take that guy. And if you pick it up like this, you won't lose all your breading. And we got this nice little extra piece. We'll go ahead and cook. Get this little bit of fat off of here. We'll have a little nugget. Good enough, man. I love it. Get that in our bread, in our egg first. And then a little bit of breadcrumb action, whatever we have left here. Get it breadcrumby. Calling it breadcrumbs. It's not breadcrumbs at all. I don't like the feel of the goop on me, so I always wash it off as soon as possible. This is not breadcrumbs. These are pork rinds, so they are carb-free. Here's a look at our chicken, and we're going to spray it from a distance so it doesn't knock off all of the delicious pork rinds and get it good and coated right there. That's going into our air fryer right here. And if you are curious about how long you are supposed to cook this, they have a guide for it that I'm going to do 390. So I'm going to hit power and then air fry. I'm going to do 390 for about 15 minutes. I'm going to take a good look at the crust on it till it's a good brown crust. Let's go ahead and hit start. You can preheat that also if you want to. Those are ready to go. We will check on them at 7.5 minutes. We will flip them over and probably spray that side as well, and we'll be back to you then. All right, guys, we're ready to flip these guys, and hopefully we don't get a copyright notice for the music that's playing. Oh, those look so fantastic. Ignore the music at all costs. Oh, some breading fell off. But it's looking good, guys. It's gonna take another 5 minutes. All right, guys, the timer went off after about 17 minutes. And that is what we are left with. Those look absolutely fantastic. So that is what we are gonna do now, is sit down and have a nice keto dinner with just a little bit of ketchup because it's my favorite thing. And you are allowed to have just a little bit of net carbs per day. Let's get this all made up and get some tasting done. Alright, let's give this a shot. So on our table we've got some Ken's Ranch, buttermilk ranch here. It's important when you're on a keto diet to make sure that you're not eating anything with a lot of sugar. This only has 1 gram of sugar per, per 2 tablespoons, so that's good for low carb. If you want to be 100% low carb, you can do sugar-free or low sugar ranch. Also got our ketchup. Now this has a lot more sugar, so I'm gonna go easy on the ketchup. I haven't had any net carbs today though, none at all. So I'm in good shape. We also got our slice of cheese, which is completely carb. So we're just gonna have a little bit of ketchup here and some ranch. And I've got the salt as well because I'm a salt freak, but I don't really know how much salt I'm actually going to put on this. I'm going to give it a try first because pork rinds are salty. There's some ranch for dinner. And so this is the first time I've ever made this recipe. So why don't we start off. This little nugget is pretty crispy. There's not much to it. We can start with that. A little ketchup, a little ranch. Oh wow. Really good. Really good. Really crispy. I'm tasting almost, I mean, it does literally taste like it's fried. And here comes the rain. We decided thunderstorm morning. So sorry about the rain sounds. We do have the skylights that are loud, but let's get a piece of now our, remember this was frozen. Let's see how tender it is. Okay, yeah, it cuts pretty easy. There's a look at the inside of it. Completely done. Probably could have come out a couple minutes early, but I like the breading to be kind of crispy. I do like how this crisped up on the shell here from the air fryer. Let's give that a little taste with some ranch. Wow. So first thing I noticed, I can't smell, haven't in a couple of years. First thing I definitely noticed is the queso taste from the pork rinds. Second thing is for frozen chicken. This actually is very tasty, very moist. It's not dried out at all. Let's try some of our cheddar cheese. It's delicious. So be my dinner, 2 of these. It's so hot. Moist, tasty. You can really taste that pork rind. And to answer the question, it does not need any more salt. Absolutely fantastic. Can't believe I've never done these before. These are amazing. I highly recommend you trying this recipe. Wow. I mean, I'll be honest with you, that's as good as any fried chicken I've had before. Look at that guy in his golf cart getting wet. That is absolutely fantastic. So good. Just want to eat the whole thing at one bite. It's so good. Forgot to put wine on. That's probably better. The canned steakhouse buttermilk ranch really takes it up to another level with that creamy taste that goes along with the fried. If you don't need fried food and it's keto friendly. Keep the sugar down, you're good with keto. The ketchup is way more dangerous for your keto diet. If you have any worries about it, use Carb Manager, the app, put in the ranch, put in the ketchup, and see what you come to. Now, I have not had any carbs today. Absolutely.
right, we're out here with the chef. It's Joe, Dukes of Duval. He's making chicken. He's making cube sticks. And what is the secret to this amazing recipe?
Time.
Oh, time with
Just
an
need
H.
time.
You need time.
Just need time.
Guys, right in front of me is sitting something special for the Supercar Street Racing Garage Makeover. It's the last of two things that we were waiting for. We're only waiting for one thing after this, but today our mission is quite clear. We need to get this thing unboxed, take a look at it, explain to you how it happened, and get this thing hung up in the Supercar Street Racing Garage. Right in front of me and still in front of me is a package here from elephantstock.com, which has nothing to do with elephants and everything to do with cool artwork. We're going to get this opened with you guys joining us so gently, opening this without tearing it apart into a million pieces. Share it with you and let you know how to get your own if you're interested. Now look at this thing is reverse on me. I'm gonna get this unpackaged here because I am on the hype train. Oh, it doesn't want me to. They have packaged this thing nicely. And it is backwards, so let's get this thing frontwards. All right, I am going to flip this over and you guys tell me. Oh, yeah, let's go. Let's go. This is designed by me. I did the design. I did the photography. We got to get this thing out of this plastic so we can see exactly what's looking like underneath this. Let's go. Guys, we have unveiled the Tesla Model S plaid design for the garage. This was specifically designed to cover breaker panel in the garage because it's so ugly. So all we have to do right here and right now is get some nails and nail in a nail right above the breaker box to cover it. And then when we want to take it down, it's as easy as just removing that. Now we do have some thumbtacks that might work. Let's see if they will work. We have to find them and see if they are too thick to stand out from the wall. Probably just a nail or a screw will be plenty for this, but check it out. This thing has the plaid logo at the very top, and then it has my Model S plaid. I only wish that the yard was in better shape in that picture, but unfortunately we were in the middle of remodels. But let's go see how we can hang this thing up in the garage. Out here in the garage, and you can see where this is going to go. We have a bigger print for the bottom here, but this is going to line up with the red stripe right here. And if we look on the back of this, about a 1/4 of an inch below the top of the back here is the hanger for a screw or a nail. So we are going to put that maybe, I don't know, right here, and then that should make the picture line up with the red stripe and also cover the whole entire breaker box is our goal. So let's get a screw in there and get this thing hung. All right, we got our screw up there, should be halfway across both of these, and there is a slot on the back of this to hang. So let's go ahead and hang this up now. It's pretty light, so we should be able to do it with one hand while we then. All right, we got the print hung up and it is covering up the breaker box, which is perfect. And then this print here, we're waiting for the actual print to come in. Should be in the next day or two. And that is going to go right down here below that, just right below the switch, and then sit right above the baseboard down there to cover up this wall. So that is a mission accomplished. And now we are going to be getting another art light like this to light up right there. And we should be able to go up through the wall with that and run the cable up to the roof. If not, we'll put it right up by the roof and just have a short cable and paint it red so it just sits like right halfway down. But yeah, guys, this came out awesome. I am super hyped. Let's take a step back and see how that looks from the back. Looks awesome. Probably could have made it a little bit wider so it would have gotten further over towards the garage door opener, but hindsight's 2020, I guess. And now when that comes in, we will go ahead and hang that up as well, right above, just literally right below this switch, so that it's right above the baseboard. And I do have a Tesla print coming in for that. That should be here Monday. Go ahead and get that lamp ordered too right now. I'm pretty sure I can like drill through the cap up there and get a wire run right through there because I have power up in the attic. Shouldn't be a big deal. Change of plans. I decided to move it over to the right so it was dead between garage door opener and the wall, and I think it actually does look better like that. It doesn't look off-centered, and it still covers up the breaker box completely, but just by a millimeter. So now I think that looks legit, and I am super hyped with the way that turned out. And now we're just waiting on that, which will be here Monday, at which time we can finish this video. Out in the supercar street racing garage, and we need to blow this out with our leaf blower. And then we are going to move both the vehicles out and go ahead and mop this floor for the first time. I'm going to do that once a week or so to keep the floor clean. But we have to get the Tesla and the lithium ion cart out into the driveway first. Blow this out because there's some leaves in here. And then we will go ahead and start process of mop. And we'll show you guys the whole process and let you watch it in 10 minutes or less or whatever we're going to do. I'm not sure yet, but let's do this. I did successfully mop the floor with Dawn and water, and I wasn't able to get the walls clean because I couldn't figure out a way to do it because everything I try snags on the actual wall. So I'm going to probably look for a sponge or something that I can do that with. But the floor is now clean. Oh no, my peg came out. Dang it. Okay. So my floor is now clean and we can pull the golf cart back in. Okay, we finally did get the rest of what we need to go ahead and hang our project up in the garage. So we got our 24 by 36 frame here. This took about 3 weeks to get. This was custom Tesla art. Let's get this unboxed, unwrapped, and get this picture in the frame. Back in the garage, and I ordered the wrong length panels the first time for this project here to hide this water heater. Now I have the correct length. I don't know why. For some reason, I thought it was going to be ceiling to floor, and then also this is actually shorter because there's a step up here. So I needed even shorter panels than what we had, even shorter than floor length. So I ordered the correct size. All we have to do now is get these up. I also have a curtain rod, and I already figured out how I'm going to do this. Alright guys, this is going to wrap up this, and you can see right here we did put the curtains up to hide the hot water heater. All they really need to do is be kind of straightened out, but they came out awesome. Now we just got to clean up, and that's going to wrap it up and throw it out to the studio. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We are back again with another part of the garage renovation project. And today you can see that we did 3 or 4 different things to the Supercar Street Racing garage. We went ahead and mopped the entire garage. We ordered custom artwork, which we ordered right here on elephantstock.com. I did design everything in Photoshop myself because I have a lot of experience on Photoshop. And then we also ordered a couple of things from Amazon. Right here in front of me, you can see this 24 by 36 Tesla poster. It did take about 3 weeks to get to me. But yeah, we ordered this, and then we also ordered this frame right here for it. And we put up curtains, which we got from Walmart. There will be links in the description to everything that just happened in this video, so you can please order everything through my product links. Doesn't matter if it's something you need right now, you can still order through the product links, and you will help us out tremendously. And please make sure that you are liking and subscribing to all the videos. That helps me out as well. But you can see the project came out awesome. We were able to hide the hot water heater with curtains. We hung up custom artwork over the breaker panel, and we put custom artwork right underneath that to cover up the rest of the wall. We got the whole entire garage mopped for the first time after we got shark coated.
And we dusted off the Tesla in the process as well. Guys, we can't sit here and play around all day long. We have to go to art school. What's up, everybody? Supercar Street Racing with a little update. I wasn't able to get a lot of video of the wheels being done, but take a look at the black, satin black powder coated wheels. And is my camera dirty? Satin black powder coated wheels, new brake rotors and powder coated calipers. That's the rear. And that's the front in satin black. Calipers are powder coated red. Out here we've got the DEI high temp paint. On the old calipers, these will be going up for sale if you need any for your 335i. These have been cleaned and they are painted with DEI high temp silicone paint. Those will be going out. And the next thing I want to do is paint this ugly gray, I don't know what it's called. Is it a rear splitter? I'm not sure, but look how it's fading. Why is it gray too? I mean, come on. I kind of want to paint it matte black or Plastidip it, so I'm going to work on that now. I'll be back with an update. Alright, we got the back taped off now. I learned to tape off a lot better than I used to because the stuff gets everywhere. But take a look at where that's fading is my main purpose here. And I don't like that this is gray and the rest of the car is black. I think it'll look good matte black. So I'm going to get my Plastidip here and put the first coat on of Plastidip. Got the first coat of Plastidip on. Remember to point the Plastidip can away from what you're painting. Oh, look at this pollen like falling everywhere. Point the Plastidip can away from what you're painting to clear the nozzle out and put a very light coat on for the first coat. Wait 10 minutes and then do a second coat. We'll be back for that. Here is the stock brake calipers with the DEI high temp coating. I'm going to let that cure for maybe 30 more minutes before I flip everything over and do the sides that I couldn't get here. I don't have any really way to hang these things up to paint them. But this is matte black, which looks pretty cool. I think that's enough of a coating on the top, but we'll be back with an update. Alright, it's been about 10 minutes. I went ahead and polished the windows, but that's a good look at the first coat. You see it's a very light coat. So again, shake the can up good, make sure it's up to temperature. If it's not, put it in some warm water for about 20 minutes. So always spray away. It's going to splatter like after it's been sitting for a little bit, so spray it away to clear the nozzle. Second coat can be a little bit more thick. Make sure you put on uniform coats and get all the areas, even underneath. And notice how I'm keeping it a certain distance away. Just keep it about, 6 inches away. You can see already where that was all faded out. That looks much better. So that's the second coat. I'm going to wait 10 minutes and come back and put the third coat. Putting the second coat of the DEI high temp spray on. Just either tape up your rubber parts or just don't spray them directly, like for instance where this rubber boot is. Just try to avoid that part. Spray around it. Don't directly spray it, if that makes any sense at all. Trying to put 3 or 4 coats on this because it just covers a lot better when you do that. But here's a good look at stock calipers completely cleaned, wire brushed and painted with high temp paint. See, I won't spray directly on the boot. Just like light, light, light. If you're going to get close to it, it'll make it crack and be stiff. yeah, so that's the second coat of DEI high temp spray. Same stuff that's on my exhaust tips, and you can see my video for that. Check it out when you have a chance. Alright, time to put the third coat on, Plastidip. Remember, spray away, clear that nozzle. Every time you do the, second, third, fourth, they can be heavier. Keep a uniform distance from the vehicle. Otherwise, you will get kind of, you have the can too far away or too close. It can make a difference in how, sorry about that, I'm not even pointing at it. It can make a difference on how the end product looks. It might be like bed liner if you don't put it on correctly. So I actually did that on my grill, and I don't even know how I made it so bad, but I did. The grill's real rough. You can't see it, but you can feel it when you try to clean the car. I think this might be my last coat. This is, what was it, 4? But that looks awesome. That looks so much better. I'm gonna let that dry, and that might be my last coat. Alright, so we're going out here for the final coat, because what I forgot to tell you guys is, when you do Plastidip, if you tape off trim, so it's easy with logos, like your emblems on your car, because you just tape around them, pull the tape off, and then pull the extra Plastidip off. But when you're doing trim or something like this, where you have tape right up against the Plastidip edge, you have to take the tape off while the Plastidip is wet, so we have to do one more coat. So here we go. And I forgot to point the can away, but it didn't splatter, thank goodness. So this is going to be the last coat, and I'm going to pull the tape right when I'm done. See how the tape is right there on the edge? You want to do that while it's still wet. So here's the last coat. I'm going to start pulling tape. I need both hands for that. These are all done, good to go. Anybody needs any 335 I-stock calipers painted black with high temp coating, let me know. Check this out. This came out absolutely awesome. It looks so good. No more faded paint. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. Make sure you like and subscribe. Alright guys, we are out here in front of the 4K production studio, and today we're taking a look at my 99% finished 4K production studio on Supercar Street Racing. Alright, we are out front of the 4K production studio, and I wanted to shoot this before daylight because I wanted to show you guys the outside first. But taking a look back here, we have a very limited crop angle at 8K. But taking a look at the outside here of the studio, you can clearly see I have done lighting on the outside here all the way around the edge. And so the lighting carries all the way this way and around the front of the studio. That would be the front of the house there. And then right here and right now, this is the side of the studio, and you can see I lit it up nicely with some cool outdoor lighting, and that is how it looks from the outside. Moving on to the front of the studio, you see that we have this nice door that was just put in about 2 weeks ago, and it also is lit up nicely. And it does light up the Supercar Street Racing sign. And then moving down towards the bottom, we do have the Eufy video doorbell here that will alert you when it sees a person. In fact, it just did when we walked by, and just now again on the video. And there is the Supercar Street Racing sign that we had custom made. And that is the front of the 4K production studio. and all of the beautiful lighting that we put in that I'm so glad I took the time to get done. We also installed gutters afterwards so that the rain would not come into the front area here. There was some water getting in towards the bottom down here, so we put those gutters in, and ever since then sealed the door properly, and now no water gets in. Now let's move on into the inside. All right guys, welcome to the inside of the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, actually being shot in 8K right now. Kind of difficult to shoot in 8K because it's very cropped, so the angle, the zoom amount is very close up, but you can see right here and right now is the inside of the 4K production studio, and I will throw some pictures up as well that give kind of a better idea of what this looks like. But when you walk in the front door, you are greeted with this desk area here, and in the desk here is where all of the main equipment is located, directly across from the front door, and we will go over all that equipment one by one just here momentarily. All right, this is a good view of the inside of the 4K production studio, and we are shooting this in 8K. Now, as you walk in the front door of the studio over there, and don't forget, this is 8K, it's cropped pretty hard, so it's difficult to get a wide angle shot. But as you walk in the front door of the studio, you are greeted right next to the door. We'll take a look at this in a minute with an Alexa, and it's actually an Echo Show 15 right up there. And then on the wall over there, we do have a 32-inch television. And then on the front wall, directly across from the door, was where we have our main equipment for the studio, and you can see starting at the end over there, and we'll go over this stuff one at a time when we get a little bit closer, but starting at the very far end right here, we have our HP thrift store refurb PC. Actually, it was a gift from a friend. I call it a thrift store, but yeah, you can see me right here right now on the screen right there. And this guy right here is used to do live streaming. It just has a single webcam, and that shows this area right here. It is all located up on the top of the desk since it is a one-piece device, and that is the HP computer. It is not very powerful. Matter of fact, I could barely find video drivers for it. It's so old for Windows 11. So it does use hardware acceleration, but it barely works, and every time I go into OBS, I have to change it to hardware acceleration because it loses its settings. Nevertheless, the computer does work pretty good for what it is for, and it is for live streaming only. And then up above that, you can see we have our Harbinger powered speakers. I chose those because I already had them, and they were easy enough to put in. And I actually picked a receiver that has preamp outputs just to feed these Harbinger powered speakers. What you don't see underneath that is the subwoofer chilling so fresh down here. And that is the Polk Audio sub. It's I think a PSW 10 is what the brand is, or the model number. And then right by that we have a fan I need to take out of here. It was for when the carpet got wet. But yeah, there's the audio system there, and if you move up above that, you will see the Netgear switch. Now that is fed out through the wall and up into the house to the main cable modem / router, and that supplies Ethernet to the whole entire place. Everything in here except a few things is hardwired. These lights up here, these Govee RGB lights, are Wi-Fi, and one of the televisions is Wi-Fi, this 32-inch right here, because it's using a Fire Stick. It is not a smart TV, but I'm going to get that replaced pretty soon. But anyway, yeah, moving down the bench now, right next to that, you would see my old editing PC. Now this is what I started the channel with before. This is a home-built PC that I built way back in the day. Does have an NVIDIA graphics card in it, Quadro, so not very powerful. It has 16 gigs of RAM, I think a 4-core processor, I can't remember. I think it's a 4-core Intel, and it has an NVIDIA Quadro processor. Barely enough to get by and do editing, but I also do Photoshop on this as well. So that is the next computer. I use this one also for doing live streams from the outside. So if we go to OBS Studio here, it'll pop up and we can do live streams from
all the Wise cams in the house. I do have BlueStacks set up in order to open up the Wise Cam application and do live streams on this guy. And here is a look at the actual PC. I've had this one for years and I built it. And it is a quad core processor. I'm trying to get the system settings up if I could type. And looking at this one, it is a, what is it exactly? I can't recall. So it's a Z77N Wi-Fi with a i7 3770K 4-core. So that is the second PC in the editing suite in Supercar Street Racing Studios. And then moving down here to our main area is where we have our full-blown editing suite. We have our tower PC there with 64 gigs of RAM, the 12-core AMD processor, and a GeForce 3080 Tough Asus is what's inside that. So pretty powerful machine. I'm about ready to upgrade it to a 4090. I'm just looking for one at the current time, so I'll either do that or buy a whole nother editing PC that has a 4090. Sometimes you can get a good deal on a whole PC because they are selling the entire PC with a 4090, and sometimes you spend like maybe $1,000 more than you would with the video card and you can get a whole system. But yeah, so that's the editing PC. I am using DaVinci Resolve. You can see it up here on the screen right now. On top of the desk here, we have the Marantz NR1711. Pretty high-end receiver. I bought it because it has preamp outputs to drive the front Harbinger speakers over here. And then moving up on top of that, we've got the Kingston HyperX microphone that I use to shoot voiceovers here in the studio with this 4K webcam up there. And then we've got another little switch down here. We ran out of Ethernet, so I just went ahead and put a 10-port switch in right there to feed a few of the devices. Just don't forget, everything here is fed with Ethernet, not Wi-Fi, including this. All these PCs here and this receiver are all fed with Ethernet. And then moving up here to the very top, we have our 4K monitors. They are Amazon 4K monitors, and behind them they have the Govee immersive RGB LED lighting on the back of them. And then of course, moving up to the ceiling, these are all Govee RGB LED recessed lighting, and they're all individually connected to Wi-Fi. And you can see that the ones behind the TV are actually colored different than the ones up here because I have them on a different program. So that is a look at the front of the editing studio here in the Supercar Street Racing Studios, and all the wiring is inside of the walls. I did all that, and then underneath you can see that we have all the wiring tied up really nicely, as much as I possibly could, and all that goes into a home theater wall plate and then up into the walls. All the Ethernet is in the walls. Everything else is tied up underneath the desk, and we do have RGB IC LED strips underneath the desk, which when you pull back a little bit, kinds of look like this. So you can see how it lights up the underneath of the desk. Now moving to the right of that is the lounge area of the studio, and I will step back so you can see how that turned out. So there's the lounge area. We do have a full-size futon here and a coffee table. And then over to the left of that, we have the side table that has a little bit of storage, really the only storage in here. And it does have the top LED lighting on it. It's got the mushroom LED sign, and then the smart, it's got a lamp with a Govee Smart RGB bulb in it, and that desk or that side table does have power on top of it. And then just above that, we've got our Harbinger powered speaker, and we've got our Starfield projector, which I don't really use very much. It's pretty loud, so if I'm shooting in here, I don't use that. But I want to get a new one. They have way better ones now. That one is pretty old. Moving back to the front and to the top, I forgot to show you. It's hard to see, but we do have
Complete surround sound in here. We have 7.2 audio. So we have 2 front speakers, the Harbingers. We have the center channel. We have the side, and then we have the rear. We do have 7.2 surround sound in here if we need it. I went ahead and overbought the sound so that I would have 7.2 surround if I ever needed it. And stepping back so you get a better view, because this is very cropped. We do have a fully foldable out futon. We just have to pull it out a little bit. I've never folded it out, but yeah, I've slept on that thing plenty of times when the housekeeper's here, and it's pretty comfortable. And when you do that, this TV up here, which we'll show you here momentarily, can be moved. These TVs are on articulatable mounts in the back, so yeah. Down here in the lounge area, that's our doorbell chime, and you can see every single television is equipped with a HDMI port that goes down to the bottom, so you can then use that. If you had a little desk, you could work on this monitor up here, no problem. We do have Ethernet down here as well if you need to hook up to a laptop and in the lounge area. And then we have also power on the walls at the top in case you wanted to do RGB lighting there. I have not done it yet. And up in the corner there, you can see one of the Supercar Street Racing live cams on, and you get a better shot of the 7.2 audio there. Now, the only problem I've had is some of these tiles tend to come loose, so I do have some glue somewhere here, and I will have to eventually glue that one back on. So every couple of weeks I come in and re-glue the tiles, and eventually they stick pretty good, but that one you can see is coming off. That's just the way they are with it. Gets hot and cold in here. And then moving up to that TV, it is articulating, so you can actually move it this way, and you can sit in the lounge area and watch TV on that one. Nothing much more on the back, just some more RGB lighting in the ceiling. And then down here in one of the Ethernet jacks, I am feeding the Supercar Street Racing Wi-Fi extender, and that is what everything in here that uses Wi-Fi connects to. So that includes the lighting above that is connected to Wi-Fi. These are connected to this jack here. And then up on here on the wall, you can see more power, and behind the TV, you can see that there is a nice wall plate that has USB, Ethernet, and HDMI available for this TV, and this TV can just articulate this way for when we're editing. And then this way on the wall, we have the Echo Show 15, which I did flush mount. I was able to create a bracket inside the wall with wood, like a cross member, and I was able to perfectly flush mount it and then surround it with the foam tiles. And then under that, this is a smart switch for the outdoor lighting, the lighting that I showed you at the very beginning. And then on this wall here, if we step back so we get a better view, on this wall we have that 32-inch television, which also has a wall plate behind it, and we do have this LG air conditioner, which is the best, absolute best air conditioner made, window unit made. Very quiet, super quiet, hardly makes noise. It does make a little bit of noise, but not like all the other ones. When it kicks off and on, it barely makes any noise. So that's why we got that one. It does keep it cool in here. The only time I ever had issues is when it was 95 degrees out and I tried to turn it on in the middle of the day. It was barely keeping up, so on a very hot day, you just turn it on in the morning and it has no problems keeping this place in the 60s. All right, guys, so that is going to wrap up a tour of the Supercar Street Racing production studios. It is 99.9% done. The only thing not done is I have power up here ready for RGB ceiling lights, and I want some that are not flush mounted. I want the ones that are externally mounted there. So I'm still looking for what I'm gonna buy. But that is gonna wrap up the tour, guys. I hope that you enjoyed seeing the 4K production studio in its glory, and I hope you like and subscribe to the videos and watch our live streams when we do editing. They're pretty cool, and you can learn DaVinci Resolve by watching me edit. All right, guys, have a good one. We'll see you on the next one, Supercar Street Racing. There is a hawk, or an owl. I think that's a hawk in my pool. That is pretty crazy. He's like, dude, you know why? Because there's frogs in there. He sees frogs. What happened to my pool? Went to bed last night, everything was fine. I get up, and now it looks like this. And then I walk straight into this water, and I get typhoid fever, and I get...
Gilbert starts his swing.
Key, what are you doing?
I don't know again. I mean,
You're crazy.
Such a tough angle for us to see right now.
Here's your baby. Here's you.
Best view since he wore it off.
Okay, so pool is getting drained today. So we've got the hose running over into the pond there. And he's got his pump over here. He's priming it. And then we will be able to see on the security camera up there. So he's priming the pump now to drain the pool. Here we go. And looks like it's going. We're gonna see it here in a minute. Nothing yet. There it is, the water. Check that out, guys. Pool is draining. It's actually going a lot faster than I thought it would. That thing takes the water out. So we will time lapse that, but you can already see the water level coming down.
is that on?
All right, we are out here at Englishtown. We're at Raceway Park here, and we're pulling into the gate right now, and you can see we got cars both. Let's get in here to the LZ Invitational and see what is happening. It might take a minute to get parked. We're a little early. The event starts at noon. We didn't get VIP because they were sold out, but let's see what's up in here. I see a lot of cool cars. All right, we're pulling into Raceway Park now. Check out all the people here. It is absolutely insane today. I'm kind of hyped about seeing some of this drifting and seeing some of my YouTube guys out there. You can see right here, we are heading into the drift event now. LZ Invitational, Englishtown, New Jersey. Let's do this. Englishtown. All right, we're out here, LZ Invitational, checking out some of the cars here. Tracks over there, cars here for the car show. Good turnout, a lot of people. And this is the car show area. I think there is a lot of people here right now. Still people rolling in for the car show, parking. There is like thousands here. We're gonna go over here and check out all the booths. I see the Motion Auto booth. I see LZ MFG over there. Let's go check it out. All right. I think I see Rudnick over here. Over at the Reister Miata shop. Yeah, here we go. There's Chris and the gang at the Rudnick shop. Chris, Matt, Chris. People are still coming in. Alright guys, over here Chris's fellow YouTubers. Out here with Chris. Chris, stop by and say hi. Alright, here's a look at the Clean Culture car show. And maybe we'll do a little live segment here. Briefly, but there is tons of cars out here. Tons. All right, here's Chris's Z. And LS B36 crashed yesterday. Right back here.
You're a fucking weirdo. I'm a weirdo, nigga. You're arguing me out of I told you if I caught you, I was gonna do something. I'm here, and I'm here. So then do you want to fight? So then do you want to fight?
He's gone.
Are you gonna send me all the money you sent me? Like I had to send you? Are you gonna send me all the money I had to send you? Bro, Joe. You're not gonna do shit. You're a pussy. I'm still standing right here. Glasses and everything. I had to fight somebody else.
His girlfriend's hot. I don't care what he did.
Still waiting for that video too. And on everything, that's my shit. Like I said, I have full receipts. I really just had to fight your
We had our popcorn, that's all. We were just watching.
I suspect the video.
Oh, you gotta do it.
You don't like. You really don't understand. Like everything I'm saying. Like, I want her to say something. She wanted to yell "fuck you, bitch" to me the other day at Sheets when I was leaving.
Coming back.
There was a cop there.
Coming back. No, he's out of here. They're gone.
Try to fight his man. I've still been left on scene for the last Day and a half.
All right, they have started drifting out here. It is the loudest thing I've ever heard. It's like drag racing. Guys got no mufflers at all. Let's see who comes out. There we go. the other camera. Let's rotate. And that is Chris Rudnick's booth. There's a lot of action going on here. There's Motion Auto. There's everybody else in the world is here. And I was going to say hi to Chris, but it's really busy, so probably leave him alone for now and go walk around and check out some of the car show. Nice looking GTR and an Evo.
That guy has so much money, he's like shitting it out.
Cool GTR. And we were just walking around checking out all the goodness here.
And then I saw that one. We'll wait till I start drifting off the back.
And I guess we can go back to the back. They're not restricting access to there's Samet and Chris. And Matt. Doing photo ops, not going to bother them. But we will go back here, check out the rest. Trevor's drift car.
And then we ended up
when you get to shops, you're just gonna have to work everyone.
There's the MagnaFlow booth. Here's Colette's car, the rotary. And then that is that's the rotary, no, is that the rotary Supra? Yeah. That's Adam in the Supra. Right there. Doing a little bit of texting and tuning. Adam and Colette. And of course, Marcus for RX-7 tuning specialist, rotary Marcus. Thanks, wicked. Jeff. Alright guys, so that was a look at my trip to Englishtown, New Jersey. Sorry, I do have COVID right now, tested positive yesterday, and I've been sick since Friday. So that was a look at my trip to Englishtown, where I probably got this that I have right now. I hope you guys enjoyed it. As you can see, I didn't do a whole lot of video there because there was a lot of live streaming I was doing as well, but I did get to go up and check out all the booths of the YouTubers that I watch all the time, and it was pretty cool. A lot of great drifting. I got to see everybody's cars up close, which made it super exciting. I didn't really buy anything. My plan originally was to buy something, but it never really happened. So I went out there with my buddy, and we stayed out there all day long and checked out all the booths, all the cars, the Clean Culture car show, and then we took off about 5 or 6 in the evening, and then of course I came home sick. So at the current time I am battling this, and that is it for today on Supercar Street Racing. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and we'll see you next time. Okay. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic's hot. Plenty of headroom. Okay. So leather conditioner, leather cleaner. Should well apply 1 to 3 lines of product on a premium microfiber. Spread evenly. Massaging the surface allow to penetrate. Wipe dry if desired. Reapply as needed to keep leather looking. We recommend using chemical dyes leather first. Okay. Are we rolling? Alright, we're on it now. Alright, phone ring. Alright, we're back. This thing can see a lot. Don't need to see the wash machine and dryer. Man, this thing got a wide field of view. even look like it's on me. Oh yeah, it's way on me. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the SCSR Compound Garage. And today we have a new sponsor for the channel. You can see sitting right here on top of the Model S Plaid, another tiny Model S Plaid. And then right next to it, our new sponsor, Chemical Guys. And Chemical Guys was so kind enough to send us this leather conditioner and this leather cleaner. And Chemical Guys was so kind, they sent us this leather conditioner and this leather cleaner to show you guys. We're going to show you how to use this today right here on the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid and right behind you on the 2014 Club Car Precedent. There's specific directions for using this stuff, and we're going to show you that today. So hang out with us on Supercar Street Racing while we detail the inside of the Model S Plaid and the golf cart. Need a preview so bad. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, guys. You can see we're out here in the garage with our Chemical Guys leather conditioner and leather cleaner. They were super nice and they sent us this to show you guys. They're trying to get the word out about their great products. So today we're going to give you guys a look at these two products right here in the SCSR garage. Now there's a certain way you need to apply these, there's a certain order and a certain way you have to do it, so we're going to show you today the correct way to do it because we're actually going to detail the inside of the Model S Plaid. Now we try to keep this car pretty clean. We barely... What? What's the deal with that? Stops all of a sudden. Stupid thing. Great. Wonderful. Now we try to keep this Model S Plaid really clean. It only has about 2,000 miles on it, and so we drive it on the weekends only and we keep it detailed and nice here. But today we're going to take it one step further. We're going to use the Chemical Guys leather conditioner on the seats. It does not need to be clean, but it does need to be leather conditioned every few weeks. So we're going to go ahead and show you that right now. Now you guys just saw me clean the whole inside of this Tesla Model S Plaid with the Chemical Guys leather conditioner. But we got to take this one step further because we need to show you guys how to use the leather cleaner. So what we're going to do with the leather cleaner today is we're going to turn our attention to our Club Car Precedent over here. We're going to clean all the seats and then condition them with the leather conditioner. So one step at a time, let's get busy now with the leather cleaner on the Club Car Precedent. Back out here in the garage, and you guys did just see us clean and condition the seats on the 2014 Club Car, and you can see how good they came out using the approved methods by Chemical Guys. We went ahead and cleaned all the seats first, and then we followed it up with a nice coating of the leather conditioner by applying it to our towel first, and then going ahead and rubbing it on the seats afterwards. We want to go ahead and thank the Chemical Guys for being so gracious and contributing to Supercar Street Racing. Guys, do us a big favor. We'll put links down in the description for this. Make sure that you order everything from the approved links from Supercar Street Racing. You can order anything you want from Amazon through our links, and it helps us out greatly. In this case, we might put an affiliate link for the actual supplier that gave us this. Go ahead and order it from them. It'll do them a big favor as well. And we're going to have to get out of here pretty soon, but we're going to take it into the studio first and look at this stuff online with Brad. Ooh, it's hot in here. Go ahead and get pics while it's set up. coming to you live now from inside the Tesla, and we have the chemical guys, leather conditioner, right here with us to show you guys. And we want to show you how to actually use this as well while we have time. So the instructions do say take your leather conditioner and grab a nice soft towel, and then just take and put a couple of stripes, 2 or 3 stripes, directly onto the towel like this. Take 2. Take 2. See me in on this. Okay. Now we do have a couple of stripes right on the towel here to go ahead and start working with. And all you have to do is work it into the towel. And all you have to do is work it into the seats. And then when you're done, if you'd like to, you can actually buff it off and dry it. Or you can and when you're done, you can actually buff it off and dry it. And then you can do a second application if you really feel like it. You know? How? AC fits here. Oh man, the fan was on. That sucks. Hopefully it didn't pick up all the fan noise. I guess in case that was a bad take, I'll go ahead and re-record that part. All right, we're going to record that part again, just an overview of how you put it on the towel. So yeah, you just take your towel and you put about 2 or 3 stripes of the stuff right on the towel, and then you work it into the surface. We're going to go ahead and start with this Model S door panel right here. It's a lot. There's a lot on this. So I'm gonna go ahead and knock this down a little bit because I've been putting quite a bit on it. So I'm just gonna knock it into both sides here so it's not so thick. And then I'm gonna go ahead and proceed to put it directly on the door panel right there. See it going on with a nice finish there. I'm going to go ahead and get all over the door panel with this stuff, and you can already see that it's drying. Don't forget to get into the cracks. Everywhere that you would normally touch to keep it clean. And the sides too. Now, if you'd like to, you can go ahead and wipe that off as well. You can buff that right off. Just like that. And that door panel is completely done. All right, we need to reset somehow for the seats. I don't know how we're going to get this shot. Just right here. light is in the shot. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check the shot here. Alright guys, here is the front of the Model S, and we're going to go ahead and put a little bit more of the Chemical Guys leather conditioner on my rag here. I'm going to turn it over first. And this time I'm not going to put quite as much on it. I'm just going to put a couple stripes here. It comes out pretty thick, so should be good enough. And now let's go ahead and apply it to our seats, but let's put the seat forward a little bit so you guys can see it better. And we'll go ahead and start, get it worked into the towel a little bit. And go ahead and start conditioning the seats on the plaid. Overheated. You guys overheated. Alright, we're on the other side of the Model S, and we're going to go ahead and put some leather cleaner. Alright, we're on the other side of the Model S. We're going to go ahead and put some leather conditioner on our rag and do this other seat for you guys. We're going to go ahead and wipe it into the rag so it doesn't splotch a lot. Move the seat forward a little bit so we can get to it. And go ahead and apply the leather conditioner. Knock it out now. And we'll go ahead and do the bottom. You got to work it in giving these seats with ventilation holes, or it looks splotchy. And I'm going to buff that out. And that seat is done. I'm going to get in so I can view the door panel because there's no room over here. I'm going to do the dash and the center console here. Put my towel over. This time I'm going to try to do some stripes. And I'm going to go ahead and rub that into the dash. Wipe it off after. I don't have a dry enough towel for this, unfortunately. Moving on to the center console. And now I'm going to get this underneath of the dash here. And now the door panel. Lock came out that time. If you roll the window down, it'll keep you from getting it all over the window. That's pretty obvious, but a lot of people don't do that. All right. The front is done. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Moving on to the back with the Chemical Guys leather conditioner. We're going to go ahead and do the back doors. Try not to put too much on the right. I mean, it came out a lot already. So I'm going to just take that and kind of buff it into the rag a little bit so it's not so thick. It came out a lot that time. Like a whole lot. And this window won't roll down any more than that, so otherwise I would. All right, we are now in front of the golf cart. We're gonna go ahead and do this take. All right, we're back in front of the golf cart right now, and you guys can see we have the Chemical Brothers. I say Chemical Brothers. All right, we're back in front of the golf cart. You guys can see we have the Chemical Guys leather conditioner and the Chemical Guys leather cleaner, sitting so fresh here. This time though, we're gonna go ahead and clean the seats with the Chemical Guys leather conditioner, and per the instructions, you shake well, you spray the leather cleaner on a microfiber cloth, and then you wipe the leather cleaner into the surface to remove the dirt. Let's go ahead and get our microfiber cloth out, fold it up, go ahead and spray some of the leather cleaner on it, and we'll go ahead and clean this leather. Does have a little dirt coming off of it. And that's all there was to that. And we'll flip to the other side because there was some dirt on that seat. This cart is out in the garage all the time, so it is going to get dirty. All right. That is the leather cleaner for the front. Now let's go ahead and get a clean cloth. That one is dirty. We'll put a few stripes of leather cleaner on it, or we'll put a few stripes of leather conditioner on the cloth. And then we'll go ahead and condition these seats. And you can see it soaking into the leather already. Flip the towel over. Put a few more in it. And the top seat is done. Let's move down to the bottom seat. Flip the towel over again. Way too much on that. That would be enough for the front and the back. We'll put some of this on this other towel for the back. Let's go ahead and do the bottom seat. All right. Front of the golf cart is finished. Let's do the back now. All right, we're back at the rear of the golf cart, and we are going to start with the leather cleaner. Let's go ahead and spray some on our rag here and wipe down this top seat. Be careful of the tiny Tesla. And that is clean. That just needs to dry. I'm going to flip my rag over and do the same to the bottom. That will get all the grease and contaminant off the seat and clean it and get it ready to be conditioned. Top's already drying, bottom is done, and this rag is also done. The top is dry. I've already got some leather conditioner on my towel. I'm going to go ahead and rub that into the seat at the top. You can see that's plenty. I had much on my rag, and I'm just going to let that dry however it wants to dry. And then I'm going to flip my rag over, put a little bit more on the back. Hopefully not a lot this time. And go ahead and rub the bottom seat as well. You can see that it takes all of 2 seconds to do the seats on this golf cart. And now the bottom seat is done, and if you want to, you can grab a dry rag and wipe off the excess. If you feel like it. If not, you can let it dry naturally, but you can buff it out like this. And that is that. I'll do another out. Do another outro. Above the chemical guys cleaner. All right, guys, you just saw us go ahead and condition the. Take two. All right, guys, you just saw us go ahead and condition the seats on the Model S Plaid. And then we came over to the 2014 Club Car Precedent. We cleaned the seats with the Chemical Brothers. I want to say Chemical Brothers all the time. We cleaned the seats with the Chemical Guys leather cleaner, and then we proceeded to go ahead and condition them with the leather conditioner. If you want to pick up this product, it's going to be down in the description. Go ahead and check it out there. If you want to check out this product, it's going to be down in the description. Go ahead and check it out there. But for now, let's throw it over to the Supercar Street Racing 4K studio and see what Brad has to say about this product. Why was I looking at the light the whole time? I'm going to do that over. I was looking at the light, at the camera. I'm stupid. All right, guys, you just saw we went ahead and conditioned the seats in the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. And then we came over to our 2014 Club Car Precedent, went ahead and then we came over to our 2014 Club Car Precedent. We went ahead and cleaned the seats with the leather cleaner and then proceeded to condition them with this leather conditioner. Go ahead and check out the Chemical Guys. Go ahead and check out the Chemical Guys products down in the description and pick yourself up some. Now let's throw it over to the 4K production studio with Brad and see how you can get this stuff online. Perfect. I'm over it. It's hot. It's hot. And everything keeps overheating. Alexa, turn off. Never mind. Filter was so clogged on my vacuum cleaner. Likes to fire up the studio. This thing right here went into my brand spanking new foothole. Hey, what's going on, guys? It is Monday, and besides having a bunch of back problems, some other things developing is looks like I sold my car. I know, I just bought a car. Right. Well, did not sell the SL65. Looks like I sold the 335i. So, this beautiful car right here, and I am so disappointed that I'm selling it. This is one of my favorite cars of all time. And I am taking a beating on it. But this car looks like it is sold. A gentleman in Kentucky is coming to pick it up, and we will be driving away with this car on Friday, which leads us to this car. But what's next for this car? And most immediately, the stereo. We're going to be finishing that up in the next week or so. I will keep you guys posted about that. But meanwhile, this car is sold. No more double car garage. And I believe, I'm not even going to tell you guys what might be going in this place next, but it's going to be pretty sick. Sold right here. Sold, sold, sold. I will give you guys an update soon. That's all for right now. Subscribe for more.
Astronauts reported fuel good. T-minus 25 seconds.
Alright everybody, welcome to the video. I hope you guys are having a great day. You're going to notice something odd about this video right off the top. That is, the audio did not work with my lavalier microphone for the entire shoot. Don't know what was wrong with it yet, but this is the first time in the history of the channel that I am doing a live voiceover for the video. Anyway, welcome back to the channel. Good to see you guys again. I am so happy to provide content for you guys, and hope that you will hit like and subscribe. Today we are taking a look at 2 table lamps that I ordered from Amazon to replace the ones that go in the bedroom now, because those are from my office, and these are the ones that we got to replace them. And I will leave a link in the description for these, and also you'll see here the Govee smart bulb, Wi-Fi and Bluetooth smart bulbs that I bought to go inside of these lamps, and I think they were the Bernard or something brand, but I'll put that up on the screen. Here it is getting unboxed, and you can see on the front it says 2-pack LED table lamps here. The design was kind of iffy for me, but they had 2 things that I really thought would be cool, And we're going to take a look at that once we get the box open here. And like I said, this is a live voiceover event for Supercar Street Racing unboxing and reviews. Take a look at the box and the packaging. It's pretty well done. There's some stuff on the back here that I'm going to show you here in a second. That one part is kind of confusing, but see where it says it's dimmable, wireless charging. It does have a wireless charging pad on top. It does have a USB Type B and a USB Type C connector. This last part is confusing. It says something about using a phone holder when you're watching TV or something, which it does not come with any type of phone holder. So don't understand what that was about. I looked all through the box and it didn't, not only did it not make sense from a product point of view, but it obviously does not come with a phone holder. Again, here's us taking a look and opening the Bernard or whatever they're called. I'll put a graphic up on the screen here. Baynard or something table lamps. And we get the box open here. We see it is a 2-pack of table lamps. Some instructions here, some basic instructions on how these things work. And then we'll go ahead and remove these guys from the box. Put the Govee light bulbs aside for a minute while we take the lamps out of the package and attempt to maybe put those guys together. Notice a very, very good packaging here. Everything was packed very well. The lamps are protected completely by lamp condoms, which you will see me remove here shortly. But first I'm fiddling with the lamp, trying to figure out how to actually get the packaging out because it was a little confusing. There's a little lamp ring there, standard lamp ring that holds lamp shades onto lamps. And at this point I hadn't quite realized that that is what was holding the packaging inside of the lamp, so I fiddled with it for a moment and my tiny brain finally found out that that's how you do it. So here we have it. I finally figured out that this little lamp ring needs to come out. See me removing that now and then realizing, oh, the package comes out pretty cleanly after that. This is when I realized that there's a million wraps of plastic keeping this nice lampshade from getting damaged. And at this point, I quickly realized that maybe I should get some scissors out and make life a lot easier here. So we got the scissors, and if you just make a cut around the side of the lamps, then the packaging will be much easier to remove than to unwrap 40 or 50 wraps. And notice how dull my scissors are. We need to get more scissors as well. Those have cut wiring, they've cut everything on earth, and they are shot to death. Finally got the packaging off here of the beautiful Bernard lamps. And you can see the base here. Now this box right here is the vintage looking LED dimmable bulb that came with the lamps, which we will not be using those because we ordered Govee smart bulbs. Taking a look at the lamp base here, you can see the charging pad. Right next to that, you see the, well, this is actually the USB Type B and Type C ports, and then you also see on the back there is a 110 volt connector there for using whatever device you want. If you want to use your own charger, let's say you have an ultra fast charger, because the wireless charging on this is going to be the slow type. It's not going to be the fast type USB charging. But yeah, on the back you have a regular 110 volt plug, no ground. So if you have a grounded device, you will have to rip the ground prong off of the product. And I know you've all done that, so don't act like you haven't. Finally got the plastic off of the wire where it is kind of tied up with a wire tie, and I don't know what those slots are. I haven't tried really anything with them. I don't know if they were designed to hold your phone or what. But here's that confusing phone holder graphic on the back.
of the Bernard or Bernard or whatever type lamp these are. Again, link will be in the description, and I'll throw a graphic up on the screen as well, so you guys can please click through my links to order your products. It helps me tremendously to support the channel. I make almost nothing off the channel. In fact, it comes at a loss for me. With all the equipment I bought and the time that I put into the videos, it makes it hard without some sort of supplemental income. Here's me unboxing the Govee Wi-Fi smart bulb. You guys have seen this on my channel. I have another one of these bulbs outside on the patio. And here's me realizing that the lampshade goes on before the bulb because I'm a dork. Got the lampshade put on now, and this is me putting on the Govee smart bulb. Link will be in the description. They're fantastic, wonderful smart bulbs, and all Govee products are highly recommended. This is me unboxing the second lamp. Same process here as the first lamp, except it went much faster because my tiny brain finally realized how to quickly unbox, and then here's me scissoring, so to speak. No pun intended. But yes, that is coming off quickly there, the plastic, and makes my life way easier. You can see how dull these scissors are after having used them for a year or so to cut wires. Probably not the greatest idea in the world, but hey, we don't always do smart things. Here's the lamp condom coming right off of the Bernard. Amazon products have the strangest names. Have you ever noticed that? Alright, getting the plastic lamp base condom off here, and now this plastic is literally tied into a knot around the cord, pulling the cord off and out of the plastic and grabbing the other Govee Wi-Fi smart bulb. And here's me putting the lampshade on again upside down because tiny brain. Go ahead and put the lampshade on and screw the black ring to tighten the lampshade. And this lamp is complete. Here's a look at the Govee smart bulb and me unboxing it and trying to find the model number. When you use the Govee bulbs, anything from Govee, and you use the app, you're going to have to know the model number to find the bulb. They don't give you a QR scan or anything like that. You just type the model number in and it searches for it. Here's the Govee smart bulb coming right out of the package. I thought this was the model number, but that's actually just some kind of barcode number. And here's me looking for the actual model number. And I believe I finally found it at this point. H something. And me screwing in the Govee bulb. Little cleanup effort after, as usual.
Alright guys, so we have the tablet here running at the same time. We have our smart bulb here with the model number on the back. So we're going to open up the Govee Home app on the tablet. And we go up to the plus. We turn on Bluetooth as well. We go up to the plus, and all we have to do is search for the number X. I can't even read. 002, X002, X002. Oh, that's not it. Oh, it's H. I had the wrong number. It's H6008. You search for it in the tablet. Yep, it's Wi-Fi and Bluetooth bulb. And it sees it here on the app. So we just click it. It says connecting on Bluetooth. Let's call this bedroom lamp 1. It is looking for Wi-Fi. We want to change that to a 2.4 gigahertz network. Connect there. It does say it's connected. I don't see a firmware version. Let's go see if it needs an update. Firmware is not lit up. I think it's on the latest firmware. And let's see if we can change the color. It is not changing for some reason. Interesting. Doesn't say it's connected to Wi-Fi either. Wi-Fi settings. Still says the wrong Wi-Fi. Let's see if it's connecting now. It says Wi-Fi connection successful. But yet, okay, there we go. It's working good, guys. Using the app there, so let's go over here to this side and get this guy installed so that our millions of times we have sleepover guests, they can charge their phone, which is never. They're uglier, absolutely. But I do love the ability to wirelessly charge the phone. My only complaint is it's on the wrong side of the lamp. Why would they put it on the side that's, well, it actually depends on what side of the bed you're on, honestly, so that's a dumb statement by me, but for this side, it's on the wrong side of the lamp to charge because you're over here and the wireless charger is over here. I mean, I guess you could you can angle this towards the person, but to make it uniform, let's put it right there. Let's grab our tablet so we can get this working. So we go back to the tablet and we go to the plus H6008. I hope that's the right number. That's it. It does see it. It says it's connecting. Let's go bedroom lamp 2 for the name. Done. Searching for Wi-Fi. This one's flickering. Oh, it's dimmed. That's why. It's got to be. So since we're using smart bulbs, this has to be on full. So that one's, if it's not on full, it needs to be on it. Alright, connecting to Starbase SmartNet. I'm going to check the brightness control. Make sure your dimmer switch is on full and leave it on full, or it's going to flicker the bulbs and it could burn them out because there's not getting enough voltage. It says Wi-Fi connection successful.
This one's having a little bit of an issue connecting to Bluetooth. Oh, it says connected. Okay, so that's working fine on the app. Now the interesting part about these bulbs are that we can actually sync them to the backlight on the TV. It's going to be hard to capture this on video at the same time, so we'll probably take the phone off of the tripod, but as you can see here, let's make sure that this guy is also on full power. It might not be. Alright, there's two settings, so second tap is on, full power. So now we can take a look at the immersive lighting. So basically, it's going to be almost impossible to do this. Let's go ahead and stop down. And there is the tablet, and I don't remember how to do the group, so we're going to look at that now, but you can see the backlight is on. Let's throw this guy on something like a 8K immersive lighting video. 8K. I must not be signed in here. Oh yeah, I am. Okay. 8K. Ultra HD. Let's do this one. Notice the immersive lighting. Backlight is working properly. Okay, so TV LEDs. Let's take a look at that. Should be seeing the tablet now. I think there's a way to... I saw a way to do a group for this. Okay, so it's called the Sync Center here. Device connections can't be controlled individually. Okay, well that's fine. So we have to control... So here's the TV LEDs. So we have to add bedroom lamp 1 and 2. I guess click a segment to set the corresponding area. Wow, okay. For getting the best color, actually do not point the light source at the screen and the camera. Click a segment. Okay, so you're supposed to tell it where the lamp is. So it's here. It's... How do you do this? Getting the message, do not point the light source. Alright, let me look at this for a second, because I don't... Okay. So it's... Okay, so you click the... Okay, you click this. I don't know which one. One is on this side, is on the... One is this guy, because that's the one I put in first. So this guy, you click the color wheel, choose the corresponding area to the segment. It's 19. Wait, what? 19. Okay, and then 2 is 16. I guess. It's not doing anything. Device is off. Well, that's crazy. So that's absolutely insane. It's changing with the TV. Now I would knock this down a little bit to make it less bright. It's on same brightness. I just turned that off. Okay, that one started flickering bad. Let's knock the brightness down. So I knocked the brightness down on that one a lot to like 20%. I'm gonna knock this one down to like, I'm gonna knock them both down to like 15. So that's at 15%. Saturation is full now. And that one's flickering pretty bad. Something's going on with this one. Maybe it's not turned up all the way. This bulb might have a problem. This other one's not doing it. This guy's flickering like crazy. Well, that one's doing it too. Maybe that's part of the color routine. I think it's just, yeah, it's just changing. It's changing with the TV, so that isn't an issue, I don't think, because the bulbs don't flicker when they're not in this mode. So, area setting. This is interesting. Saturation, game, movie. Oh. Okay, I just changed it to game, from game to movie. Okay, that's a little bit different behavior. I like that better. You can also respond to sound. Devices sync center cannot be controlled individually. Which control device disconnect it from sync center. If the device is deleted in the details page, it can be not used normally. Please sync the information to corresponding dream view, or turn off the sync center and try using the device again. So you can't use it both. So interesting behavior. I'm going to look at this a little bit more. Alright guys, we're back on the voiceover now because there's no audio from the tablet here, but as you can see here, we've got the Govee smart bulbs and the Govee TV backlighting synchronized. There's a look at the 110 volt on the back of the lamp. And this is actually me testing the charging on the pad, and yes, that's me putting the phone on the pad trying to get the charging to work properly. And yeah, this is pretty much the end of the video here, and I am just using the power button. So the power button needs to stay on all the time for the smart bulbs to work properly. Since you're using other methods here to power them and control them, it can't be off. You'd have to use the app or the smart device to actually switch these off and on. Here's a look. The color's probably a little oversaturated here due to just the camera being irised up all the way. But here is a look at the immersive lighting technology going on. There's a look at the Govee smart bulb laying on the bed. And I don't know if I don't think I actually recorded here, but yeah, this is the Bernard lamp with the Govee smart bulb using Dream View to watch anything you like on television and getting your backlighting synced up with your other Govee devices. It can sync to a number. It can even sync to my smart mirror LEDs that I have, the Dream strips. And I really enjoy making these videos for you guys. Please like and subscribe for me as it supports the channel. And this is me wrapping up and just thanking you guys for watching the videos. It means so much to me to be able to bring content to you, kind of do this voluntarily on my spare time. And I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend and enjoyed this video about this fantastic product from Govee.
Check out this dude. Aw, man. Dude ruined my short hawkage. Hey everybody, Supercar Street Racing here. I want to take a minute to tell you about this new scam that's going on with SpaceX. So what these scammers are doing is they're taking these regular accounts that they've created over the years and they are turning them into accounts that look like SpaceX. But instead of SpaceX, which is one word, space and the letter X combined, no spaces, they'll take it and they will put a space in it, or they'll change it to SpaceX Live, or do something scammy like that to make you think that it's SpaceX. They will put a title on it like Elon Musk Live. They'll run a video, get some people interested, then they'll all of a sudden change the video to a scam video, which shows that you are getting Bitcoin for free. What it says is if you pay so much Bitcoin, Elon Musk is going to give you free Bitcoin. Yeah, right. Okay, duh. If you're dumb enough to fall for that, go ahead, send them your money. So the way you can tell that this is a scam is they have one video in their account and nothing else. And maybe they like a few weird random foreign videos. So what you do when you see this is you report the video. So you hit the flag button. You go to spam or scam, misleading, and then you say exactly what it is. It's a Bitcoin fraud account. Then you go to the actual channel by clicking on the channel name. You go to the about and you flag the account and you say it's a spam or scam channel and you report that it's a Bitcoin channel. Please do not fall for these. They go up a couple of times a day and they're immediately removed. And the registrar for the domain name, if you actually watch the video, there'll be a website to go to, like spacex.org or spacex21.net or something ridiculous like that. If you go to the about and the who is for the actual registrar, it will be reg.ru, which is a Russian registrar. You can actually report this to abuse@reg.ru and ask them to remove the site, and they will actually remove the site. Please help us get rid of these YouTube scammers trying to use SpaceX name to make Bitcoin and other money off of the name that they have nothing to do with. They pop up 5-10 times a day. They get shut down as soon as we can report them. So please do your part and don't get scammed. What's up, everybody? This is, I think, day like 11 or 12 with no pool pump turned on. And don't forget, we're doing a pool remodel. I just am not letting my pool get yellow for no reason. But look at this.
Officer 1088, proceed with recovery of felon 5241 SEN. Current position.
Central Expressway number 364, southbound A1Z, that was 14A1Z.
Let there be air. Get back on.
Let us be thankful we have an occupation to fill. Work hard. Increase production. Prevent accidents.
Yo, it goes down.
Robert, it goes down.
No, it don't.
It do go down.
It do go down.
Good morning, guys. We are in the Supercar Street Racing beautiful sunroom. You can see the beautiful water right behind us right there. And we are here to talk about the OXS 3.2.1 Dolby Atmos soundbar. OXS contacted Supercar Street Racing, wanted to know if we were interested in getting this thing in for you guys to take a look at and review. And I had the perfect place to put this right where we're standing right now in the Supercar Street Racing sunroom. Now every day I get out here in the Supercar Street Racing sunroom and I am doing an hour of work on my treadmill you can see right here below me. And when I do that, I go ahead and put on YouTube on the TV there to give me something to do for an hour while I exercise. But there's one big problem. This television here is not designed for sound quality. This is a Hisense television, and the last thing on their mind when they made this TV was putting great speakers into it. You can tell when you crank up the audio. And so every day I grab these K-Video headphones, I put them on, and I watch YouTube right here as I work out. But I need a better solution. Sometimes people come over and they want to watch sports out here in the sunroom when it's nice outside, and when they do, this speaker is not good enough to handle that amount of sound. Also, there is no surround sound in this sunroom area, so this will add Dolby Atmos processing at least to the soundbar and some Dolby Atmos speakers. Now the OXS soundbar has 6 drivers in it for a total of 230 watts. That's a lot for a little soundbar. This thing has the center channel, the upward firing Dolby Atmos, and the subwoofer all built into one piece, which is awesome. The whole system in conjunction with each other offers less than 1% THD. Now the OXS audio claims that the subwoofer will reach down to 53 Hertz, meaning the subwoofer range goes low. The smaller the driver, the harder it is to produce low frequency sounds. Now this guy does decode Dolby Atmos, which is awesome. It provides home theater quality sound in a soundbar. Now the way this guy produces high quality 3D surround-like experiences is it projects the sound all the way around you. Now that we've explored all of the cool features of the OXS soundbar, let's go ahead and get this thing unboxed and see what they gave us and see the quality and the packaging on the OXS soundbar. All right, we're right in front of the OXS soundbar now, and right in front of me you see the box here, and on the front of the box it does say that it supports eARC. It has a feature called Sky Channel, and that apparently is the speakers that fire upward into the ceiling. You can see it's 3.1.2 on the front there. Also noted right here that it is HDMI compatible and also Dolby Atmos. And on the side of the box it just does say OXS, and I correct myself, it does have a Bluetooth thing on the side here saying that it does support Bluetooth. It does support eARC, optical, auxiliary, USB player, or HDMI, and it does have a remote. And that's about it for the box. There's just a picture of the thing on the back. But let's go ahead and flip this over now. And right here on the back you can see that it does say immersive sound experience with 3D technology. Dialogue technology makes everything stand out, and then flexible bass with a sub built in. It does have 5 different EQ settings for you to choose from: standard, voice, music, or movie, or night as well. All right, inside of the box with the OXS soundbar, immediately on top you can see an accessories package right here. Looks like it has a few things included with it, like a power supply, maybe a power cable, maybe an optical cable, it looks like maybe an HDMI cable, some screws, some batteries, and a remote. So let's go ahead and remove this packaging. We don't need that where we're going. Or this. And right inside, that is in fact the accessory box right there that we did pull right out of the OXS audio packaging. And directly on top you see a short optical cable, probably, I don't know, 2 feet optical cable. That's nice that they gave you an optical cable with it. There is also 1 HDMI cable, so if you're using eARC, you've got your HDMI cable right there. There is the remote control for it. That's what the remote control looks like. Here is a power supply, an actual power supply, and it uses that standard appliance type cord on the end. And on the other side, it has the pin tube type power supply. There is a installation instruction manual, a quick start guide kind of here in there. And then there is the actual power cable right here. Like I said, it's the appliance type cable. I forgot the actual name of this connector on the end. And then some lovely screws to mount this with, and some awesome batteries. They gave you a set of batteries as well. Let's go ahead and get these batteries into the remote. Go ahead and open this remote up and get this thing batteried up. Batteries are installed in the OXS remote. Now for the soundbar itself, I think we should get it out of the packaging and get this box off the table. And it did come out of the packaging easy, and included was this nice template for you to go ahead and drill your pilot holes to install this into your wall. All you have to do is level this out and then go ahead and drill where it says pilot hole, and you can hang this directly from your wall. Now there's a full instruction manual right here as well included. There's the OXS soundbar, looking so fly and so fresh. Very high quality looking soundbar. I do like it. You can see on the back, the subwoofer, it does have the, looks like a 4-inch sub right here on the back. A little bit of packaging, and it does have a little diagram of the bass port on the back, which is interesting. It actually shows you that the bass flows through and out of this little tuned horn part right there on the back. And then the inputs are very clearly visible here. Let's spin that around for you guys. You have a variety of inputs here. You have the power input here. You have an auxiliary, a USB, an optical, an in, and an out. So basically, if you want to connect a device directly to this, you will come in and then you'll go out to your TV. If you're going to use eARC, all you have to do is connect the HDMI cable to your TV's eARC, and then your actual device or your television itself will play into this soundbar. And then on the front, you can see this Dolby Atmos logo here, and then also the OXS logo. And on top, it looks like you have a volume control, a power button, a Bluetooth on, and then I think an input indicator here. So you would click this through to go through the actual inputs on the soundbar. Now, if we flip the soundbar over, you can clearly see the wall mounts here, and you can see that the pilot holes will match up with your holes on the back. All you have to do is drill at that spot, and you should be able to hang your OXS soundbar from a screw. Now, don't forget, if you do have drywall, you cannot just use drywall screws if you don't go into a stud. So you will have to use drywall inserts. Those were included with the soundbar's mounting kit right there. You can see 2 drywall anchors right there for your pleasure and your mounting enjoyment. And that is all that we can see here on the OXS audio. If you kind of look closely on top, you can see the Dolby Atmos speakers poking right there. Pretty cool. They're right here on top. Very neat. All right, let's look at our install options for the OXS soundbar in our specialty install area right here in the sunroom. It is not an ideal location for installation. I will show you guys that next. All right, we just unpackaged the OXS soundbar. You saw all of the included options with the soundbar. The packaging was awesome. The included accessories were very cool. Now it's time to get this thing connected to this television right here and see if it makes a big difference in our sound quality in the sunroom. All right, we're right here in front of Supercar Street Racing Video Jukebox playing 24/7. Make sure you check that out if you haven't already. But right here you can see this Hisense television does not have a great sound quality record. Now, one of the things I want to do in the future is put a 5.1 surround sound system in the sunroom and move the sound and everything up to the ceiling and mount a TV up here in the ceiling as well. But for now, we're gonna go ahead and use this OXS soundbar to improve the sound quality of this Hisense television. When they made this television, the last thing that they ever cared about was sound quality. They wanted to get a good, cheap television to the market, and that's exactly what they did. Now you can see my corner mounting technique here. All I did was screw the Hisense directly to this shelf. And then this other side just is hanging off like willy-nilly into nowhere. So we have to look at our options for inputs on the soundbar now. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we have on the TV as options. All right, since it's very hard to get to the back of the TV, I've got the phone right here ready to go to record what's back here. Let's see if we can even see that now. There's the inputs. I'm gonna go ahead and look at all of the inputs now, but it looks like 2 HDMIs, a VGA. Oh, there's more inputs at the bottom and an optical audio output. That's what it is. There is more at the bottom. All right, now we know what we have. We went ahead and checked out our options for installing the OXS soundbar on the TV, and it looks like we have many options. The easiest option might be the optical port if I can get the actual connector in there. This will not fit, as you can clearly see, will not fit right there. It would have to go right here. Let's go ahead and get this TV unbolted from where it is, and we're just going to simply move it to the regular position right here. Let's get this TV unbolted and go ahead and move it over and just go ahead and do the soundbar like that, since we don't use that area very much right now. Boy, I used the long screw on that one. Was that necessary? Maybe not. When I installed this television, I simply bolted right through the foot here. This wise cam will also have to move, and this TV should just simply move now. Oh, we might not have room for the soundbar. But now that we have the TV disconnected, we can go ahead and use the optical cable. All right, it is connected, and we do have a signal now. And what we're going to do now is put our soundbar up here. All right, I'm hooking up the optical cable now. I clearly saw an optical light in the port, and I saw optical out. I see light on this side of the port. Let's swap the input to optical. Okay, I'm an idiot. I realize now that I did have Bluetooth on from the headphones. Let's go ahead and turn off the internal speakers. 3,000 watt. And here's 1,000 watt. It is on. There's the volume control on the soundbar. We have a bass up and down control, and you definitely feel the bass when you turn that up. There's the presets. It is on standard now. I put it on movie, and I have the bass all the way up on the control. Sounds good. There's enough volume to override the... It is not wide open yet. The volume's very clear. The dialogue's awesome. His inaction is difficult for me to accept. The bass is good. Very impressive. The volume is on 50 right now, I believe. And it's set for movie. That's volume 60. Sounds great. It's got really good bass, nice high frequencies. There's the treble. Treble is accessible from this little snowflake on the menu. Okay, we just connected the OXS soundbar right here in the sunroom and took a listen to it. You guys heard what I thought about it when we got it connected. Now it's time to see how you guys can pick one up for yourself. Let's throw it out to the Supercar Street Racing Studio A and look at this soundbar online and see where you can buy your own. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. On the end of this video, we love to show you guys what you can get on Amazon, and right in front of me, we have the OXS soundbar. Now, this soundbar does have 230 watts of power. It has 6 drivers. It has 2 on top, 2 on the front, a center channel, and a 4-inch subwoofer with an awesome bass port. So basically, the subwoofer gives you the ability to have Dolby Atmos type sound, where you only have have room for a sound bar. And checking right here, you can see this guy has 4.3 star reviews, 25 reviews. I absolutely love this thing. It sounded great. It has a bass and treble adjustment. If you don't want to do bass and treble, it has 5 different EQ settings that you could take advantage of, a remote control, every possible type of input you could want. You can go in with ARC, meaning your TV feeds the audio to the soundbar. You can go HDMI in and then feed this to your TV. You can go optical, you can go auxiliary, or you can go Bluetooth, all in this one awesome soundbar from OXS. Right here in front of us, you can see the drivers here. There's 2 on top, 2 in the front, 1 in the center, and 1 sub, and OXS has really outdone themselves in this thing. I played a Dolby Atmos movie on it. I played Dune 2 while I was sitting there working out, and this thing absolutely sounded great. It drowned out the noise from my actual treadmill and gave me the ability to not have to use those bulky, uncomfortable headphones while I'm on the treadmill. You can see right here how this guy produces 3D sound. It creates sound by projecting it from all around you, and it includes above, side, and front. This is showing you the 6 ways you can connect this guy to your TV or computer. This can actually just be a Bluetooth speaker. It does not have a battery, so you will have to have power, but still, you can just use this as a Bluetooth speaker if you want to. So go down to the link in the description. There will be an official link to go ahead and purchase your OXS S5 soundbar. Go ahead and grab one for Supercar Street Racing. And thank you so much for 101,000 subscribers. We had a nice subscriber party yesterday when we did it, and my family was in there. It was the most awesome thing ever. Support Supercar Street Racing, support our vendors, like and subscribe, buy your soundbar or any other thing you want through that official link. You can buy anything you want. Click the link in the description, get anything you want from Amazon, and it helps us out so greatly. But we got to get out of here right now. We got to go to Cliffs and we need a Uber. Let's get out of here. Hey, Uber, are you here yet? Uber. Not here. Guys, welcome to Supercar Street Racing. We are out here in the Supercar Street Racing garage today with the 2014 Club Car Precedent. And today we're going to be giving you a short tour of the Club Car Precedent here that's sitting next to the Model S Plaid. And then we've got 2 new exciting products to show you for the Club Car Precedent. And all that's coming up today on Supercar Street Racing. So hang out with us. Guys, we are out here in the Supercar Street Racing garage, and right next to me is my 2014 Club Car Precedent that I completely remodeled from top to bottom and installed a killer sound system in. This 2014 Club Car Precedent started off with ugly brown alligator seats. I since have done a lot of upgrades to this guy, and I want to show you what I did before we take a look at 2 exciting new products from our sponsor today. Kemimoto was kind enough to send us 2 things that they thought you guys would like. I'm actually giving them away after the video. So let's get started. Take a look at the golf cart real quick. I'll show you everything that's been done to it, and then we'll look at these 2 products from Kemimoto.
So we're right here in front of my 2014 Club Car Precedent that has been completely remodeled from top to bottom. And starting at the front, we have some modifications here. One is we replaced all the bushings in the Club Car Precedent because the wheels were folding in like that and the bushings were worn out. Also up front here, you do notice that someone has installed the LED light kit in the front. I did not get that myself. It was already on the cart. And it does include the rear tail lights and blinkers as well. And now moving up, you can see a custom Supercar Street Racing plaque here that I ordered online from Amazon. You can get your own and you can get whatever you want printed on it. Ours says Supercar Street Racing to support the channel. We're back here with the golf cart, and I just wanted to show you guys the mods to the side of the golf cart. And one of them is that we got new wheels and tires, and I think they look pretty cool. They're like a mesh wheel with a low profile tire. I like the golf cart not to be raised. I like it to be lowered. And so we did these street tires with these awesome SS wheels, which are completely black and spoked, and I love them. The next thing you can see on the side here is we do have carbon fiber armrests. This one has a little bit of glue on it that I have to get off. It's because when it detached itself, I had to glue it back on, and I accidentally got glue on it. I just need to take some WD-40 or something and get that glue right off of there. But you do see the carbon fiber armrest covers here on the golf cart. Moving to the inside of the cart now, you can see we have done some major modifications to the inside. One of those is the nice seat that has been painted with black fabric paint. We did take the brown seats and paint them black with fabric paint, and it came out awesome, I think. We might want to put another coat on that pretty soon. It might be wearing off a little bit, but we'll get to that when we have time. The next thing we're showing you is our mat. Of course, we replaced the mat with a laser cut mat. I'll put a link to that in the description as well. It fits perfectly, and it has a gray stripe on the edge of a black mat. Now moving in even closer, you can see that we have a tablet that runs all of the golf cart accessories. It runs the motor controller, can be tuned with it. It also runs the sound system, and it can run any Android app that you want. So it's very cool. You can see I've got the speedometer up on it right now. But yeah, such a cool idea for the golf cart. It does not have to have any kind of head unit. Everything's Bluetooth back to the sound system. Now right down here in the golf cart, you can see that we do have a charger here. It is a USB charger, and we have a second one next to it with USB Type-C and also quick charging. So that's what these two are right here. Below that is our gauge for our eco battery. It shows you the state of charge and also the voltage level coming from the eco battery. Moving up here, we got the carbon fiber dash, of course, which we put on there to give it a little bit of extra sporty look. We've got the JBL speakers, of course, and we've got a carbon fiber steering wheel. And that's gonna do it for the front of the golf cart mods. And now let's take a look at the motor and the controller underneath the seat. Moving under the seat, you can see the most important thing in this golf cart that has been modified. This golf cart has been converted from 48 volt lead acid batteries to 70 volt lithium ion. This is the eco battery, 70.4 volt, 105 amp hour battery. It was not cheap, but it is so awesome. And we also added the Novitas DC to AC conversion, a 600 amp controller, and a AC motor. So this golf cart is no longer DC. The AC has better battery life, it has better torque, and it is just an all-around better selection. And you do see also when you do convert to lithium ion, you move your charger into the cart, the charger is right over here, and you use a standard female side of an extension cord to plug directly in the cart, and all the charging happens right here inside the cart. And on that side of the well over there, under the camera here, we have the 12 volt relay switch. That switch over there on that side of the engine bay controls all the 12 volt accessories. So if you go into a bar or somewhere and you want to turn off everything so nobody can fiddle with your stereo system or Bluetooth you or anything like that, you flip that switch there. Right here on the back of the cart, we went ahead and took the opportunity to go ahead and put in 2 more JBL speakers so we could get full stage sound back here. So we got the same speakers, our 6.5s, 2-ways in the back here. And then right next to them, we have our epicenter control for our bass. And we do have another fast charging USB-C and USB-A receptacle right here, and a little plaque to show you what this knob actually does. Guys, moving to the back of my 2014 Club Car Precedent, there's not a lot to see back here that was done by me. We actually got the cart with this brand new back seat already put on it. It does fold out. And also all we did besides that you can see here is remove the white top, and we went ahead and got a black top because it matches our theme better. But all the rest of this was done except for the stereo system, of course, and I did
black out the taillights here by spraying a little bit of Plasti Dip on each one. Now let's not also forget our 12-inch woofer down here right below us. I did add that as part of the stereo system. Let's show you that now. All right, the last thing we have to show you, which you can barely see, is the stereo system. So behind the seat of the golf cart, we do have the entire stereo system. We have our 72 volt, 12 volt converter here. It's actually an inverter. We have a master switch for 12 volts here. We have some Bluetooth accessories there, a Bluetooth receiver, and that is how the signal does get down to the head unit. Right down there, you can actually see the amplifier chilling right there with the Bluetooth receiver sitting right on top of it. That is a 5-channel amplifier, so it's running the 4 speakers up front and the subwoofer. And then right over here we do have a 110 volt inverter in case you want to use shore power anywhere. And then next to that you can see the Epicenter right behind the back seat. That is our bass enhancement device, and it is connected to that control right there for subwoofer level control. And that is pretty much it on the stereo system, guys. So let's keep on going. Guys, right in front of me here, I have the Kemimoto windshield that they offer for the Club Car Precedent. And what this does basically is it would replace your hard plastic windshield that you see right here. And these factory windshields just clip in like this at the very top. Your new Kemimoto windshield actually is removable and would just fit right on the front, just like this. And it simply just has a Velcro strap to go around and fasten onto the windshield just like that. So installation is easy. I'm gonna show you guys by not removing this windshield completely. It has Velcro straps on it, pretty simple. And these Velcro straps just do go around. So installation is quick and easy for the Kemimoto windshield, and it just does install like that. And then you take your bottom 2 straps. Of course, you won't have a plastic windshield on it like I do. And you take them and you Velcro them. Now, of course, my plastic windshield is getting in the way. So this would not happen if you don't have the factory windshield. And I don't know if I've ever done a simpler installation. And also, and this top part, of course, can be folded down if you really want to. It will crease right in the center so that you can make this into 2 windshields. But first, before we do that, I'm gonna show you the tinted panel for this. So this also comes with a tinted panel like this, which you can then put on the inside of the cart. And it has straps to hold in the tinted panel as well. And then the other side just does fit the same way. Pull that tight and your little tinted panel will fit there. And there are also installation Velcro right on the inside here as well. And that is how you install your sun shield on your new Kemimoto brand new windshield. Yeah, so that's the Kemimoto windshield, guys. If you are interested in this, there will be a link in the description down below to get yourself one. Go ahead and order it through our link and save some money if they are running a discount. Go ahead and order it through our link and help out the channel and help out Kemimoto as well. All right, guys, the next product that Kemimoto sent us was a seat cover for the Club Car Precedent, and you can see right here and right now we have it right in front of you. And this guy just simply goes like this. You put it directly on your seat like this. It has straps that are Velcroed, and the straps just run underneath the seat. So you pick the seat up, take it off the hinge. You do the same thing for both sides. It's probably easier with 2 people. Here is the Club Car Precedent seat cover, looking so fresh. So if you are interested in this seat cover, there will be a link in the description. It is very easy to install. And if you just want a quick solution to cover your seat, I would go ahead and grab this seat cover. Okay, uninstalling your Kemimoto windshield is just as easy as installing it. Let's go ahead and get our sunscreen off, our sunshade. And the great thing is you can store this in the cart. Our sunshade is completely off. And now let's uninstall our Kemimoto windshield. Super easy to uninstall. You literally just pull the Velcro straps off. It does have a hinged mechanism in the center right here, as you can see. And this thing can be carried with you on your golf cart. Guys, thank you so much for joining us today on Supercar Street Racing. We are so appreciative of all your support and all your good comments. And we just thank you so much for liking and subscribing and buying all your products through the links down in the description and continuing to help Supercar Street Racing grow. And as a token to you, I'm giving it away to someone in the comments section. I'm gonna pick a lucky person to get this Club Car Precedent windshield and this nice Club Car seat cover, and I'm gonna ship it to you for free. Guys, have a great day. We will see you next time on the channel. Hey guys, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. We are happy and proud to have our sponsor Kemomoto on board, who was gracious enough to give us one of these seat covers and this foldable windshield to show you guys today. But I just wanted to apologize for some of the bad audio. The mic did fail a couple of times in the video, so a lot of the audio was done on the actual GoPro mic, so it's a little bit worse quality than the lavalier wireless microphone. So anyway, back to the subject here. Kemomoto provided us with their windshield and their seat cover. You saw that in the video. The windshield is foldable and it does have a sunshade on the top as well. It's super easy to install along with the seat cover as well. They all just Velcro right on. Simple as that. And that's going to do it for today. Don't forget to buy all your Amazon products through any of my links in the video. It helps me out greatly. It just gives me a little bit extra money here to run the channel. But we'll see you guys later. We got a lot of things to do. We have to go, I don't know. We just got stuff to do. We have something so special in front of us today. We have the best Ridge wallet you can possibly get, and there are a few reasons why. Because, as you can see right here, it is 24 karat gold RFID blocking wallet from Ridge. They are not a sponsor. I actually purchased this because I was interested in it. And today we're going to take a look at this, see exactly what the RFID blocking feature is. Open it up, see how nice it is for you guys. And then if you're interested in buying one, I will provide a link in the description, and maybe Ridge will work with us in the future. But for now, let's get this package opened up. Take a look inside and see how cool this 24 karat gold Ridge wallet is on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, right in front of me, sitting next to my Skyrider drone here, we see the Ridge wallet, slim RFID blocking wallet in 24 karat gold. And today we are taking a look at this packaging, very nice packaging. And it says the wallet redefined here on the side. And on the back, it says that it expands to hold 1 to 12 cards. It does block all RFIDs from your cards. It's a modular design and it has a lifetime warranty. It does have a cash strap and a money clip, both included with it on the wallet, and additional accessories for the option to interchange cash carrying style. Now I am used to doing a money clip, so I will probably do that. And on the side there, we just see that it does say Ridge wallet, looking ever so fresh with their logo here. And that is all that is to the outside of the packaging here of the 24 karat gold Ridge wallet from Ridge. Let's get this thing opened up now and see what's inside. Guys, the Ridge wallet in 24 karat gold is right here in front of me next to my Skyrider, and let's go ahead and get this guy opened up and see what is actually in here and take a look at this packaging. And right here, the first thing we do see is the Ridge right on top of it, just like that. And then underneath here, there is the wallet redefined on the side again, and lifting up the packaging here. We have a nice pamphlet right here, and it talks a little bit about getting started with your Ridge wallet, and then guaranteed for life, military grade materials, durability, and a wallet that will last a lifetime. This is a guaranteed for life wallet. They said if you visit them, they will make it right if anything happens to it. So basically, you push your cards in and out through the cutout, and then you use your opposite hand and fan them. Keep your two most used cards at the front and the back of the wallet to maximize
accessibility. And then on the back there's directions from changing the cash strap to the money clip, which is what I'm going to do. And then let's take a further look inside of the box here. Almost like a glasses cleaning to polish your Ridge wallet with. They also give you a Ridge sticker right here, which is very nice. They give you a nice screwdriver. And here is the 24 karat gold Ridge wallet right in front of you with the cash strap on it. And I like the money clip better, so I'm going to try to figure out how to change that. Here is the money clip, and they give you also an extra strap right here and additional screws. Okay, so to put this money clip, you have to take this thing apart and you have to take off the front plate, which I am nervous about doing, but I guess we have to. These are tiny screws, by the way. Okay, that is all of the screws now. Okay, we have just removed 14 screws. All right, I was successfully able to take off the money elastic and put on the money clip, which is what I prefer. I'll just put my cash right here. Let's go ahead and get some cash to put in it. This is my old carbon fiber Palo Alto gift, which is showing some signs of aging. It's nice, but it's time to throw it away. And let's go ahead and put some crispy 120s in here. Like that. And then your cards just do slide in. Like that. Put your most used cards on the front and the back so you have access to them. Let's go ahead and add all my cards. All right, we have successfully added all my cards to the Ridge wallet. Super easy to do, looks awesome. I love the gold plating. I love the 24 karat gold. I love the fact that they give you the money clip with it and additional screws so that you can have that if you need it in the future. I'm gonna put the old clip back in there right there. Then we have this nice card that came with it that says that they build high quality products and shows you how to get to their site. Put that back in there, and they give you this nice polishing cloth to polish your gold plated 24 karat gold Ridge wallet with, and this nice sticker as well. And put our box back together. Okay, now I'm gonna show you guys a video on how to add and remove the money clip to the Ridge wallet, and then we'll talk about it some more in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio with Brad.
We're back in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, and I am Brad, and I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to the channel if you are new here, and if you're a returning subscriber, we appreciate your support so much here on Supercar Street Racing. And today we have the 24 karat gold Ridge wallet looking so fresh right here in front of me, and there is a good shot of it right from the studio with the money clip on it that we did just replace in the video. Now, this video was not sponsored by Ridge Wallet. I did actually buy this. I had a carbon fiber clone wallet that I got from a vendor that was wearing out. So it was time to get a new wallet, and I bought the Ridge 24 karat gold wallet, and it does come with both a strap and a clip, and you have to change out the strap to the clip because it comes with the strap, and if you want the clip, you have to put it on yourself. Now, this wallet was a little over $200 and something, almost $300, and you can see right in front of you here that they have a range of them on Amazon. This one right here on Amazon is the titanium, but there are plenty of colors for you to choose from, and another good close-up look at the Ridge right there is what it looks like. And these screws are also 24 karat gold plated for your enjoyment. And so go ahead, and when you order stuff through our links in the description, it helps us out tremendously, and go ahead, subscribe. We recently have some videos doing very well, and I am so appreciative of your support. Now, when you do click through the links in the bottom of the video description, it does give us just a few dollars to keep the channel going, because we lose money on the channel, as you know, but we want to continue to bring you reviews and products. So it does help us out if you buy anything from Amazon by clicking any of our links. It doesn't have to be the actual product in the description. It will still help us out tremendously. So far, so good. I love the Ridge wallet. It does get a lot of attention when you go out, and people ask about it for sure. But pick whatever color you want, and if you can't afford the gold one, that's fine too. Get whatever you can afford and order it through the SCSR official promotional links. Now, I have to go work 7 more jobs to be able to afford this, so I'll talk to you guys later, and we'll see you soon on the channel. What's going on, everybody? Supercar Street Racing here. We're going to do another how-to video today. What we're going to do today is show you how to clean first and then shine your engine bay. So I noticed last time I took a look at the Accord engine bay, it had some dirt in there. So today we're going to look at the steps to get your engine bay looking nice and brand new. Now, the first thing you want to do is go buy these 2 products. So this is Gunk Foamy Engine Cleaner, and this is Gunk Engine Protection Shine. Now, these people used to offer this together, but they got smart and figured out, oh, let's separate them and charge twice as much. So, looking at the instructions on here, this thing says the engine needs to be cool. So make sure the engine's cool before you apply this stuff. Then you just spray it on there. You let it soak 10 to 15 minutes. The old stuff that you had, you started the engine once you put it on there, but this has to be applied to a dry engine, and just read the directions very well. Wait 10 to 15 minutes and then rinse it off. Then the next step is going to be to apply the shine. So right here we got my Honda Accord EXL. I bought it, believe it or not, about 6 months ago with 13,000 miles on it. It is almost like a brand new car inside and out. Now has 21,000 miles on it. I am thinking about selling it. Pop the hood here so you can take a look. It's a very clean vehicle. Both inside and out. 13,000 miles for a almost 7-year-old car is unbelievable. Go ahead and pop the hood up here so I can show you this. So it already is in pretty good shape. The engine bay is pretty clean, but there's a lot of dirt and like sand and stuff in there. So it does have to be cool. It is cool. A little warm, but doesn't matter. It's just slightly warm. So this stuff here, you shake it well and you apply it generously all over the dirty surfaces. You let it sit for 10 to 15 minutes,
And if you have a brush and you have really bad areas, you can brush that off. And then you rinse all the areas starting at the top all the way to the bottom. If you're concerned about electrical components, cover them. I never do, and I've never had any issues, but some vehicles could be sensitive to that. I'm not going to do any of this stuff here, just the actual engine bay. So I've got the stuff ready to go here. We'll go ahead and start spraying it. It looks like it's getting pretty much everywhere, so be ready to wash your car after you're done with this, or have some detail spray handy. Yeah, it's going everywhere. I guess that's good though. Get in all the corners and cracks. Back on the firewall too. See how I'm getting everything really good, including the areas that you can't see. A lot of the dirt will tend to build up on the intake manifold and things like that. Get the firewall and the wheel well's good. You can see already this stuff is starting to take the dirt off in some areas. Get those areas down there that you can't see, don't forget that. All inside there, down next to the transmission, over here. Another thing that helps is to go from every angle. Gets areas that you can't get from, the front. So walk around the back. Get all the places that you can't get from that angle. Probably take the car to be washed after this, honestly. So not going to worry too much about getting it on the exterior. I take the car once a week to get it washed. And now from this side. See all the places I missed when I was spraying from the front because of the angles. So this helps you get everywhere. Don't forget the back of the engine too. Down there where you can't see. Back by the brake booster, master cylinder area. Up by the radiator area. I'm basically going to use the whole can on here. Can's almost empty. Clearly see the dirt coming off of a lot of the areas. Awesome. And that's that. So, use the entire can of Go Foamy Engine Cleaner on the engine, and now I'm going to let it sit for 15 minutes. Got a brush right here that I'm going to throw away or reuse just for car stuff after this. I'm going to hit these top areas here that are right in view that maybe this stuff won't be able to get off. You can see already that's making a huge difference. It can't get the big stuff off without your help. But look at that. See how that's getting all that off? Hit all the areas that you can with a brush if you really want it clean. Hit your wheel well areas, top of the wheel well, that is. Anything in sight here that you want really clean, go ahead and use a brush. I'm using a brush from the sink that I'm throwing away. Look at that. Also, if you have a really bad engine bay, you can do this twice. You can repeat the process, and that will get even more off.
So keep doing that until you get everything in sight that you really want clean. Got the hose right here, which just so happens to be close to the car. I've got it set on jet. And I'm going to go ahead and start spraying everything down. And it's supposed to start from the top to the bottom. You can see the dirt coming off of it. It's working really well. Just be aware, the outside of the car is going to be dirty after this. You are going to have to wash it. Go ahead and get some more hose over here and clean it from all angles, just like when you sprayed it. Now, if there's any sensitive areas and you feel like you shouldn't spray them directly, by all means don't. But I've done this for 20 years and I've never had an issue. Some cars like the E36 BMWs are sensitive to water getting in the computer and the firewall. So those kind of cars you may want to take it easy on spraying directly. Alright, so got it all rinsed. You can see how good that looks now. Very, very clean up here, especially where I scrubbed. Now we're going to let this dry completely. I'm going to go ahead and dry off the side of the car right here where it got wet, and then we'll be back. Got the engine nice and dry, mostly. Went in with a towel and dried the rest. Shaking up this gunk engine protector now. And it doesn't have a lot of detailed info, but it just says to basically spray it on. So never done this before. Let's see how it works. Awesome. Looks like it does leave it nice and polished. Spraying it all over everything here. Down in the hose areas. Looks awesome already. Supposedly cleans easier next time, and this protects everything. Pretty cool. Take a little rag to these areas where up front where I don't want to spray the actual car down. I don't want to get it on the paint. So these areas here, I'm just kind of wiping the stuff on. It's almost like Armor All when you bunch of water right here, but you can see like you can help it in some of these areas here where I just don't want to spray it directly on my paint. So in these areas I'm just wiping it in by hand. You see how it acts just like Armor All? So it's making all the rubber pieces nice and dark, all the hoses nice and dark. Really awesome looking already. See how that is shiny? Now there's no instructions after that part. Doesn't say whether you can start your engine now or whether you have to let it dry first.
I'm gonna let it dry for a little bit before I start. But as you can see, I'm just kind of wiping it into the areas that it might have a problem spreading to. And some of the areas that are kind of hard to get to. So there you have it. Next time you clean your engine, it will be much easier because supposedly this stuff protects the engine from getting dirty. We will see how it acts over the long haul though. Time for the big reveal of how to ultra clean your engine. This has had time to dry and wow. Look at this. This looks like a brand new car. This is amazing. I've never used this stuff before, but it is really good. I highly recommend the gunk cleaning system, which is right here. So we've got the foamy engine cleaner and then the engine protect shine, and it came out like this. Hope you guys enjoyed this video, and I've got another one coming your way pretty soon as well. Supercar street racing. Guys, we are here in the kitchen starting on the golf cart audio project. We have everything except the front speakers, and the reason we don't have the front speakers is the speakers came in and they actually did not have grills, and so they were the wrong ones, so I sent them back and I ordered speakers with grills. So we are waiting on the front speakers before we can finish the dash install. We got the subwoofer here, we got the subwoofer box here, we got the amp and the epicenter here. We got the voltage reducer here, so this guy takes 48 volt golf cart voltage or 48 volt any voltage and reduces it down to 12 volts for the audio system and for anything else we need power for. Everything else is laying out here on the garage floor, and I've just been taking some measurements and doing some things, and it looks like the voltage reducer is too fat to fit inside here. The battery, it's just slightly, it could, I mean, another millimeter and it would fit right down there, but it just is too fat, and it's unbelievable that it also will not fit there, and I think it's because that's in the way. That's the charge port. So voltage reducer has to go elsewhere. It could go under the dash, actually. There's plenty of space back there, inside there, tons of space back there, which means I would have to run a pretty hefty 48 volt line that way and then 12 volts back to the back for the amplifier, so I don't know if I want to do that. It might make more sense to mount it back here somewhere. There is plenty of space inside this little cavity behind the golf cart. I still have to check that out, but for now we're just kind of looking around trying to see where we're going to put everything. And we're not doing rear speakers at this time, but eventually we will pull this back seat off and do 2 more 6.5s right there in that position where those guys are. Okay, I looked at the box. I think the best place to mount the amp is on this back seat, honestly. There's plenty of space back there, plenty of room, and I'm thinking mount the amp in the epicenter there and run the wires down this like rail here and down with some tubing. Only problem is this bolt's in the way. Look. Or actually we could come to this rail, down the back of the rail, and go under there, right there with our wires. So really you would hardly ever see anything if we make a cross here with the wires. If we cross right there with some tubing and then zip tie it and then come down to this rail and go under. I think that's the ticket. And I really am contemplating taking this back seat off so I can get these speakers out. You can't get them out because the freaking screws are underneath. Like, I tried everything. It's just not possible without cutting them out. It's so close. I don't think I could even drill a hole in that rail and get them out. And I don't know if they're any good or not. I don't even know what they are. What do they say? TU? I don't know what that is. No grills either. So lame. But I think that's the deal. I think the amp's going on the back seat. I don't want it like out in the open on the back of the cart because I just know people will fuck with you like that. At least it's kind of hidden in here. Like we can put it right in the center and you'll barely see it. And then honestly, the voltage reducer could go back here as well. There's plenty of space for a whole amp rack back here. Literally everything. All right, I went ahead and ordered some cable clamps, the kind you screw on for wire organization, because I think we have a good plan now. We are going to put the amp and epicenter and voltage reducer on the back of the seat and just run everything down these rails and into the bottom of the cart. We can even mount our what is it called, inverter, 12-volt inverter back there if we want to. And I think it's a good plan. It gets all the equipment out from underneath the cart. It keeps everything away from the back of the cart, and it also hides everything mostly. So I think that's the deal. The amp is actually too big, too wide to go on the enclosure. It would fit, you can make it fit, but you would have to, it's very close. The screws, you probably have to drill new holes in the amp mounting area to do it. So new plan is pull off the back seat, design a pretty cool amp rack back there directly to the seat, screw everything directly to the seat, and then run the cables really nice, and everything will be good and hidden, and that'll keep people from screwing with it when I'm out somewhere. And so that's the current plan. I am so glad I did not screw this woofer in. I don't have screws anyway. I'll have to go to the hardware store and get some drywall screws, but I forgot the polyfill. Alright, welcome back to the channel, and we are out here in the garage and we are about to remove this seat. I'm just looking for the correct size of freaking wrench. So I'm gonna find a wrench and we'll get right to it on Supercar Street Racing. Alright, we are back and it is an 11mm wrench, and I just so happen to have a ratchet wrench for this guy.
Okay, we got the seat off finally, and now we can start designing our amp rack. We are going to be putting the amplifier and some other stuff right here between these rails. And all we have to do is fit between where these marks are here. All right, we are laying out the initial layout here. Looks like the amp will go great there. And possibly the epicenter there.
Perfect.
Good morning, everybody. Supercar Street Racing with a long awaited update. I have not been doing much with the car. Been kind of out of it in a relationship which ended recently. So now I can concentrate on doing other things with this car. So it's going to be a multi-part video. When the video runs out, I'll start a next part. But what we're here for is the Avon E90 Android navigation system. So let's talk about Avon first of all, who is believe a Japanese or Chinese company who has a US office in California. I believe it's in California. I'd have to go back and look. So you can get these same units on eBay. I don't know what the support would be like, and we will talk about Avon's tech support here shortly. But so basically this unit, when you have a E90 car, you either have no navigation, in which case you don't have this hump. That's kind of a better option for the new navigation system retrofit, and I'll tell you why later. Or you have CCC or CIC, depending on what year, and they improved the navigation drastically. I believe in 2000, either 10 or 11, they upgraded it. But they have a replacement for either one. So basically what you're doing here is you're removing this screen completely. You get a whole brand new screen. It's more than double the resolution of the original screen, and it works with the factory BMW navigation system. So you get the best of both worlds here. You get to keep your old factory nav, and you get to get an upgraded modern Android head unit. And the way this works is your screen is up here. Let's not confuse that for your navigation system. That's the screen. your navigation unit is right here, okay? So the cabling goes between here and the screen, and to install this unit, you have to pull, first of all, you have to pull this trim, pull the screen out with 2 screws, pull this climate control system out. I drew a blank there for a second, with these little clips that are on the side, and then you have to pull out this navigation system with screws. They give you a pass-through cable. Basically, it's not a cable, it's more like a wiring nightmare. It's a big bundle of wires that you plug in between this system and that system. This is now one unit. This has the CPU and the screen all in one box. So everything is included in here now. You take out the wire out of the back of this, you plug it into the harness, then you plug the harness into the back of this. And then you move the fiber optic cable. Without the fiber optic cable, the audio will not work. So if you install one of these, don't forget to move the fiber optic cable from the back of your original plug here to the new plug that goes in the back of here. So let's talk about the difficulty of installation. This video will probably end soon and I'll start another part. Difficulty to install. This is very incredibly difficult to install. There's a couple of reasons for that. It wouldn't be so bad if there was room back here. There's absolutely no room back here for the wiring harness. And when I say no room, I mean no room. The fact that this is mounted in here now and working is a miracle, because I sat there for an hour and a half trying to figure out how to get that wiring harness behind here and put this back in. It's so much wires. So the only way to really do it, I feel, is when you pull this out, there's a plastic cage. This video, I think, is going to end at 4 minutes. Let's see. No, it's still going. Okay. So there's a plastic cage on each side of this where this slides into. I believe you can cut that cage and just use the screws to hold this in. And if you got rid of the side of this cage, the wires could go to the side easily. You could push them to the side, this thing would slide in easily. I didn't try that. I didn't want to cut that at that point. I was about to. I had almost given up on it. The problem is if you're going to cut that, if you don't do it while it's in the dash, it's kind of hard to remove that cage. You got to take a lot of stuff out right here. Okay. The other thing is when you get this unit, make sure you get the GPS splitter. That allows you to use the old GPS antenna with both this unit and when you switch to BMW Nav, it allows you to use the same GPS, your old GPS antenna. And I do believe this video is going to end at 5 minutes and I'll start a new one. Let's see.
Just got a tornado warning and it is active out here, and there's some low clouds. I'm going to step out there so you can see them. And then we got some crazy lightning. I'm just waiting to get smoked by a tornado. We have a tornado walking around out here somewhere. Checking out the video from last night. Of course, I'm so critical. I see some spelling mistakes, which are just careless, but I was editing it late at night and it was getting close to bedtime, and you know, things happen. But today we're going to be taking a look at how you wire up a regular receptacle in the wall. But remember, I'm not an electrical, I'm not an electrician, I'm not certified, but I'm going to try to show you guys how to do it anyway. The car is acting weird at low RPMs. It's like surging. Anyway, add it to the list of things that are going to break on this car probably. We are headed to the best place on earth, Wally World, Walmart, to pick up some vital groceries for tonight. And then we'll be working on the how-to video, how to wire a standard home receptacle in 4K, nevertheless. But first we got to hit Wally World. And you know, if you're going to Wally World, you're going to Walmart Liquors, which is right on the end there. So you get your food, then you get your drink on right at the corner there. Yeah, this is Walmart, where sometimes you can't even find a freaking parking place. It's so busy. But I parked right here in front of the grocery area. building all these new apartments around it. Wouldn't you like to live right next door to Walmart? That'd be amazing. All right, we're gonna park and go up in this guy and see what we got. All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Had a successful trip to Walmart and want to talk a little bit about what it's going to take to wire up a receptacle. Now, this is just a standard receptacle that you can buy at either Home Depot or Lowe's. It's a duplex receptacle. That's what it looks like right out of the box there. It's your standard Decora. This says decorator, but it's either Decora or decorator. Now, the difference being Decora is the square type of plug, and the standard plugs are the round kind. So these tend to be a little bit more is basically the voltage across the wire sees the magnet as opposite poles as it passes by them. So that's the difference between AC and DC. And then when you have your AC wiring versus your DC wiring, so your AC wiring generally will have
smaller the wire is. This is probably 16. So it's not going to be running some high amperage level. Receptacle from any hardware store or Walmart. Romex wire. These are workman pliers. These guys are designed to deal with cutting Romex. So they're thick, they can cut through this no problem. Workman's pliers, you gotta have those, link in the description. Standard Phillips screwdriver, gotta have that, or a flathead for these. Don't rely on a power tool. That last little crank is what gets you your accurate and your reliable connection.
And so you take one of your really small, they make little electrician screwdrivers. You take this little screwdriver, you push it in this notch here to release the wire out of these small holes if you ever need to replace these guys. So let's add that to the list of things you need. You need a small flat blade screwdriver if you're going to use the quick release and quick connect on the back. And if you look closely on this receptacle, when you're facing this receptacle, the white wire always goes to your left. The black wire always goes. To the receptacle, and then inside the box you're not going to be able to terminate that anywhere, but go ahead and hook it up here. Now what you want to do for stripping the wire back is take off about 1/4 of an inch of wire. These handy auto strippers don't work well with this nose in here somewhere. Any pliers will work. You take this tab, you squeeze it with your pliers here, you turn it and turn it and turn it, and this will break off on both sides. You got to do it both times. What does that do? So that separates the circuits here. That makes the top two screws independent from these bottom two screws. That way you can have your bottom part of your receptacle switched from a switch and your top part constant, or vice versa. So in that case, if you're not familiar with electrical wiring, you would need assistance from an electrician, but basically the output of your black wire from your switch would go to here, and your white wires would all combine together inside the box, and that would go to here, and then this bottom would be switched, or the top if you do these top two screws. Doesn't matter if you do top or bottom. But if you separate this little tab here, this becomes a separate circuit. But let's concentrate now on how you do the wiring. And I can tell already this is a little bit too short, so I'm going to take off some more of this guy. So you just squeeze and turn, not too hard, you'll clip right through the Romex sheath, but okay, that didn't do it all the way. So if it doesn't, just try again, and that time I got it. Notice I made a little notch by pressing too hard. And now that we have our bare wires, let's look at the back of the quick connects. There's two holes right here where you push in. All you do is push. Clearly labeled white right here. So take your white Romex wire, push that in. Now look at this. It went in. Look at that. I want to show you guys up close, but it went in and that guy is not going anywhere. See how I can't take it out now? All right, so that's what you want on that. Take your black wire, and once again, it's clearly marked. Hot wire here is your black. The other one's neutral. Take your black wire, get a little bit closer here to the camera. Take your black wire, push it right inside that hole. And notice how it went all the way in with no bare wire. It went all the way. So about half an inch was good. A little bit less than half an inch maybe. Went all the way in to the back. Now this is good. It's wired. Now, if you are just using quick connect, now you can take your nice electric drill and run these in. Run the other side in like this. Now, more than likely inside your electrical box, you're going to have more peeled back than this from the Romex insulation, because you need to be able to bend this about like this, like that, to push it inside the box. And notice I made a U shape. That's how you push it inside your electrical box, to then use these two screws to screw it into the box, okay? And then your wall plate goes over the top of that. Now, don't forget your ground. Now let's talk about the way you bend the wires for screws, because we got to do that for this ground right here. So you always want to bend your wire the direction that your screw is turning. So in this case, it's clockwise. So we take our workman pliers, we go to the end of the ground. Ground doesn't have a quick connect. All we do is turn like that. Notice I made a nice hook right there, okay? All right, now we take our ground. You'll see the green screw at the bottom. You always want to go the direction your screwdriver's turning. It's got some safety catches right here, and we just wrap it around the safety catch so that the wire touches these two little metal tabs that are there. That keeps the wire from backing out. I don't know if you can see it there. There's a little tab right there, and there's one on the other side. Now, we take our manual screwdriver, since we're using screws, and it wants to pop out, of course, and we tighten. And a lot of times it's going to come out, so you got to keep pressure on it. Like that didn't stay in all the way. It's not properly in there. It's got to be in all the way. And if it gives you problems, take out the hook and make it a little bit more pronounced. Put that bad boy back in. Hold pressure on it like this while you're screwing it in.
So I'm pushing on the wire with my thumb to keep that pressure on so it doesn't back out. Give it a good, nice twist there. Really tight, all right? So check it out. So that's how you properly put in the ground. And then you take these back wires, you make that U shape, and you push it right into that electrical box. And then you screw that in, okay? This receptacle is ready to go. Let's pretend this other end is connected somewhere up in the wall, okay? So we're good to go on that one. Now, let's say you don't want to use the quick connects. Well, there's another way to hook this up. So let's talk about disconnecting this. The ground's always going to be and also manipulate it. That's what they're for. Makes working with wiring easy. Now I've got a nice U right there. See that, guys? All right. Take that and put it around the screw now. And now what you do is you pull pressure towards, you put pressure on that screw. Go ahead and tighten that up while you have pressure on it. And once it gets tight, go ahead and bear down on it. That guy's in there all the way. See that? And it's always white on the left. Remember that. Now this other or into the quick connects. Now, one last thing that I like to do, and this is all just literally up to whether you feel like doing it or not. Take your electrical tape here. Got a set of regular electrical tape, a roll here. Of course, it's annoying, you can't find the end, but take that electrical tape here. Oops, wrong one. Power will show on this. Take your tester. This shows you if you wired it right. We got 2 orange lights. 2 orange lights on the bottom of this means it is properly wired. And you have put a receptacle in, guys. Can you believe it? You did it. I got faith in you guys. If you need any help, hit me up. Feel free. Leave me a message. We can email back and forth. First things first, go out and get all these tools you need. Be prepared. It's nice to have all the tools you need and not have to do anything, you know, halfway. These are tools that are a necessity if you're doing electrical work. I do a lot of my own electrical work here, so I keep my tools. If you take a few minutes every time you're done to put your tools back, you will always have them the next time. And the Romex and everything that you need, all the electrical tape, I'll have links to that in the description. And I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and I hope to see you next time. Roll. And we were just talking also about our careers and what we do. This Final Boss Sour Gummy VIP kit. This guy had, basically I'll put a link to the video down in the description here, but he had AI running on 2 phones and he made them date. Hey guys, welcome to the podcast. I never thought that we would finally get together and do a podcast, but we have the crew here today in Supercar Street Racing living room. On my left here, we got Jared. You guys all know Jared from the videos on the channel where he built that Lego play button that's sitting right behind. And actually, that probably should have been in the shot somewhere. And then we got Todd. This is my neighbor, Todd. We met the other day. He is a supporter of the channel and noticed that we live in the same neighborhood, which is crazy. So Todd's over here. You guys all know Joe. He's on the channel all the time. So we're doing this podcast. We want to come to you guys and show you this Final Boss Sour Gummy VIP kit that is sponsored
So Final Boss sent us this VIP sponsored sour candy kit to check out, and I just thought it would be cool we could get together and kind of talk about things and then try each one. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I like it. A little sampling.
So the first thing that we kind of wanted to just touch on was like one of the commonalities that we have. We don't have this with Jared, but we have all golf cart stuff going on. So you want to talk a little bit about how you got into golf carts, maybe, and what makes you stay into that area?
Yeah, it's an interesting story. So, funny enough, I used to be Brad's next door neighbor. I live right next door, and at the time, my ex-wife and I were just together. We were engaged, and I had a friend of mine that had a golf cart, a little gas golf cart that he wanted to sell, and it was a really good deal. And I remember coming home and telling her about wanting this golf cart, and the answer was very quickly like, "We don't need a golf cart." Well, me being who I am, I just went ahead and bought it, brought it home, and that did not sit very well with her at all. But what was funny about that is when I got the golf cart, it didn't take long for her to warm up to the idea of having a golf cart. So I found her all the time riding around the golf cart, So that was how I got into golf carts. A lot has happened since then. That was probably 15 years ago, I think, when I got my first golf cart. And I've just been a fan of it. When I first got that golf cart, being in this neighborhood, there was only a very small handful of people that had a golf cart.
And then it just took off.
And then all of a sudden, everyone. And I think that was just a combination of a couple of people in the neighborhood, recognizing other people having them. Yeah. And then Florida just blowing up with golf carts. So it all happened at once. And man, it's really interesting because I was just at the trick-or-treating with the kids the other day. And there was a little carnival around the corner that all the kids like to go to. And there must have been 40 plus golf carts just parked out there, hanging out, having a good time.
Big golf cart.
It's a mainstream thing in this neighborhood. And it's a lot of fun. So it's fun to see all the golf carts and all the stuff that people have hooked up to their golf carts, and of course talking to people about it, and telling them my story and the golf cart that I have. So that's kind of how I got into it.
Well, before we go ahead and talk to Todd and Jared about their favorite hobbies, because I'm the same way. I like golf carts, cars, all that stuff, and I know a couple people over here like cars too. So why don't we dig into the first gummy and tell us exactly what it is? There's a little. And we'll put a picture up on the screen right now of what the diagram is right here. But I guess the premise here is that all of the gummies are bosses in video games.
Yeah.
They'd be the final boss at the end of a video game. So what's the first one you want to try here?
Well,
what
yes.
What are you interested in?
I looked over this real quick, and it's definitely geared towards children and like gaming. What they have here is 3 different flavors. So they have strawberry, blueberry, and cranberry. And then they have levels of sourness that go up as you go along. So what I figure is we could start on any particular flavor on level 1 and just work our way over. So in here, they give you 2 packs for each particular flavor. So we can start with the first one that just happens to be Final Boss, and this one is sour cranberry. And that is the I gotta read this from the front. Arachnothorn, I think is what it's called. So yeah, that'll be the first one. What do you say? Want to give it a try?
Yeah, let's break it open and see what these guys think about it.
All right.
I'm curious. I've never had super sour candy at all.
No, I don't know about y'all, but I love sour candy.
Do you like it?
I'm a big fan of sour candy.
Is there multiple in each?
Yeah, there is. I haven't checked it, but I felt it. I think there's probably like 8 or so in each packet. So
after we get done
make sure
with
you
this,
touch all of them.
we're going to go ahead and give these to the kids.
Well, this is interesting. It looks like a cranberry, like a little cranberry too. Okay. So that's interesting.
Well, just emphasizing these are not 420 set.
Exactly. Well, you have a cranberry running around here somewhere that I tried. You'll find it later.
They look like real cranberries.
And it tastes like real. And it tastes like a real cranberry. It's made out of real fruit, is what it says.
Well, yeah, we forgot to mention that.
So let me turn this around real fast and I'll put it back. High in antioxidants. Epic sour, it says. No artificial ingredients and uses real fruit. So that's good. I actually like that.
Really good.
Yeah.
Jared, what did you think?
I like 3.
You already ate
You struggling?
They're great sour.
You think so?
I keep leaking.
That's level 1.
That's
That's
interesting.
only level 1. Yeah, you're in trouble.
It's got some sourness to it, but I guess everybody's taste buds are a little bit different. It's sour, but not that sour to me. But for him, it's interesting that he finds it to be very sour.
Yeah.
The flavor, though,
It's really good though.
is super good.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of that
What a
one.
great source of fiber.
So between each one, we're going to wash it down with a little.
A little bit. Yeah, we
taste
forgot
of
to talk
bourbon.
about that. What are we sipping right here, Joe?
Yeah, I think you poured us a little Angel's Envy, right?
We got some Angel's Envy here.
Very good.
And we have a bottle of Buffalo Trace, and we have some Eagle Rare. We have a little bit of Eagle Rare left in the bottle, which we'll probably save for the last when we destroy ourselves with the most sour candy inside the box.
Yeah.
Now, also, there's 2 other ones that aren't even released yet that are going to be the highest level of sour, and they have not been released, and they're on the box.
right there as mystery items.
Yep, they got a level 4 coming, and then the final boss. So it'd be interesting to see if we get an updated package with different flavors. So
That would be interesting.
Hey, first one, I thought it was delicious.
I did too.
Yep.
Fan of it.
It's really good, yeah.
Todd, tell us about your favorite hobby. Is it golf carts or cars or something else?
Probably golf carts at the time, cigars as well.
Oh, okay. He would get along with Rich across the street.
Absolutely.
He loves cigars.
Yeah. To kind of follow along with what Joe said, got into golf carts probably because of FOMO.
Mm-hmm.
The neighborhood blew up, people all over the place with golf carts, and I got my own. Kept it for a while, did a lot of modifications to it, and then ended up getting rid of it and kind of missed it. So then I went back and bought another. So it's start the process over again, do some modifications to the new one. But it's a lot of fun then.
Yeah,
and it's how I met you. You both now too, because that's how I found your channel, Brad. That looked for a specific modification that you had done to your cart. Had not found any other videos on it anywhere else. And when I found you, saw you riding through the neighborhood and realized, wow, that's my neighborhood. So
you know what's interesting about that, Todd, is that I looked for a video and I came across this guy. And you might have seen him before. He was actually on a farm.
Okay.
And I think he got the Mosasaur battery free as well.
Oh, okay.
But it was such a bad video. There was nothing about installing it. He literally just threw it in the cart and said, okay, that's the video. So
right.
I thought it would be, better if we did something. Jared, I know you like cars, man. I know you like cars and you've had cars in your past. What's your favorite hobby now besides your family and your son?
Besides them, building Legos is my go-to.
So that's true. That's your big thing.
Yeah, big Star Wars fan, and then that brought me into Lego, and then throughout that I developed cities, and now I have my own city.
He has a closet in his house with the entire countryside.
Yeah, my wife was nice enough to donate the closet.
Yeah.
Thanks, honey.
I've always known he's been into Legos, and it was really cool to see the video where he helped put the button together.
Yeah, he put the play
and just
button.
to watch you completely start to take the bag, separate. You could tell this guy knows what he's doing.
He's got the
He
experience.
had everything all parted out. He knew what to do, and then immediately just started. Did you do that by eye, or did you look at the?
No, I read the instructions on it.
But you read it quickly and knew where everything was.
Yeah,
I thought it was pretty cool.
It was pretty easy build. But
Yeah,
it was enjoyable. It was a good way to spend a work day.
Right, exactly.
What happens is I get emails from YouTube saying that after I achieve a certain amount, they offer me a gift.
Okay.
So the bummer is, by the time I get to the email, even though it's 2 minutes after getting sent, most of the stuff's gone.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was a neon light that I really wanted, a neon play button, but I ended up getting the Lego, which I loved it, and then I bought that little pedestal to spin it around with. That's the story of that. So,
definitely put that on the camera.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know why I didn't put it up here before.
Yeah, it should be spinning right here.
Yeah.
So, Jared, aside from the Legos, that's it. That's kind of your fascination.
Yeah,
right now, right?
being a dad.
Being a dad, that's a tough thing.
Takes up most of the time.
Oh yeah.
And we've been stepdads to your son.
Yeah, yes,
both
yeah,
of us.
I'm Uncle Brad.
All right, so let's try another one
Let's
of
go.
these gummies. So what's next on the list?
All right, so same level, and we're going to try the blueberry one.
Oh, I'm excited about this.
And it doesn't have the name on the front, so I got to look on here. But it looks like I'm going to turn this a little bit so I can see this a little bit better. Lordsworth is what we're doing. So
Okay.
yeah,
Lordsworth. It's a pig.
big old pig. It looks
It's a
like.
pig.
Yeah,
And then actually, there's a lobster as the next one, which is
Are they from video games that we would know, or is it
I
something
don't think so. I mean, I could be wrong.
I think it's Minecraft.
Is it?
Is it
See, I
Minecraft?
don't even know that.
I'm assuming.
We're
It
gonna.
looks like Minecraft.
We're gonna have to Google it.
Pixelated. All right, so these are blueberries.
Man,
These look
it puckers you up though, doesn't it?
That one's more sour than the cranberry one, for sure.
for sure?
Very much. And even though it's the
But
lowest
good.
level, so good. I love these.
I think these are the actual fruit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it says made with
So
fruit.
made with real
I
fruit.
don't know if it's real fruit,
It's
but
not
I
a
think
concoction.
see, it says
It says made with real.
uses real fruit.
Uses
Yeah.
real fruit. Okay.
Those actually look like dehydrated blueberries.
It does. It does.
So good too.
Those are good.
How would you rate that, Joe, on a scale of 1 to 10
Well-
on sour level?
Well, I would probably give it a 2.5, maybe
We'll
a
see.
3.
We'll see what
We'll
that
see what
scale
rises,
is.
right? Yeah, but great flavor, really
Jared,
good.
how sour?
Those are sour. I don't know. It's sour too.
sure
Those are sour, man. This is
Tom,
gonna be a
how
roll
sour
with
is
that.
that on a scale from 1 to 10.
To be honest, I think I have a different, set of taste buds maybe, but it's probably about as sour as the first set.
So it's
It
interesting.
really didn't go up in scale for me.
I wonder if
Well, it's the same
if
scale.
having that pandemic thing that we're not going to say the name of,
Yeah, right.
is affecting anyone's taste that had it. Because I wonder if it was different before that.
No,
I don't
No?
think so.
I don't have any side effects.
Like talking about hot food, I eat tons of extraordinarily hot food before. Do it today, and nothing's changed.
Okay. Well, that was actually pretty good.
Yeah, I like that one.
So, I kind of just want to introduce everybody and what they do in their regular life. We won't get too specific and give out job locations or anything, but Jared, what do you do every day?
I bartend for a living.
You bartend?
Yeah.
I guess we are your biggest customers.
Yeah.
We're there.
That's a great question.
Favorite.
Maybe not the best.
There's a group. There's a good group.
Yeah.
We go probably. We'll bring you next time we go.
Yeah.
We probably go if we can, we go every Saturday and Sunday and sit with him and have breakfast at Broken Egg.
Yeah.
Have a lot of drinks and the drinks keep flowing, and then we don't drink and drive home. We Uber.
Yeah, so we met Jared. How long ago now has it been? A little over a year.
little over a year. Yeah. I've been at my same spot for going on 4 years now, and I've been in the industry for 15.
Mhm.
Yeah. So all the fun stuff from food running to where I am now. I got tricked into managing.
Mm-hmm.
So
don't do that.
Over that.
But it's a great gig for you, right? It's done very well for you financially. It's from what I understand, right? Yeah.
And just like anything, it takes time.
Yeah.
Developing relationships is number one, and
Mhm.
then also like just being consistent.
Yeah. So you got a pretty good regular base of people that come.
Yeah. It's
A lot of regulars.
and you'll find them everywhere, which is great. And there's always good people that help pass the time.
Yeah.
So you mentioned a little while ago that you, I know from talking to you that you're into vehicles. You like cars, right? And you used to
I've crashed
be more. You crashed a lot of
crashed
cars. You're into crashing them.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's fair.
Yeah.
But would you say that that's a passion of yours, to own a fast car or drive fast or anything like that?
No, I wouldn't call it a passion.
Okay.
It's who doesn't want to go fast?
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah.
I think it's a
True.
man thing.
We did
Yeah,
it. We did it last night.
Yeah.
In the Tesla.
Yeah.
Or the other night, whatever night it was. All right, so I'm going to go ahead now and move on to this next liquid, and it is Buffalo Trace. I'm going to go ahead and pour myself a little Buffalo
I'll take a little
Trace.
bit. I just finished this one off, which, by the way, was really good.
But
Yeah.
I'm going to kick it up a notch.
No,
Put it
don't
in
like
it?
that.
I'm going to put it in it.
Oh,
So I want to see what this tastes like with a little bit of the blueberry. It's actually spider.
I will just do a regular pour here.
It's a cranberry.
You sure
That's
you
the
wouldn't like
cranberry,
a
the first one.
Is that the first one?
sour?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so that's the pig. That's the blueberry.
What's this next one we got?
Yeah, so we already did this one. So, all right, on to the next one, because I know we're going to be put for time here, so we don't try to keep on track here. This is the strawberry, and this one is Beaster.
Okay, let's see what the and I love strawberry stuff, so this is going to be my favorite one, I think. Maybe not as we go up this scale to the death scale, but I think that I'm going to like this flavor.
Let's start with strawberry next.
So, sure. What's the name of this one?
Beaster.
Oh, Beaster.
As soon as it hits your tongue, sour.
Oh, these are huge. Too.
It's the coating.
Oh, they're sticky.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, wow.
Flavor's good. Really good.
I do have an app in here. They are sticky. So, guys, I just wanted to touch briefly. We talked about what Jared does. Todd, we have something interesting in common. We both do IT work.
We do.
Right?
Oh, interesting.
So, you do developing?
I do. I'm a ECTL developer, which basically just means you take data from any location, any database, do things with it, customize it for the customer, whoever that customer may be, and then land it somewhere where they can use it.
That sounds very complicated to me.
No.
I'm not good at that.
It takes some skill and takes some people skills to work with people to draw out what they need.
Right.
But outside of that, though, it's a good job.
I feel like I would never be able to do that. I don't think I'm that talented. But I do firewall engineering for I write policies and troubleshoot problems with connectivity into the network and out of the network. So that's what I do every day. What do you do?
Yeah, so it's interesting because I kind of work a little bit in the world of both databases and with firewall security. I work in a large call center organization. It's a global one. My specifics is third-party collections, first-party work as well.
Okay, yeah.
So we call, on behalf of very large, what we call original creditors, which could be your large phone carrier services, automobile manufacturers, things of that nature. And we call up the consumers that, have gone delinquent, and we try to get them on the phone to hopefully get them to, repay their debt or get them back in good standing. And on a large scale, though, like on a massive scale, where we, work with very big clients and responsible for billions upon billions of dollars in inventory that we house.
Okay.
So yeah.
And you've been doing this for a long time.
I have been
for a really long time.
Yeah. I think I'm coming up on 20 years. Prior to that, I used to be a captain, so I used to drive boats for
which
a
is
living.
also interesting.
Yeah.
A boat captain.
Yeah, I was a boat captain, so I did that for.
What a transition to go from the water and then into the call center, man.
Yeah, that's a whole nother story for a whole nother podcast.
Absolutely.
I got stories to tell people that they wouldn't even believe. I worked for a very interesting individual in my last job.
I don't think we can talk about what happened.
Probably not. No. Wolf of Wall Street would blush at the stories that I would probably tell people about.
I heard about that.
But yeah, so this guy owned a call center himself and had a very nice boat. So I worked for the company and drove that boat. And then his unfortunate passing, just got an opportunity to go into the office. And then before you know it, I'm sitting behind a desk and doing operations. So yeah, it's been a long ride. Yeah, it's been a long ride. Yeah.
So let's go on to the next. And guys, we're on level 2 now. We have 3 total levels to do.
All right, so we're going to keep zigzagging back and forth up.
So these others were they were all level 1?
All of them. We're moving up to level 2.
So did you do strawberry first?
No, I'm gonna zigzag back and forth. So we're going back to cranberry.
Okay.
And this one's called jaw slicer. So interesting.
Jaw slicer.
Jaw slicer.
Why do I feel like it actually is?
I can't wait to see if level 1 had him drooling. What is level 2 jaw slicer?
Just wanted to mention when we took the strawberry out, it was kind of sticky.
It was, yeah.
It says on the box to put it in the freezer for a few minutes if it gets sticky, and it'll go right back to.
Oh well, okay. I didn't mind it at all. All right, so same look as the other one, right? I guess it just steps up in sourness, so should taste roughly the same. Just we're gonna be
a little sticky.
What's your go-to candy? Like for a movie?
My go-to candy? Reese's Peanut Butter Cups is my favorite candy. And that's the only thing I really like.
Unfortunately, it's another thing we have in common. A weakness for that I have.
So we just had trick-or-treating. So my kids today came home after being gone for a couple of days, and they spread out all their stuff and over the table, and they're separating them all now. And they know, because I put a side little bucket just for me, and they know Reese's Peanut Butter Cups go right in there for me. It's my favorite.
Put it in the fridge and then let them get a little cool.
Yeah, love that.
Awesome.
All right, so that one was a little more sour, but I'd say stepped up for sure. But I want more sour. I like sour. I can't wait for level 3, but that's good.
It's still good.
Yeah, it was good.
It lingered longer than the one. Same sourness, but for a longer amount of time.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, guys, we're back with an unfortunate mishap, but we are going to recap what we've already done here. So we already tried all the level 1s. So we tried the strawberry, the blueberry, and the cranberry all in level 1. And then we just did the first level 2.
Yep.
And what was that called?
Jaw slicer.
We did jaw slicer. What did you think about jaw slicer?
It was sour. It was I thought it was the same level of sour, but the sour lingered for much longer.
It did. So maybe that's the level.
Level 1.
And we were just talking also about our careers and what we do. Joe works at a call center. I work in IT. Todd works in IT. And Jared is a bartender at one of our favorite places.
Liquid in glasses.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, guys, we just elected a new president.
Yeah.
A couple of days ago, right? What are your thoughts about what?
That's who I voted for. Who drove for?
Yeah. Look directly at the camera.
Oppenheimer?
I'm not going to go there. But what do you think is going to happen next now that we elected a new president?
Oh, I don't know.
Is it just something that you just think it's up in the air for the country now, or do you think that this is a positive thing? Or
I live a pretty simple life.
Okay.
The market looks great the last 2 days.
That's
so
true.
I
agree.
I do want to retire one day. So as long as that keeps happening, that'd be cool.
Right.
But,
Yeah.
I live a simple life.
Right. Tom,
Jared,
about
you go.
I think that it will probably keep rolling I hope that they allow him to get in and do what he promised he would do.
Right.
Because if you look at the first term that he served, I think before he was even inaugurated, there was someone in the opposite party that had come out and said something to the effect of let the impeachment proceedings begin. I'm paraphrasing, of course. But so maybe the results could have been maybe a lot better had he had the opportunity to just roll with it and do whatever he felt. And that way, at the end of 4 years, we all do what we were supposed to do and do our civic duty and vote. I just hope he gets the chance to do what he says he's going to do.
I agree. Joe, what do you think?
Yeah, I think I'd piggyback off that. I mean, he definitely had a lot of headwind against him, going into his first 4 years. I think in this particular situation, we still have to see whether or not he gets control of the House. But the fact that, obviously he's president, he's got the Senate, that's already been secured. If he does get the House, and it really gives him a lot of control. So I don't think that he's going to have a lot of headwind. If anything, he's going to have a lot of tailwind, which should be good for him to be able to push along the things that he wants to get done. Because I think like any president, whether you're on the Democratic side or the Republican side, I hate when there's a lot of opposition because, they go in there and they want to do good things. That's what you hope for. But there's just too much fighting.
Yes.
And I think that it just causes too much turmoil and we can't be effective as a country. So I'm always behind my president, no matter what side you lean on. I think you should get behind your president, good, bad, or ugly. And I just really hope that, people can kind of see that, hey, those first 4 years, they were, tumultuous. They were a little bit on the wild side. But I think that, for the most part, we manage as a country. Wars were not out of control. And I really think that this 4 years, hopefully people can kind of take a step back, realize that, we need to give him the reins that he needs to run this country. And let's hope that we make good strides. Economy, number one. I mean, this thing has been going through, the market has been going through the roof. So
we're going to talk about that a little bit too.
Yeah, that's been pretty good to see the last couple of days.
Before we go to the next gummy, we're going to take just a short break here for anybody that needs to go to the restroom or whatever. And we're going to make sure we have no technical issues like we just did. All right, so we're back. We just took a short break, and we are back with Jared, Todd, Brad, and Joe podcast, which had a little technical problem, but hopefully we're on the right track now. And we are on level 2, and we are at what gummy?
We are going to try the blueberry level 2 Chelsea.
And Chelsea looks like a shellfish.
It does.
A lobster.
Lobster or maybe a crawfish. Crayfish, depending on.
Crawfish.
Mudbug.
Yeah. All right.
Let's see. Blueberry.
I did feel like the blueberry one was the most sour the first
time.
Same
look.
Okay.
Or maybe it's not mine.
You can almost feel the sourness on the actual fruit. Woo!
That one had some more sour.
Whoa!
That was good.
Yo! That's sour.
Yeah.
That one's super
He's
sour.
struggling with it.
All right, well, scale of 1 to 10, the sour level.
Yeah, more sour, definitely. I think it's kicking up a notch.
That's probably a 5
in my opinion.
book.
Yeah, it's probably, the first one was like a 2, 2.5 to me. This was probably like a 4, 4.5 maybe.
Jared,
Yeah,
what do you
sour.
think about the sour level?
That's probably not great.
Pucker factor, Todd.
Definitely has a kick. More of a kick than the first, for sure.
Definitely.
And the interesting thing is these have melted into my bourbon.
Oh.
And now it's sour blueberry bourbon. Very good.
Okay, the stuff off the surface melted. Okay, gotcha.
The powdery goodness. So let's talk a little bit about sports, man, because our home team has been having some problems here lately.
Yeah. Well, it depends on if you're talking college or
Let's talk
NFL.
about professional sports.
Okay,
first.
yeah.
So how are the Jaguars doing?
They're terrible. They're
not
awful.
doing that great, are they, guys?
I mean, I'm born and raised in Jacksonville, Florida, multiple generations, and we were really excited to get the Jaguars, but man, it has just been a long road to be a Jaguars fan. We've had some ups and downs. We've made it pretty far, in the playoffs, but,
Not this year.
Here we are, with one of the second most expensive player in the NFL.
Yeah,
our
and we
quarterback,
can't-
Trevor
we
Lawrence,
can't win a
and
game.
we can't get nothing going, It's
Jared-
just amazing to me.
Jared is a Texas fan.
Yeah.
So he can't comment on the Jaguars.
Well, he knows the struggle
And
too, then.
Oh, yeah. We're living it this season. I took our bye week as a win week for me.
Oh.
It's a rough year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Todd, what about you? Are you watching any football?
I'm not a sports fan.
Not a sports fan at all. Okay.
Stay away from it.
Well,
Drive you
Rather
nuts.
it not even come on my TV in my house.
There's a lot of smart reasons not to be a sports fan, man. It takes up a lot
Brad,
of your time.
How about you, man? What's
So
your team?
I've been watching the Jaguars, and I've watched pretty much every game. But I also been watching Canadian football, because our neighbor's
Yeah.
neighbor's nephew plays in the CFL. So we watched a little bit of that. He's out. The season's over, and now we're focused on Jaguars this Sunday. I forget who we play. The Jags.
You'd have to be interested in the Jags right now to like know who we're playing
I don't
next,
remember
and I
who we're
have
playing.
zero interest right now.
but it's bad. It's going to be bad for us this Sunday
I
too.
believe that. I believe
So let's move on to the next level 2. We have one more level 2,
Yep, we do. And this one is the Bilton.
and this is going to be my favorite. Strawberry.
Bill as in bill of a duck. So
Okay.
Yep.
So he's a bill. He's a duck.
Yep.
All right.
Another big strawberry. I'm gonna take 2. Oh,
Are they?
They're
messy
huge?
again?
same thing. Yeah.
Are they sticky?
A little sticky. Yep.
Yo,
These look not great.
so sour.
Definitely more sour.
Those are the best ones, man.
Those are good.
Those are the best so far. That's my favorite. I like that better than the strawberry from the other level.
Jared, what do you got going on over here?
He's got a whole pie over here.
Is that for
He's
later?
eating them the whole time.
He's taking 4 out at a time.
Yeah.
He eats one and then he puts the rest out.
Yeah, that was sticky.
That definitely has a little more kick. That's good.
Dude, that's
But again,
probably 7 on
Probably
the
the best
scale.
flavor though.
I think
So
they got the
good.
best flavor of strawberry. It's really,
Okay,
really
Jared, what do you think? You like it?
Trying to chew.
it's feel it right here.
That's it. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
That's intense.
Mm-hmm.
That's a
That's
a
good
lot.
stuff.
Yeah.
That's about a 7 on my
I'll
punker.
say the one thing that I like is like the flavors are really good.
Flavors are
They
awesome.
taste exactly like the real fruit. Like,
Kids are
it's
gonna
good.
love these.
Yeah,
I agree
They're gonna
completely.
love it big time for sure.
Guys, did you know that we caught a rocket out of midair a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah.
They did that. So,
Pretty impressive.
did you get to see this rocket catch? SpaceX, yeah.
And the replay.
Yeah.
I wasn't there.
Yeah. I was watching it live. It was kind of the craziest thing I've ever seen. Todd, did you see this?
No, I normally stay on top of that stuff, but no, I didn't.
So basically, I don't know how much you know about Starship, but it's the next generation fully reusable rocket. They're going to reuse the upper stage and the lower stage. And part of that reusability was originally going to be landing both stages. And they decided that why would they land it when they can catch it with the tower that they launched it with? So they have these 2 things called chopsticks. They look like arms.
Oh, wow.
That's what they use to stack the rocket when they take the upper stage and stick it on the bottom stage. They caught the ship with the chopsticks out of midair. So they didn't expect to do it, and they had a plan. If they didn't, they were going to crash it right next to the tower, and everything was going to be fine. But they caught this rocket out of midair. It's taller than a 26-story building. So
I'll have to go.
Yeah, I was going to say that
find
was
the video.
That's the most impressive thing is how tall it was, right? So the second stage wasn't the whole rocket was 26 stories, but I think that was like 18.
the booster's
stories.
pretty tall,
Well, it's
300 meters.
It's huge, and it's just amazing to watch that thing just come floating back in, and then the technology to get that thing to square up with that. Oh man, it was so impressive.
Absolutely
I could
crazy.
imagine being there, hearing that thing. First of all, re-entering, and then the rockets kick off to like, get it to like square. Impressive.
So one of the problems with the space industry right now is the regulation. That's why they're talking about making Elon Musk the efficiency control person in the government and appointing him to handle government spending. The point being that if you're spending people's money, you should be fired if you're not doing it the right way. So Elon wants to change that, and if people are spending our money crazy with buying $10,000 parts that are $5 parts, they're going to be fired. But that's something that we have to look forward to. But also the government, the regulations and the process of getting a launch license is so insane that it's slowing down our ability to do these launches.
Yeah, and not to get political, but that's one of the reasons, amongst other things, that Elon Musk was very
Big supporter,
volatile.
yeah.
I mean, vocal, I should say, with Donald Trump in the election because of the whole issues that he had, and I forget the name of the department that oversees the licensing for them to be able to FAA, right? And I know that they were giving him a pretty hard time. So there was a lot of things that he was upset about, but it'll be interesting to see. I mean, this cabinet that Donald Trump potentially is going to build out is got some really interesting characters in it, from JFK Jr. to Robert Kennedy, I should say. I think Elon Musk and a few other people. So it's a diverse crowd. I mean, of all different parties, all different backgrounds. So pretty interesting to see what'll happen.
And Elon has proven he can drive costs down on everything. And one of the things about the Starship that the government doesn't understand and know how to do is they reiterate, and then they fly again, and then they reiterate and they fly again. They don't have to wait for approval from anybody to make changes to the rocket and fly again and test. And if they fail, they make changes and they fly as fast as they can again. And that's kind of what is driving the success of SpaceX.
Well, it's private, right? It's not NASA. It's
private.
The biggest thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the biggest NASA contract.
And not surprising that they've had, some major steps in this process, because nobody's there to tell them what they can and can't do. Yeah.
All right, let's move on. We got to go to level 3.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we're on the highest level.
All right, so this one is Clarissa.
Clarissa.
And we're going back to the cranberry again.
It's a cat.
The bags look scary.
Yeah.
This is
getting dark, more scary, right? Yeah. All right, here we go.
Hopefully the camera's still working. Okay, it's a cat. No, it's a fox, I think.
Yeah, it looks like a fox.
Fox. It's very sour. It's very sour.
That's
There's not a ton of flavor. I guess it's not sweet, The strawberry one's kind of sweet when you...
Well, cranberry is naturally a little bit sour.
A little bit sour. So there's not a ton of flavor. It's good. Very, very sour. By far, I think that's the most sour one.
Yeah, I agree.
Is this acid reflux inducing?
I'm hoping so.
Todd, what did you think about the cranberry, the Clarissa?
It's funny to hit the point where the acidic flavors have probably surpassed the sweet stuff. So now it's just like you get a big blast of the sour.
Yes,
it's kind of good. I mean, it's different, but it's good.
Jared, are you still chewing it? Or are you working on it?
Yep.
I think he's having trouble with this one.
That's awful.
I didn't think it was bad.
No, it's not bad.
It's very sour.
Very sour.
It stings.
Yeah.
It does sting. It does sting in a good way.
I love it. Sour candy is my favorite thing in the world. So, yeah, really, really good.
Guys, we're going to take a short break again for the restroom, and we'll be right back. All right, we're back on the podcast. We got Joe, Brad, Todd, and Jared. We are currently drinking Buffalo Trace. Todd is empty almost, which is a crime.
Yeah.
And we have some Angel's Envy that I bought for all of us, and Todd brought some Eagle Rare.
Yep.
Over.
Some Buffalo Trace.
And some Buffalo Trace. So, what would you like to sample next, or is that going to do
Buffalo
it?
Trace.
You want the Buffalo Trace? All right.
Yeah, I got to tell you,
I'll let you do it.
I think they're both great. I like the Angel's Envy.
That's true.
Yeah,
What
what's
am I
going
doing?
for a career?
We have a pro here.
Great
Yeah.
pour. Great
Did you see that pour?
Would you believe that pays for an entire mortgage?
Nice job, man. So, do we want to talk about something else, or do we want to move on?
I think we should start another topic, and then maybe we'll stop halfway
What
through.
would you like to talk
Start
about?
a topic. Let me start this one.
Yeah, we'll start this off. All right, so I thought, artificial intelligence might be good to talk about.
Absolutely. What are your thoughts here on this, Todd?
I've watched all the Terminator movies.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you feel like that's...
I'm not saying I'm against it, because I've found some things that I've used some of the artificial intelligence stuff for that are kind of interesting.
Okay.
But I also think move forward with caution probably is a good thing.
I think that's a good idea. Joe, what do you think? You use it every day.
Yeah, in a couple of different ways. But, it's really interesting. I wrote something for our company a couple of years ago about artificial intelligence and my thoughts on it. And I'm really apprehensive, right? I think it could be the best thing that ever happened. It could be utopia, or it could be the demise of us as, a human race. Very scary to think. And you're already seeing things. Brad and I, we had chuckled the other day at a video that you sent me. Maybe you talk a little bit about it, about the two artificial, I don't know what you would call them, right?
They were just this guy had, basically, I'll put a link to the video down in the description here, but he had AI running on 2 phones, and he made them date.
Really?
So they go on a date and they have sex and all that stuff.
Oh wow!
Just like they talk to each other the whole time, and they like build a garden together. Then
The Sims.
Yeah, and then in the next video, he told them that he wanted them to invent a new language that they could communicate more efficiently in, and they started making sounds instead of talking, and they were making clicks and pops and stuff to talk to each other. It's insane.
I'm gonna have to watch the video then.
Yeah.
That sounds.
Where's the
right here,
the sticky thing?
Oh, was it this one?
Yeah, that's yours.
All right, so yeah, we got to talk about this one, right?
Yeah, it looks.
Yeah, which one is this?
Yeah, that was that was Connie.
Okay.
Looks like a rat or something. I'm not sure what it is. Looks like Splinter almost.
Oh, it is a rat. I think it's a rat.
Yeah, but good sour though.
So good.
Yeah, yeah.
I think the blueberry still has a good flavor. It's not that the acidicness isn't overpowering yet on that.
So you guys, I know you do a lot of day trading, right? So tell us a little bit about your current theories about doing day trading in this market when we just had two of the biggest days in the stock market.
Yeah,
all time.
2 great days. Sadly, I've been so busy with work that it's hard to find time to dabble in it. And I'm always a little bit nervous, especially right around the time that, the election's happening. So I kind of pull back a little bit because everything's a little volatile. But one of the things that's really interesting now is that all these videos that I watch, there is no doubt in my mind that we are not competing against one another for day trades. Against people that are just like-minded or, establishments that might do this on a grander scale. We're competing against AI, which is really funny because I think that when you look at this AI is taking things into consideration that we would never, right? Emotional parts of it that we don't really deal with. And I have to be very careful because I truly think that they probably can do things or understand things that can drive you to make decisions about your stock that isn't beneficial for you. And I fear that the days of being able to go in as an individual and just have fun in doing it
might be over.
I don't know. I get more nervous by the day that I have no control over it and that I can try to have control, but there's just things that if you're day trading, it's a little dangerous. It's one thing to hold on to it. You got a good company, makes money, it grows, long-term conservative. But like if you're trying to do stuff like, Jared and I do, and you're getting in and out and having fun with it, it's a little scary,
Yeah. Do you do any stock trading at all?
I do a lot of trading, not day trading.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do a
Right.
lot. I'm in my investment app probably an hour to 2 hours a day.
Oh, nice.
Watch it very
Okay.
closely. Have some companies that I read everything I can read about, but
Nice. Okay.
haven't got into the single day buy it and sell it yet.
Well, these guys have a constant day trading text stream going. So I know that they're already doing it. But Jared, tell us a little bit about your thoughts about day trading now compared to 2 days ago
I like
for the election.
I like working really hard to break even.
Yeah, right.
Because sometimes that's the way it is.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at. It's definitely a hobby. I'm in it for the long haul too, but I don't know. I catch myself trading on emotion
Right now,
and I don't
Can
mean
be
to,
dangerous.
but it just happens. But I'm a big option guy, and I take really, really short-term options. Like I said, I work really hard to break even.
Yeah.
So,
I find him and mine, our conversation a lot like gambling. Like I'm always
100%.
I'm always quick to tell him about all the stuff that I won, but I'm pretty quiet about the times that I get really hard.
All right. Guys, we have one more left.
One more.
This is the last one in the pack, although the first 2 or 3 maybe didn't get on video. We hope we got a good backup copy over here, though.
Okay. It may be pronounced Mo or Moo. I'm not really sure, but it's M-O-O. So
I think it's what is it? It's a gorilla.
it's a gorilla. Huh. Yeah.
Okay, and this is a strawberry.
You guys go first. I've been.
Todd, you go first.
This is the messy one.
Yep, this is strawberry, and this is probably going to be amazing.
is anybody else to the point where their mouth is salivating before they even get to it?
And excitement to eat it. Yeah,
I
me.
don't know if that's the term. There's an emotion, but I don't think that's it.
I think they're amazing.
Whoa.
It's got a little kick to it.
Okay.
Let's get a little bit of a kick. Okay, was that the most sour one out of the bunch? I don't know.
I feel
You
like
love
the
it?
strawberries were the best from the standpoint. You can get a good taste of strawberry, and I feel like the most sour, in my opinion. I think they're great. I love the
Do
strawberry.
you like that one?
I like it a lot. Yeah.
I did too. I liked it. I know Jared hated it already by the look on his face.
Yeah. Right.
At a certain point, this is actually starts burning your mouth at some point, like causing acid, whatever.
Yeah.
So, let's just talk a little bit since we're done with the Final Boss VIP kit and we went through all the flavors, most of them on camera. We missed a couple maybe. What are your future plans looking like now for your own self? What are you going to be doing here in the next couple months?
Yeah, it's interesting. So one of the things that I deal with a lot is that I've got two kids that obviously are very active. One's in cheerleading, the other one's in baseball.
Yeah.
Carter's baseball keeps me very busy, so we're kind of in prime time for our fall season. So a lot of what I do is just running around and doing travel with them. Sometimes we go out of state, sometimes we stay close by. But it's a lot of baseball is what I deal with right now. And I love it. I was very athletic when I was a kid. I wasn't in a position financially, my parents allowed me to play a lot of sports. So I live vicariously through my son, and it's a lot of fun to watch him grow up, But now it's costing me all the money because I have to pay for everything, right?
Yeah, it's expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Jared, what are you going to be doing here for the next couple of months? Just the same thing you're doing now, or you have any plans? Any exciting plans? You just went on vacation, though, so.
Yeah. So it's Christmas, big.
Yeah, true. You're going to have to be.
Not a big family, but a close family.
Right, yeah, absolutely.
Hang out around the house. No, sounds good.
Todd, you got any big plans? Your wife's gone, so you're
probably looking for.
You're on your hall pass.
House shopping a little bit. But, outside of that, though, probably just some home improvements that constantly try to do a little something here or there to improve it.
That's awesome, man. Well, we're going to be doing some projects, and hopefully you're going to be around for them, and we can get you involved. And we kind of want to do this on a regular basis, and we want to find other people that want to sponsor us. And Final Boss sour gummy candies was, in my opinion, amazing. I'll put a link in the description to these for you guys. Mm-hmm. These are getting donated to the kids now, so the kids are going to get to try them, and they'll let us know later on what they thought about it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, we're going to wrap this up, guys. Thanks for watching, and thank you guys for coming around and doing this cool podcast. And
glad to be here.
Let's all get drunk.
Yeah. Love it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Right. Perfect. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We are so happy that you joined us today. If you're a first-time watcher, or you're a second or third or permanent watcher, we really appreciate your patronage. Please like and subscribe, and today we have something special for you. We have the Signature Elite ES60 tower speaker for the Supercar Street Racing home theater room. And this is the Polk audio tower speaker we're going to be looking at today. And I think there might be something on the ground. That's right, we also have the Signature Elite ES90 Dolby Atmos speaker, front height speaker that goes with the ES60, a perfectly matched pair. So let's get to work on these today and see what these look like on Supercar Street Racing. We are back in the Supercar Street Racing awesome home theater room today with some upgrades. You saw before that we upgraded our receiver to the Marantz Cinema 50, which is a super high-end upgrade for Supercar Street Racing Studio right here that you see in this room. And now today in front of me, we do have the Polk Audio Signature Elite series. We have the ES90 Dolby Atmos speakers up here on top. They match the ES60 on the bottom here, the Signature Elite tower speakers. These are a huge upgrade for the room. It will also add Atmos front height speakers to the Supercar Street Racing Theater. And these are awesome speakers and will replace the old JBL monitors that I've had for about 20 years. It's about time we got something new in here. We need some updated technology, and we got it right here inside both of these boxes to take a look at. Now, going along with these two guys right here, we also do have some pre-made wiring with banana plugs. It was supposed to be flat, and we also have some Amazon Basics banana plugs right here. These are the best. The ones that I have now are junk, so these will be replacing them as well if we need them. And I got both of these on sale for Black Friday. I don't recall the price, but this was around $300 and this was around $300, a little bit more possibly, but about around $350 on Black Friday. Got both of these at the same time and did the Amazon payment plan with 0% interest. Look into that if you've never done it. They will allow you to pay with your credit card on monthly payments, and they charge you 0 interest. There will be a link in the description
solution to both of these, but now let's get busy getting these things unboxed. All right, first on the chopping block to be unboxed today is the ES90 Signature Elite Dolby Atmos speaker here. None of these are sponsored. I did pay full price for these from Amazon, so please help me out by ordering a set in the description and giving me a few dollars back to make my money back from this purchase. And these do just fit directly on top of the ES60 tower speakers. And right on top inside of the box, we have the owner's manual here for the ES90, packaged so nice. We have a big chunk of foam. We don't need that where we're going. And then inside the box, we have the ES90s. Let's get those down and out. And we just knocked over the old speakers. Fortunately, those are going away. Okay, right on top of the box here, we got the ES90 Dolby Atmos speaker getting unboxed here. And there it is sitting so fly and fresh. And it is angled and molded for the Polk Audio ES60. It has a angled back here, as you can see. It has a cutout to sit straight on top of these. But that is a look at the ES90 Dolby Atmos height speakers. There's the way it looks with the Polk Audio badge up. This guy does feature a Terraline tweeter and a mica polypropylene woofer for a two-way experience on Dolby Atmos. So these sit just like this on top of these tower speakers, and the sound does go up to height. And then they do have speaker connectors right on the back for you. So yeah, these are the Polk Audio Height Atmos speakers. Now let's get this tower speaker unboxed. All right, guys, we do have the Polk Signature Elite ES60 tower speakers sitting right here, so fresh. The box is very heavy. Remember, these are not sponsored. Please go down into the description to buy your pair to help the channel out just a little bit. Please like and subscribe also. When you have a moment, that would help us out greatly, as we do not make any money on this channel at all. All the money goes back into the channel to pay for the things that you are seeing right now. We don't need that where we're going. Okay, we did get the Polk Audio speakers unboxed here, and inside the box it did come with this owner's manual right here. Now this is the ES60 right here, and on the back of it, which I'll show you in a moment, it does have bi-amp capability. We'll explain that in a minute. So there are jumpers in place basically if you want to bi-amp these speakers, and you will see on the back that you have that capability if you have separate amplifiers for your highs and lows here on this guy. Checking out the bottom there, you can see the double binding posts right there, and they are jumpered by gold plated jumpers. We get our other speaker, we'll be able to show more of that, but let's show you how the Dolby Atmos speaker fits right on top. Just like that. Perfect fit. Just like that. That is how you pair the ES60 and ES90 speakers together, and that's how they will sit on this wall. We will be removing this JBL speaker permanently. Taking its place will be a delicious Polk Audio tower speaker, which we can go ahead and move into position now. This whole area here is getting redone. We have a runner to put down when we get our audio shelf, which will be here about the same time as the second speaker. The second speaker was a little bit back ordered. I'm going to go ahead and use the existing wiring even though it is shot. And there is a jumper here that allows you to not bi-amp. Okay, the caps come off here to expose the banana plugs, and if you screw them all the way in, it does help that process. And there we go. This banana plug has seen better days. All this wiring will be replaced, but for now, we got our pre-made connectors here for our front height speakers. These are the same way. They have caps over the banana plugs. Look right here. All you have to do is pry these out. So if you screw them down all the way, the caps are exposed a little bit. Take a small screwdriver and then just pop these off. They come right out just like that, these little caps. And then your banana plugs go in super easy. So there's just plug in like that. Those are very stiff. And then the speaker does sit just like so. Pretty cool, dude. Okay, while we're waiting for our other tower speaker to come in, we can go ahead and put this Atmos speaker on our JBL over here. I'm gonna go ahead and hook up the Atmos front height speakers. Go ahead and get the banana plugs connected. So we have to pry out the caps right here. Just like that. Here's our other set of pre-made 10-foot speaker wire. Comes with the ends already on. All you have to do is just twist them to tighten them up. I don't know why they don't do that from the factory, but they do not. A lot of questions here today are not being answered, but yeah. They're a little difficult to get in. Take a little bit of pressure. That's the way they're designed to work. And obviously this is not going to be perfect until we get our tower. And then we'll go through our setup and figure out how we connect these. All right, we have set up the Dolby part of the speaker system now. We are good to go. Once that second tower speaker comes in, we'll get the rest of it set up and we'll give you guys another video with the full setup. Let's send it into the studio now with Brad to show you how to buy these online. Okay guys, we are in the Supercar Street Racing office now, editing the latest video. I wanted to drop in here instead of in the studio so I could go ahead and show you guys what we ordered. Now these are the ES60s. You can see right here they have 3 6.5-inch woofers there, and then they also have a tweeter up top. These are bi-ampable, and if you look right here, it says they have a 2.5-way cascading crossover, a Terraline tweeter, and 3 6.5-inch woofers for the tower speakers on the ES60s here. And if we go to the next tab here, we have the ES90 height speakers. These guys right here have a nice set of drivers, two-way, a 1-inch Terraline dome tweeter, and a 5.25-inch mica fortified polypropylene mid-range woofer with 75% more surface area than typical 4-inch drivers do. And then I also did order the center channel, the ES35 here, which has six of them, now count it, 6 3-inch woofers, and it does have a 1-inch Terraline tweeter as well, and they are slimline. And so these are all actually on the way right now. The second tower speaker will be here shortly. It will be here, I think, between, I don't know, in the next week and a half or so. And then this center channel will actually be here on Friday, I believe. So we'll have something to show you guys on Friday when we go ahead and look at the center channel Elite. These are all Holt Signature Elite speakers. They're all part of the same family. Now, of course, I don't have any of the other ones because I have in-ceiling speakers for the rears, and also that we don't need. So we just have these. We've got the Atmos. These are the ES90 Atmos speakers that fit right nicely on top of the ES60s here. They're form fitted to fit right on top. And guys, that is going to do it. Please like and subscribe and order these from the affiliate links down in the description. It helps out Supercar Street Racing so much when you support the channel, and we really appreciate you guys tuning in. Like, subscribe, and we will see you when we get the center channel speaker in for a nice unboxing and review. That front LED smart mirror peel sat is so good in your life. That peel satisfaction is so good in your life. On the smart mirror with the peel sat on your life, making your life so good with the peel sat. Without breaking the mirror off the wall, hopefully. That peel sat will be in your life for a long time, and you will be enjoying the peel sat well after it's done, because you'll play this video 1 billion times so you can experience that peel sat again. The peel sat in your life is so good.
Don't stop
Hey, dude. Get some birdseed. There's 2. Mama Cardinal left, but there's 2 on the feeder now. Yeah.
I wish that one would come back. That
Just looked outside and my new Greenworks Pro electric lawnmower got here. Yes, I am going to be cutting my own grass now because my yard people have messed it up so many times that I finally said I fired him. So he must have cut his grass today. I was going to do it with my new Greenworks Pro, but I guess I'll wait till next week to cut the grass when it gets longer. There is the Greenworks Pro sitting so fresh outside the door. Let's get it inside. That is insane. Look at all the bugs. Whoa. Unreal. There's millions of them. I've never seen anything like that. Whoa. Not gonna lie, I didn't expect this to be that heavy, but it was quite a event getting that in here. I rolled it in here, but yeah, it's pretty cool looking, huh? Does come with 1 battery and a fast charger. I did buy an extra battery as well. So I have 2 batteries for this, and they're both the good batteries. And I have the perfect place for the quick charger to go out in the garage, and it looks like this thing has to be assembled. Let's get it out of the box. All right, the next part of the puzzle did arrive for the Greenworks project, and this is the Greenworks Pro 80 volt trimmer here, and we're going to go ahead and get that unboxed as well and take a look at that today. I did order a blower as well, so I will have all 3, and I can get rid of my gas-powered blower. This is the cover for the Greenworks lawnmower. We're going to go ahead and get that out of the vacuum seal here. But because the Greenworks mower is going to be stored outside, I don't want to keep it in the garage and it won't fit in the shed. So I'm going to store it next to the shed under this nice cover. There's the cover laid out on the floor right now for the Greenworks lawnmower. You can see here that this fits right over the Greenworks. It's got a hole in the back here that you just slide it straight over, and it has some quick clamps there to keep it on. Pretty nice. I just came back inside and the light was fully green. Now I did notice that the fan stays on for a while after it's done charging, probably to cool down the battery charger. But yes, it is at the 25-minute mark and this battery is fully charged. All right, we are outside of the house now and we do have our pattern to go ahead and cut the yard in a diamond. So I have my battery pack here for the phone. I've got my pattern here. There's going to be a few little areas where I have to make some modifications because there's stuff in the way, but I think I can make this work. I've never cut the grass with this before, so this is a first time thing. I got to get set up and get my tripod out and all that. So we'll get back to you guys when I'm ready. And it is almost time to cut the grass, and you know what that means. We need a battery, and so we have to come out here to our charger and get our biggest battery out of here. Is that big boy right there is what we're going to use. I'm just giving it time to dry. It's wet from overnight, and also the sprinklers were on briefly because the sprinkler repairman was here replacing my valve, but I have never put one of these in, so let's see how that works. We got the 80 volt lawnmower here, brand new, never been used, don't know how to use it. I've got the deck height set to the second from the top here. Gonna see how low that is. If that's too low this time, next time I will crank it up a bit. But we should be able to just put this battery. Okay, so it goes down. So this insert's basically, this should be facing up in the back. And then it clicks, I guess, and it's in there. And the battery is full. Now we should just be able to push that button. And that is how you use the lawnmower. Now the self-propel functions are on here. Pull it back to go slower, push it forward to go faster, and then you pull. You gotta hold this to keep the motor running. You pull this to self-propel. And you see it is on now. So it will go right now. So my plan is to follow my pattern, cut the outside first. So I'm going to go to the corner of the yard here, start at that corner, cut diagonally to the bushes over here. That's my first pass. So you always make one pass one way and two back the other way, heading that way in the yard. So I'll start down there, cut one stripe there. You can't go backwards, so you have to go all the way either around the outer edge again to make your return stripes, or get on the concrete right here and go around. So it takes a little bit longer, but it is self-propelled, so we should be fine. But yeah, I'm going to start on number 6 on the deck and see how low that cuts the grass. I let the yard dry for about 45 minutes. I know it's not completely dry, but I don't have time to wait. So I'm going to go ahead and start cutting. And we can go ahead and start on the edge here, go around to the corner, and put our trail back. But I got to get my pattern out here just in case I forget what I'm doing.
Okay guys, the final part of the puzzle did come in for the Greenworks project, and that is the Greenworks 80 volt blower that goes with the rest of the kit. It is sitting right here, and I was not able to use it the other day when I cut the yard, but I will be using that next time. And just to give you guys a little update on the yard, this is what it looks like the next day after I cut it the other day. All right, here's a good look at the yard after I did cut it with the Greenworks mower. Looks pretty good. I did also edge it with the electric trimmer, and you can see it came out really good. This lawnmower absolutely rips through everything. No problem whatsoever with it, so I do highly recommend it. Let's take it into the studio now. We'll look this stuff up on Amazon and give you guys a link for it if you want to buy it. Oh, hey guys, I didn't even see you there. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. You're with Brad, and if you haven't been with our channel before, I'm so happy to have you here with us. And if you have been here before, I'm happy to have you back. Please like and subscribe is the first thing I would love for you to do to support the channel. And we are celebrating our first time to get rid of all of the gasoline-powered things at the Supercar Street Racing house. Now we only have electric-powered things at the house, so we can get rid of all of the fossil fuel that we have to store over in the Supercar Street Racing shed in the compound. And right in front of me, right here and right now, is the Greenworks 80-volt brushless, cordless, self-propelled lawnmower. And this thing does have a 60-minute charger. I went ahead and verified with you on the video that it charged in about 31 minutes, but I don't know how much power it had left right from the factory. And you can see right here and right now, we did cut the entire front yard, the entire backyard, and we still had one bar left on the 80-volt lawnmower. And this thing absolutely rips. It's so cool. It does get right through any amount of tall grass. It is self-propelled. It has a slider on the left side that controls the speed of the propel. And on the right side is where you press the start button and you hold down another lever for safety purposes. And then the self-propel lever is back in the back. If you let go of that, the lawnmower will stop going forward. And this thing did rip through the front yard like it was nothing at all. Now this thing does come with a very big, strong battery that did take about 31 minutes to charge, and it was plenty enough power to rip through the yard. Now complementing the Greenworks 80-volt mower, we have the Greenworks Pro brushless trimmer that I did purchase as well. And you could see in the video that I did trim the entire front yard with just a weed eater. Everything looked absolutely amazing. It did a great job. Absolutely no worries about the power or whether it can handle big grass and trees or brush. It has no problem at all with any of that stuff. And it does come with a battery also, the one that I will link in the description. And it's a smaller battery than the one that goes into the mower. It's less amp hours because you don't need that much for the trimmer. Right here in front of me is a Greenworks 80-volt, 170-mile-per-hour blower that I also bought and have not even unboxed yet. I had to go ahead and cut the grass, and I didn't have this yet, so I used the gas blower for the last time. That is up for sale now. If you're in the Jacksonville area and you want this blower, let me know. I'll go ahead and hook you up with it. And this thing I haven't tested yet, so we'll get another video going about that. This is an extra 80-volt 4-amp-hour lithium-ion battery that I also bought from Amazon, and you can get that as well so that you have a spare if you have a larger yard. But like I said, this thing had plenty of power left after I was done to go ahead and cut the entire yard and still have one whole bar left. This is the toe-kept cover that I bought for the mower because it will be stored outside. But don't get any ideas about stealing it because I've got cameras and other things to protect my property. And this thing is pretty cool. It already went through a storm. The lawnmower didn't get wet at all, so it's doing its job perfectly. And guys, this thing sits at a solid 4.4 star reviews, and I can tell you firsthand that I love this mower. It does exactly what it is supposed to do. And I want to thank you guys for supporting Supercar Street Racing. 10,000 subscribers this week. We hit 10,000 subscribers, which is amazing. It's such a cool thing for the channel, and I hope you guys like and subscribe, and I will leave links to all these products in the description. All you have to do is click through any of my links on any of my videos, buy anything you want from Amazon from any of those links, and it does help us out so much, and we do appreciate it. Like, subscribe. We have to get out of here. The yard has already grown up so much, we got to go cut it again. Check out this dude, alligator ridge. getting a suntan. Alligatorage, I hope you put sunblock on because you can really burn your skin. Oh, don't go in the water, alligatorage. Kitty, I'm trying to watch UFC. Why are you blocking the screen? Can't you just get out of the way? Why? Are you so anti-UFC and boxing? Why? Look at this guy just chilling with something in his mouth, heading towards the salad. And then there's another dude back there who took off. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we're back in the 4K production studio here, and we have a special video for you today because these guys right over here across the street, Rich and Trish, gave me a Eufy 11S robotic vacuum to check out because they couldn't get it working. They said it's all yours, so we're going to check it out today on Supercar Street Racing. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we have a very special thing for you, and that is our neighbors Rich and Trish over there gave us a Eufy robotic vacuum. They couldn't figure out what was wrong with it, so I was like, yeah, I'll take it and see if I can get it figured out, and they said you can have it if you get it working. So today we are going to be taking a look at that. I got the vacuum right from them, and when I would plug it into the charger, it would just flash orange for a couple of seconds and then go solid red on the actual vacuum. I did some research on this and I found out online that maybe the battery will be dead, so I ordered a new battery from Amazon. That came in the very next day, and what you're about to see right here and right now is what happened after we put a new battery in the Eufy 11S RoboVac. I hope you enjoy it, guys. Amazon just came and delivered this wonderful new battery, so we are going to be replacing that right now. It's as simple as these screws right here. You pull this battery up, and then there is a little clasp on this thing that allows you to pull it right out with one hand. No. These names are amazing. We have the Mastima battery installed, and now all we have to do at this present time is get this cover plate here and put this thing right back on. And it has these convenient little flaps to help you take the battery out and make it very hard to put the battery back in. But you should just be able to do this. And now you take your two screws and place them right back in there. And this battery was $20, and I will link it in the description. And that is that. Now we get to see if our free vacuum cleaner actually works by placing it on the charger. Interesting, no power. I don't think that works. And there is now power to the charger, so let's place the Eufy on its charging stand. Maybe. Let's see if that goes red or stays charging. It is charging, so the new battery has seemed to work to revive the Eufy vacuum cleaner. Let's let this thing charge for a while. While the vacuum's charging, we might as well get the remote done. I was going to clean it, but I can't find any cleaning utensils there. Got some Windex here. Go ahead and clean this guy and probably replace the battery. Get us some paper towels going here. And we'll give this guy a nice cleaning and replace the battery. Got some brand new fresh Amazon batteries going into the remote for the Eufy. It's going to love its new power source so much. And flip it over, and we can see that it is working again. And it has some stuff on here from me cleaning it, but yeah, the time is wrong. I see that. Don't know how to set the time and stuff on this. I'll have to get the instruction manual out and figure out how to use this guy right now. All right, guys, we got the new battery installed in the free Eufy vacuum, the 11S, and it has gotten now to a blue hue, meaning that it should be charged. So let's see if our trick did it. Let's see. Okay, it's working. Totally working. So our new battery did the trick for the Eufy 11S vacuum. Let's see what it can do. Alright guys, you just followed the brand new old Eufy 11S RoboVac all around my house. And it did amazing and came back to the base to charge. And it usually takes about 2 hours to charge. I have figured it out by now. And this was a come up from Rich right over there, my neighbor. All we did was replace a $18 battery or $19 battery, and this thing is rocking. And now we have to figure out how to clean it, change the filters and all that stuff, but I think I like this thing. And it's going to stay in the Supercar Street Racing headquarters. Maybe we bring it into the Supercar Street Racing studios and let it clean. And guys, I hope you enjoyed this video, and we will have a separate video with you riding on the vacuum cleaner for a cleaning frenzy on Supercar Street Racing.
Call out the speed. Call out the speed. 70, 80, 90, 10.
Five-0. Damn, wheel spin. Call out the speed while you're going. Next thing, call out the speed. 70, 80, 90, 100, 10, 20. How fast, bro? 140. That's definitely the fastest we've got. Damn. Starting the day off at the gym. And yeah, way too early, dude. Alright, good morning, guys. As you can see, I had to start my day off in the gym this morning. Pretty much every day I get to the gym in the morning. I try to walk a little bit during the day also to keep in shape. And so, got on that freaking treadmill this morning and got a good 45-minute workout. And now I want to talk to you guys a little bit about batteries on your cars. So as you all know, a lot of you probably have cars that you drive every day, daily drivers, and you don't really have to worry too much about keeping the battery charged. However, if you do have a vehicle or two that you don't drive every day, and especially the BMWs, they tend to drain the battery for absolutely no reason. So haven't quite figured out why that is. It's just the way it is. If you leave this 335i sitting for a week, it will be the battery will be weak when you start it up. So how do we keep our batteries charged, guys? So there's a lot of options out there for keeping the battery charged. I definitely recommend a trickle charger. And one of the best ones available is, in my opinion, the battery tender. So this is the battery tender right here. So I don't know if you can see this very well, but basically what's going on here is this battery tender will plug into your wall outlet, and then it has a variety of options for connecting to the vehicle. One of the options is this pigtail cable, which you can permanently wire to your battery. And that makes it good so you can just plug it in and unplug it whenever you want. And the great thing about it is the other end of this thing has this quick connector. It has a cover on it right now, but get that off of there. You can see right here, it has this positive negative where you can't reverse them. There's no way to plug this in incorrectly.
So the great part is also it's got built-in circuitry. You can see it charging right there in the background. It's got built-in circuitry to prevent sparks and shorts. So let's take a look at this right now. I'm going to flip this camera around first, and then I'll let you take a look at this Battery Tender Junior. Things you can get with a battery tender. That's Battery Tender Junior. Basically what that means is the amperage of the output of the battery tender. And if generally for most vehicles you can get a Junior, and they are incredibly cheap. I think I paid $27 on Amazon. They're quite a bit higher at Pep Boys, like $20 more. So I recommend getting them from Amazon. Now check it out. So the Battery Tender Junior is plugged in there to my garage outlet, and you can see the cord running here. Now right here is the connector that I was telling you about. It's a quick connector, so I could just unplug it anytime I want and put the little cap back on. Each side has a cap, as you can see right here. Just put the little caps back on. If you have the pigtail connected to the battery, what I like to do, and I'll show you that here in the BMW, is I like to zip tie the connector out of the way. So if you can see right here, I don't have the permanent connector here on the front of the BMW because these are the charging posts for the BMW, so I didn't do it that way on this one. However, if you want to do it permanently on the Beamer, you would do it in the trunk with the circle pigtail connectors. So what I was going to tell you is that the cable just literally is zip tied here, and I leave it just like this, and I leave it covered right here. When I want to charge the battery, I lift the hood, plug it in, lower the hood all the way, except I don't click it. When I'm not using the battery tender, I simply disconnect these two and kind of tuck them neatly away down in there. Now here's the interesting thing about the SL65. So the SL65 actually has two batteries. It has a front battery here. Now this battery is only used for starting, nothing else in the whole car. So it not only does it not need a lot of charging, it doesn't use much juice at all, and it charges very quickly. Now the battery tender has only been on it for 10 minutes, and it's already, that flashing light means that the battery, I believe, is over 50%. It might be 75, I can't remember. But when it turns solid green, that means the battery is charged. So that's the front battery on the SL65. Now, the SL65 also has a rear battery in the trunk. This battery is called the consumer battery, and it does everything else in the vehicle. And as you can see here, until I get power set up permanently, there's actually an outlet over there that I want to get power run to. I just literally have an extension cord run to the ground. And if you look right here, here is a fully charged battery. Now this has been on the battery tender for 3 or 4 days, so it's going to stay charged. So there's a good look at the SL65 there, the side of it. I'm going to talk about the window tint in another video. So battery tender, definitely something I recommend, and I would pick one up if I was you. Even if you do daily drive, it's a good idea to keep your battery topped off. That will prevent, if you ever do have any issues or it's really cold outside, it'll start right away. There's a good look at the mostly engine cover on the V12 twin turbo. Look at the guy who actually hand built the engine and signed it right there. So I'll be back to talk about window tint in the next video. So make sure you subscribe, please. I'm trying to get as many subscribers and views as possible, and check out my Instagram page. I'll put that in the link. Have a good one. Give me the thumbs up, please. I'm going to give you guys a quick little update before I edit this video together. So it's been 30 minutes, and the front battery on the SL65, the starting battery, is now completely charged. Now this is not typical. The back battery took about a day to get fully charged, and the BMW battery, after you drive the car for a long period of time, will take about a day to get back up to full speed. Like and subscribe, please. Later, dude. Hey guys, Super Street Racing here. Just posted a video about SpaceX Bitcoin scam videos going around. They are currently live. Wanted to post a new update here with the actual video that's happening now. So let's just switch the camera. So you can see right here this current scam that's going on right now for Bitcoin. Now what this is the actual, I'm going to go ahead and mute the video right now and play it. The actual person has named their channel SpaceX like that. I think my screen is all dirty, but let's try to wipe it off a little bit. And so see, it's called SpaceX right there. It has that you can actually donate Bitcoin and win like more than you actually donate, which is of course ridiculous, and it's a total scam. So what you want to do when you see these videos, now you'll notice if you go to their actual channel, there's one video on here. Obviously these guys are not SpaceX. If you go to About, and then you go to Flag, and you go to Report User, go to Spam and Scam, go Next. It says this channel doesn't have live videos, but it is live. And then put Bitcoin, Scam, and report this so that YouTube can delete the channel. You can also go to the video, go to Flag, Spam, go to Scam, and go Bitcoin Scam, and report this. Now if you notice, once the video plays after this ad, they will also have a fake registered URL up here. So what you can do with this, all these URLs, this is the same person or people doing these scams. You can go to reg.ru, reg.ru, and it's actually, the email address is abuse@reg.ru, abuse@reg.ru. Tell them the name of the URL that's posted here and ask them to remove it, because it's a Bitcoin scam and they will delete the actual account from the internet. So do not fall for this scam. Notice SpaceX is 2 right here instead of just 1. SpaceX is actually one word, space, and the letter X with no space. So I wanted you guys to be aware of this scam. This will get taken down here pretty soon, but until then, people are actually going. I don't want you guys to be one of the ones that actually falls for this stuff. Please report this. Please let it be known. These people are trying to use SpaceX to generate money, and you're not getting anything. You will lose every penny you ever put into it. Thanks, guys, and have a great day. I hope you are going faster and faster. All right, today we got Patricia's Jeep, and we are going to be getting that detailed today. So we're pulling up into the car wash right now. Love car wash. Gonna get this thing washed up, take it home, and then surprise her at the airport with a detailed car. Let's go. Supercar Street Racing, Sunday edition. Here we go. It's got all the cool colors and all the cool fake ceramic coating sell points, but yeah, the Jeep's getting a wash, and then once we get back home, we'll figure out the interior. So loud. I like how they got red LEDs to make it look like it's hot while it's drying your car. That's awesome. And the dry cycle. All right, we're just gonna take this thing home to vacuum it and stuff inside the garage rather than sit out in the sun. Get the old Craftsman shop vac out at home and get this thing vacuumed out and detailed.
But we'll get it out here on the road, dry it off real quick. We got Patricia's Jeep here in the garage, and my plan is to go ahead right here and right now and wipe down the outside and detail the wheels and tires for her. And you can see coming out of the car wash, there's a bunch of water spots and stuff. And then we will put some protectant on all of the plastic parts as well. And we'll go ahead and get that done right now, but we got to get the terry cloth towels and everything out to get this done first. So let's get that going. I'm going to go ahead and use these terry cloth towels, Turtle Wax and Dry, and then on the wheels and tires, the hybrid ceramic wheel and tire cleaner. And of course, I will put something down on the ground to keep my brand new floor from getting destroyed. That's the main ingredients right there, and all these towels right here. Go ahead and polish up the outside, do the glass with the invisible glass spray. Go ahead and detail this thing, and when she gets picked up from the airport in it, it'll be fire, dog. First things first, I'm going to go ahead and wipe down the whole Jeep with the Turtle Wax. We got the Wax and Dry here, and I'm going to go ahead and buff on and then off with a cleaner towel.
All right, we have finished detailing the exterior of the Jeep. All I have to do now is just pick up my various rags and stuff. You can see we detailed and polished the whole thing and the wheels and tires, and we cleaned all the exterior glass. The next thing I'm going to do is open the doors and kind of clean the inside of the door sills and clean the windows on the inside with glass cleaner, and then start the interior detail process. But you can see right here and right now the exterior came out really good. It looks 1,000 times better than it did. It's super clean. But now it's time to get busy on this interior if I can figure out how. I guess I'll go ahead and do the windows first on the inside and work my way from there. Somehow this top part folds up. I'm gonna go ahead and probably vacuum this out really good after I take everything out. Then pick the seat up and vacuum that part out. But I want to make sure I get the top of the seat vacuumed. But let's get the vacuum going, get this back windshield clean, get this back area done first. Okay, we are completely done detailing both the interior and exterior of the Jeep. Looks amazing. And I forgot one rag right there, but this is probably the best I've seen it look since it was brand new. And on the inside, we simply wiped everything down, vacuumed everything out, cleaned all the glass, and it came out like a brand new Jeep. Hopefully Patricia is super hyped when she gets off the airplane. You guys can see right here and right now, the Jeep looks good, and we did clean up everything. And when Patricia gets off the plane, we'll see how hyped she is for her polished Jeep. So yeah, the Jeep is all comfy here in the garage, and Patricia is probably an hour and a half out. And of course, the minute I plan something, this happens.
It is raining with the sun out, which is strange. There must be a rainbow somewhere. But yeah, it's we got a good shower going right now, which that's fine too. Grass can get watered, but at the same time, I don't want to leave until the roads are dry. We did have rain in the forecast today, so this isn't surprising at all, honestly. But yeah, so I'm just waiting out the rain. I'm sure it's going to end here pretty soon because Florida. Yeah, this is one of those flash showers that will end here momentarily. There's blue sky right there, rain clouds right there, and we all know this will be over shortly. We'll wait 30 minutes, roads will dry out. All right, we're going to pick up Patricia from the airport, and of course, the road is wet, the trees are wet. I think the rain is over, not 100% sure, but it's definitely ruining the surprise, but the insides still fly. So let's go. We're just sitting on the side of the road, you know, no big deal. Waiting for Patricia to get back. She's at the luggage thing, I think. And then we're gonna go to dinner. And I want Texas Roadhouse. I heard it was really good. And I'm kind of craving steak, so let's see what happens. All right, we are almost there. This guy right here is killing me, literally. I guess I better slow down because I'm speeding. So she said she's at the very end. So I will update you guys when we get there. Oh, I see her. I see her. She travels with dresses on. Like a nerd. That's definitely her. Looking like Prince reborn. What's up?
What are you doing? I'm scared.
We're recording you. You don't even notice yet.
I noticed that my Jeep is super clean. And that's what you
That's your present. I detailed the inside and the outside for you.
That's very nice.
All of it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm really tired, or I'd probably be jumping in the middle.
Okay, cool. All right, let's get your stuff in. We're back on Supercar Street Racing once again. You can see the channel right here. And I'm excited today because right behind me in the Supercar Street Racing office, we have the Walmart LED grab bag. Let's get to it. We're back after the holidays on Supercar Street Racing. I hope you and your family had a great holiday. And it is the new year. December has passed us and we are in January of 2024, if you can believe it or not. Supercar Street Racing channel grew a lot in 2023, and I hope that we can continue this growth. And today we're gonna start the year off with this Walmart LED grab bag. Now, I had no idea that Walmart had cheap LED stuff, and when I went in there yesterday to kill some time, I found all this stuff and I thought you guys might be interested in it, so I purchased a few things here that we're gonna jump into today. Right in front of me here is the Walmart LED grab bag. Now, some of this stuff I have never seen before. Some of it obviously is available from other sellers online. However, it was pretty cheap. I would compare it easily to Prime, except that it is way faster. Walk in, grab it, leave. So what we start with in this bag is the 2-pack of LED puck lights from Walmart. Now this is for the Supercar Street Racing storage shed, nothing more. We'll get these opened up and see what they are like. Now they do use 6 AAA batteries, I'm guessing 3 per unit. And there were 2 kinds in there, and these were actually the more bright ones with the most lumens, 100 lumen brightness each. Let's get these unboxed and see what they're all about. These are the Great Value LED puck lights. I want to say they were just a few dollars, maybe like, I don't know, $5 or something. And I'm assuming that the batteries are in them because there are no batteries in the packaging. And they were that easy to take out. And if you see right here and right now, they do have sticky stuff on the bottom. All right, so that is what is inside. And actually you have to pull the tab to let the battery work correctly. And now we have the cool daylight light of the Walmart LED puck light. And let me kill the lights in the office. And there is exactly what one of these lights does, and it is very bright. You can see right here, this is enough light to light up a small closet or an area like that. Pretty cool for a few bucks. I know these are quite common, but we will go now and install them in the Supercar Street Racing shed before it gets daylight. Headed out to the Supercar Street Racing shed where we will keep it quiet because it is 6 a.m. and I'm sure my neighbor is asleep. And you can see we have the Govee Pro permanent lights on warm white. And they do light up the shed quite nicely. Let's go ahead and get these installed. Oops, I turned one on. Oops, I turned two on. So we are inside the shed, and I think maybe center on each side. There is actually a round thing up here that looks like it was made for this. And that one is on. Nice. However, I do have power out by the dock that I can run over. Alright. Only problem being is that they're so high that they're hard to get to. But I can tiptoe and get to them, so that is fine. Now there is the SESR shed lit up so nicely that I want to do that permanently, however, so we'll figure out getting power out here. Back in the Supercar Street Racing office after we installed the puck lights in the Supercar Street Racing shed, and next up on the list, which is a necessary must, is going to be these little USB wall charger adapters from Walmart. I think they were a couple of bucks each. You will need these because when you get all these lights, they will require some type of USB power source or a computer or laptop or anything that has a USB plug. Let's get these unboxed and see what they look like up close. All right, we got the on wall charger here, packaged very appropriately so people don't steal them from Walmart. And they just are little black pucks with little fold out plugs like that with a little LED light on the front. Believe it or not, as many of these as you get, things are not including them anymore. Pretty crazy. They stopped including them with phones. They give you a cable only now, which is a complete ripoff. But these are the on USB power adapter. The power hole for the USB device is on the side, so keep that in mind if you buy these. They're nice and compact, but the side thing has the power adapter for it, and we're going to need these for our project today. So this is the on connect on 2.4 amp USB wall charger / power adapter, providing 5 volts to your USB equipment. Moving next to the LED grab bag, which I'm thoroughly enjoying. I love this stuff. This is like my thing. You know that if you guys seen my house. So let's grab in here randomly, and we have the Tizumi LED Colorworks wall lights. It says remote included, customizable wall lighting decor, full spectrum dimmable LED, and it looks like it's 79 high by 40 wide. And on the back of the box, we do see some other information here. USB controller and remote receiver. Fun firework shaped design. Let's get this guy unboxed and see what it's all about. All right, the Tizumi or Zumi LED Colorworks wall lights. Let's see what's up in the side of this box. I'm curious about these. All right, so there is a standard foil LED packaging. Wow. It looks kind of complicated. It's got all these different plugs on it. And then the single black plug. And apparently you unfold it. Let's see. This is interesting. Look at all the white plugs on the end. All right, let's get this thing unraveled. I am interested in how this works. Wow. I am mind blown by this thing. Guys, it's just literally, you have to create this yourself. And they all plug into this main guy here. It literally has like 10 LED strips with little plugs on the end, and you have to arrange them on your wall. And looks like it might be difficult to make it actually into a shape here that you would have to measure between each LED to get it perfectly round, like on the front of the box here. So this one gets power, and then on the actual unit itself, you will see a power indicator. This is where the long one goes. So you do it just like this, on the wall. This would be in the center, and then this long LED strip would connect to the bottom where the little indicator is here. So you have to do the design yourself, and it seems like this might look sloppy because if you can't get it perfect, it's not going to look right. It's marked here as power, and it simply plugs in, and they are keyed. You can't do it incorrectly. But that is the section that goes down in the picture. So if you're looking at the box, it would be this bottom section here, and that's what provides power to the unit. This is the remote control that's included with the ColorWorks LED wall lights. That's what it looks like on the front with all the controls. We have our on power adapter here. Here's our USB receiver, controller. It is keyed one way, it cannot go any other way. And we can see power to our LED light, and then we have a bunch of different controls on here. Now I'm just playing with the controls here to see what some of these things do. There's a speed up and speed down button, I believe. Now getting this thing installed is going to be a different story, so we will do that at another point in the video, but for now, this whole thing has to be stuck on the wall and a measurement done so that you actually do space these out correctly, or it's going to look absolutely strange. Next up on the list, we've got the Monster RGB light bar right here, looking so fresh and fly. And in this Monster LED light bar, there should be a pair and a remote control. Let's get this thing unboxed and see what it's all about. Monster LED light bar unboxing here. And taking a look at the box, it does say multi-position, and it's got a picture of it and shows you that it does come in a 2-pack, a double pack of Monster light bars. Okay, and out of the box comes a couple of bases, the Monster light bar, a remote control, an operation manual, and let's see if they actually gave us, did they give us power bricks? Nope, they did not give you a power brick. I guess that's not included anymore. You get a USB extension cable though, which is interesting. Then they have a base right here. Aha, so it can go either up and down like that, or they have a slot on the side as well that you can actually use to sit them like this on the desk. And you can see the battery protector here. We pull that right out, and when we turn on the LED light bar, it is diffused. We can see that it is lit up on a nice blue color. So it doesn't do any chasing like I thought it might, unfortunately. And it doesn't look like it has a mode for music. So these are just simple little light bars, no big deal. They're kind of cool, but they're not exactly what I thought they were. They don't do any chasing. Moving on, we have the Monster Sound Reactive LED 3D mirror light, which I'm kind of hyped about. I thought this would be really cool in the studio if we can figure out how to mount it somewhere. Let's see exactly where it is. First of all, it's very small. And there it is, also requiring to be stuck onto a wall. Let's get this peel sat on a short. First, here's the remote control in the package. Now for the peel satisfaction for the short, we need to plug this guy in. Here's the included, tiny included power cable. It is very short, very, very, very short. A magnet to put on the wall with 3M tape on the back, or a stand And on the bottom it has a power button and a USB, and I forgot the type of connector this is, but it's the old school one, it's not USB-C. And we'll go ahead and plug this in. All right, we're gonna film our short right now, it's gonna be good. All right, we got the alien, we got the mirror, we got the alien, we got the mirror, and we got the peel satisfaction. That peel sat is so good in your life, you love the peel sat. And then look at this, look how good it peels with the alien and the pure satisfaction. This is easily, so far, my favorite thing that we bought. I might have to buy another one of these. These are awesome. I love this thing. I'm gonna have to go buy 2 or 3 more of these guys for as cheap as they were. I wanna say they were like $9, let's see, $7 for this thing, man, and it's got this remote control. And you can cycle through the auto. Dang, this thing's legit. I love this thing. For as cheap as that was, you gotta admit that's really cool. I love it. I just realized also one cool feature, this thing is actually rechargeable. I pulled it out of the power source and it was still working. I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. So yeah, this thing recharges via this power cable. Pretty neat. Okay, next up on the list, we have the light up marquee box called a color box, which I'm kind of hyped about. Very cool. This could actually go into the home theater room or next to the home theater room. And basically you get an LED box. It's from Zumi, like the other one. 144 pieces. I believe it gives you letters. It looks huge on the box, but I'm sure it is as big as this box. Look at all the emojis here. And you get the remote control. And this guy was not very expensive. I have the receipt right here from Walmart. $7 from Walmart. Not bad. Let's get it opened up and see what it's all about. And there is the actual box. And it does come with a long USB Type-C cable. Looks like C on one end and A on the other end. And another remote control to add to the 100,000 remote controls that we already have at Supercar Street Racing. Checking out the LED light up marquee box, and this is what you get inside of it. You get a whole array of letters and emojis. You get a lot of stuff with it. Alright, looks like you get 2 sets of letters and 2 sets of numbers and emojis, which is actually pretty awesome. I'm hyped. Alright, we are unable to finish our sign because we don't have enough letters. But we do have some cool emojis. Let's see what we got here. How about a strong emoji? Well, I'm going to go online and see if you can order extra letters for this. Alright, I did locate the letters for this. I'm going to go ahead and order this letter kit. It's got a lot of other cool things like red letters and all that stuff. I'm going to go ahead and get that ordered right now. You can see I had to fake the E because I'm out of E's, but I just ordered a whole set of marquee letters for this that will be here on Thursday. You do see 2 of the keyhole mounts here, so I don't think it'll be an issue to put some screws into the foam in the studio and hang it like that because I want it behind where I do live stuff. Alright, so you can see here the standard remote does the same thing as all of these other guys do, and fade is what I like, so I will probably leave it on that. And that is what the LED marquee light looks like. Standard remote does all the same thing. You can pick a color, do strobe, do fade, any of those things. on the marquee light. These are also available on Amazon. I'll link them in the description. Out here in the 4K production studio, looking so fly and fresh, and we have successfully mounted most of the lights out here. And the first one is right here, missing all the letters, but we will have them tomorrow. We ordered them tomorrow, the next day they'll be here. So we have the marquee right here. It's going to say Supercar Street Racing, and when we are live, you can see it'll be right behind me there. And then over here in the center at the top, we have the nice, cool LED mirror, and I have successfully run the power behind the wall and down over to power. So we have that looking really cool up on the wall. Then we have the light bar over here doing its thing on that corner. And then we have a light bar under here doing its thing on that corner. So guys, we have successfully installed the LED grab bag, minus the big star things. I can't put those in the studio because they need a flat surface to adhere to, but we are in the studio and it looks amazing. And now let's take a look at all this stuff on Amazon. Guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. You got Brad here. Happy to have you back, and today we have a whole mess of Walmart LED lighting that we picked up for cheap when I was there trying to kill some time the other day. Now the first thing that we have up here is the Amazon Basics LED puck lights that we put out in the Supercar Street Racing storage shed. They are $8.68 on Amazon.com, and you can see them right here. And so they're about the same price at Walmart. I think I paid a couple of dollars less. They have a 4-star review here, so go over to that page and pick them up. All the links will be in the description for all of these things that we're talking about today. Next thing we have is just your basic USB power brick. Now it's just a little tiny little 5-volt adapter. You need those for all of these lights unless you're plugging them into a computer or something with a built-in USB plug like the Amazon TVs up here. They are 3 for $7.99, so they are actually cheaper than at Walmart. So pick them up here. The link will be in the description also. Here is a similar light to the one that we found at Walmart that has the LED strips that go out and then the one that goes down to power. Now, I just will advise you, you have to build this. It doesn't come as a built structure. The best thing would probably be to do is get some sticks, cut some flat sticks off almost like rulers, and then arrange them in a certain direction and then stick the LED strips to them so you get them completely straight and laid out the way you want it. You could build your own little thing and then put all your lights on there. So just be aware you can get those cheaper at Walmart. Next thing we have is these basic little monster RGB lights. They don't have great reviews because they don't really do much. There's not a lot to say about them. They light up and they fade between the lights, but nothing amazing whatsoever. They were 3.6 review. Now the coolest thing that I thought was in the whole thing was the 3D monster rechargeable multicolor mirror light. It is right here up on the wall as you saw in the video, and this thing is awesome. It has a magnetic mount on the back, and I just stuck the magnetic mount to the foam with glue, and then I stuck it right up there, and it is rechargeable, which is very cool. That is $24.99. It is quite a bit cheaper on actually at Walmart than it is on Amazon. So pick it up at Walmart or click through my link in the description. And the last thing is this cool little marquee box that you see back here with the Supercar Street Racing name incomplete because we ran out of actual letters to do this with. So I have ordered extra lettering from Amazon. A link will be in the description to this guy right here. So go ahead and pick one of those up for yourselves. And guys, always click through one of my links if you're buying anything on Amazon. It doesn't matter if it's the one that you need, the product you need or not. If you click through any of my links, it will give me just $1 or $2 when you purchase your products. Go ahead and leave a comment right now, like and subscribe, and hit the little bell icon. And guys, we absolutely have to get out of here. We got to go pay the power bill of $1 million for so many LED lights.